Introduction: a fan fiction of A Song of Ice and Fire Game of Thrones, exploring a scenario where the former Prime Minister Jon Arryn has a firstborn son, where the Vale is no longer entirely transparent, and where reason and political intrigue return to House Arryn. What changes await Westeros? Chapter 1: The Birth of Atris Arryn Amidst Thunder. A pall of despair hung over the entire Vale. The once silent mountain clans had not ventured beyond the Moon Mountains under Jon Arryn's watchful eye for years, but now the vital routes from Eagle's Nest to the Riverlands were besieged by a multitude of marauding hill tribes. Countless noble women from afar, coming to the Vale to forge alliances through marriage or partake in tournaments and feasts, were abducted, and many businesses relying on land routes to the Riverlands faced ruin due to rampant pillaging. Clad in full plate armor, Jon Arryn rode atop a steed native to the Vale, flanked by 100 elite cavalrymen. The blue moonhawk banner of House Arryn fluttered proudly at the forefront of the formation. With a resigned gaze, he looked upon the warriors of the mountain clans retreating into the valley. Months of vigilance and patrol had proven utterly ineffective against these familiar foes, and during this time, an alarming number of weapons had been inadvertently gifted to them. To make matters worse, his second wife and cousin was with child, and Jon Arryn was unwilling to squander more time on the wildlings. His expression turned serious as he focused on the task ahead. A line of steel spears stood firm before his horse, and Jon Arryn pointed his sword toward the retreating mountain clansmen, commanding, "Cavalry formation, charge." Suddenly, thick smoke billowed along the mountain path. Had anyone been passing by, the thunderous sound of hooves striking the ground would have echoed in their ears, as if the very earth were trembling. The mountain clans, undeterred, let out a furious roar, baring their teeth as they formed a fragile line of defense with their makeshift equipment, their eyes fixed upon the charging cavalry of the Vale. Steel met flesh, blood staining the ground as the warriors of the mountain clans were violently dispatched. The outcome of battle was sealed upon contact. The Duke of the Vale surveyed the battlefield, turned his horse, and galloped towards the highest peak of the Moon Mountains, the Giant's Lance. Meanwhile, the cavalry regrouped into smaller units, advancing cautiously along the mountain paths as they continued their patrol. When the Vale's inhabitants gazed up at the towering Giant's Lance, the familiar echoes of an eagle's cry resonated in their minds, instinctively perceiving the distant peak as a nesting place for the great eagles, a blessing from the Seven. The magnificent eagle's nest loomed over the Giant's Lance, perched atop the Moon Mountains. Every proud knight of the Vale, while boasting in their taverns, would regale tales of having stood atop the highest tower of Eagle's Nest, the Maiden's Tower, surveying the entirety of Arryn Vale. Thus, upon entering any of the narrow taverns within the Vale, one could encounter numerous patrons sharing the same experience, perhaps exceeding 5 in number, while the Vale's inhabitants one might meet in the winding paths would likely be limited to just that. It was customary for rain to fall beneath Eagle's Nest, yet rarely did it affect the castle itself. The winds from a narrow sea would sweep westward through Arryn Vale, meeting the barrier of the Moon Mountains, resulting in frequent rain, a commonplace occurrence for those living in the long summer of the Vale. However, today was an exception. Fierce winds battered the walls of Eagle's Nest. The pendulum of the new moon hall swayed as if intoxicated, and rainwater flooded the common room where guests resided. "Damn it, there's water everywhere." A thunderous shout reverberated through the new moon hall as a man, wrapped in a large raincoat, entered, his gaze filled with despair as he surveyed the flooded floor. He approached the nearest table, tossed a few coins in frustration onto the pristine stone table, and barked, "Bring me wine, you there." His eyes, wide as saucers, fixed upon a flustered serving boy nearby. The serving boy, startled by the command, hastily set aside the basin of water he was carrying and dashed into the back room. Just before he left, the man removed his raincoat, revealing a black and gold stag emblazoned upon his garments, and he suddenly realized he was in the presence of a significant figure. "Don't frighten him, Robert." A solemn voice spoke beside the man, who had remained silent until now, casting a serious glance at Robert. Robert revealed his well-groomed visage, raising an eyebrow and grinning. "Oh ho, the grim Northman Lord Eddard Stark has finally spoken during our journey. Ha ha ha." The hearty laughter attracted the attention of all travelers within the new moon hall. Many, frustrated by the incessant rain, felt their anger rise upon hearing the ruckus, but upon discovering the source of the noise, their irritation swiftly dissipated. Eddard sensed the gazes upon him, uncomfortably pursing his lips as he quietly admonished Robert, "Mind your manners. Robert, this is a place where Lord Arryn entertains his esteemed guests." Feigning innocence, Robert surveyed the surroundings, If Winterfell were to treat this pitiful place as a guest house, outsiders might think House Baratheon owes the Iron Bank millions of gold dragons. Ha ha ha. He leaned closer to Eddard, whispering with a chuckle. Eddard, resigned, accepted the wine delivered by the serving boy, thanking him softly. Watching Robert drink heartily, he couldn't help but express his concern. I heard from the maester that Lady Arryn is due to give birth today, given this weather. Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to the giant's lance, causing the clouds to roil in the sky as if the very heavens were shaken. Eddard's expression froze in disbelief, while Robert, just moments ago indulging in his drink, caught a glimpse of a blue flash amidst the darkness, preparing to inquire. Suddenly, boom, the resounding thunder echoed throughout the valley, startling the septons within the hall into fervent prayer. The young serving boy, unable to resist the allure of the spectacle, abandoned his duties to peer out the window, while fellow travelers marveled at the wondrous sight. Only Robert remained bewildered, grasping Eddard's arm, eager to ask more. But Eddard merely pointed towards the distant clouds split by lightning, as a shaft of sunlight pierced through the rift, casting its glow upon Eagle's Nest, while the torrential rain began to subside. Meanwhile, within the Moon Tower, the wail of an infant echoed like a springtime ballad in the ears of all present, as the maester cradled the newborn and approached the old duke. "It's a boy, my lord." Jon Arryn carefully took the infant from the maester, tears brimming in his eyes, a smile breaking through the fog of the duke, all his emotions laid bare upon his countenance. He gazed with exhilaration at his wife, Lady Arryn, who lay weakly upon the birthing bed. "Lenara, we have a son." At that moment, Lady Arryn could only muster a faint smile in response. Handmaidens bustled in and out, as dozens of ravens were released by the maester, bearing news to the lords of the Vale and the Seven Kingdoms. Duke of Eagle's Nest, guardian of the Vale, Jon Arryn, has welcomed a son, who shall be the heir of the Vale. As sunlight fully enveloped the peaks of the Moon Mountains, Jon's two foster sons, the stormy Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark of the North, arrived at the Hall of Eagle's Nest, faintly hearing the sound of the tears of Alyssa Waterfall and the distant cries of eagles, mingling with the natural sounds of the valley. "Jon, where have you been hiding Ned and me?" Robert inquired, stepping into the hall with his head held high. He then bowed to the old duke with Eddard. "Your brother is in the maid's arms, wailing." "My lord, you finally have a child. Ha ha ha." Robert's inappropriate laughter filled the air once more, prompting Eddard to notice Jon's increasingly darkening expression and swiftly interject. "From now on, the Vale has its own young master." "Congratulations, my lord." Upon hearing this, Jon's demeanor finally softened. "Very well. Once the customs duties in Seagull town are concluded, I shall host a grand tournament in the valley to celebrate the naming of my son. I will extend invitations to the royal family and the nobility, and you shall welcome the Baratheons and the Starks." The old duke, with a rare display of enthusiasm, shook his fist emphatically. "Moreover, we must invite all manner of free riders, bards, mercenaries from the Slave Bay, wizards, the Red Priestess of Myr, the theatrical troupe from Bravos, and the courtesans of Lys to join in the festivities for the naming of my dear brother's child." Robert, lost in thought, felt a spark of excitement. "I only hope this newborn eagle of House Arryn does not resemble my brother, by the seven." Eddard could no longer bear to listen and interjected. "Robert's plan is far too extravagant. It is entirely unfeasible." Before Jon could speak, Robert, in a fit of irritation, retorted, "By the seven hells. Ned, this is a moment of great joy. Can you truly bear to witness our beloved Lord Arryn's firstborn facing such a meager tournament on his naming day? What does expense matter? Let us procure the gold dragons from Seagull town, extract a bit from the cursed Lannister mines, and invite some officials from the Iron Bank to ensure the arrangements are splendid. We shall borrow as much as we need." Just as Eddard was about to counter, Robert continued, "Not to mention that the Baratheons and the Starks are not without their own funds." Ha ha ha. This declaration provoked the old duke's ire. "Enough, Robert. Can you not refrain from such reckless behavior for once?" The seriousness etched on the old duke's face rendered Robert disinterested, and he fell silent. Seeing Robert's abrupt quietude, Eddard ventured to inquire, "My lord, has the name of the young master been decided?" The old duke smiled at Eddard. "I intend to name him on the day of the tournament. As for the name." The duke descended from the elevated position of the hall, the intricately carved throne of the Valley King revealed behind him. He gazed out through the elongated arched window into the azure sky, where the distant cries of eagles echoed. "I already have the answer in my heart. The thunderous birthright of the Arryn family, the Eagle Knight, Aegon Arryn," the duke mused. He could already envision the scene at the Moondoor Keep, where he would announce his son's name to the cheers of the crowd. Chapter 2. The Squire of Stonehold. Waymar, raise your arm higher, instructed the Master at Arms, Samwell Stone. Waymar furrowed his brow, straining to elevate his arm despite the overwhelming ache coursing through it. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air above the training grounds, striking the distant target with precision. Waymar, perplexed by the arrow yet to be released from his bow, turned to locate its source. To his dismay, he encountered the last person he wished to see. You have interrupted my archery practice. Aegon, he lamented, his tone tinged with despondency. Good day, Sir Waymar Royce, Aegon Arryn replied, playfully sticking out his tongue before darting into the forest. Damn it! Waymar had initially intended to hurl a few curses before resuming his training, but the distant call from Aegon immediately seized his attention. Follow me, Waymar. I've discovered treasure within. Waymar glanced at the Master at Arms. Do not. You know the Lord will not permit it. Samwell admonished sternly. Without hesitation, Waymar sprang to his feet, sword in hand, and ran off. Farewell, Master Stone. As he turned to flee, the wind joyfully swept past his ears, leaving behind the sound of the squire's scolding echoing behind him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Stonehold was nestled on the southern shore of a fjord that penetrated the valley, with moist vapors enveloping the castle, forming a protective embrace alongside Seagull town over the scarce flatlands of the valley. Unlike the towers of Eagle's Nest, the view from Stonehold's tower was a rare delight. The vast expanse of the sea was just a stone's throw away, while the winds from the Maiden's Tower of Eagle's Nest could easily topple a child. Breathless, Waymar trailed behind Aegon, envious of his cousin's seemingly boundless stamina. Aegon moved with the agility of a Shadowcat, deftly navigating through the complex branches and vines of the woods. The cloak adorned with the sigil of the Valley Eagle had vanished, replaced by lightweight leather armor that accentuated his lean frame, making him appear especially spirited amidst the verdant foliage. Time slipped away as they ventured further into the thicket, where the air, once open and bracing, was now thick with the humidity of the jungle. At last, Aegon halted. Have you wandered too far? Waymar asked anxiously, glancing around. However, upon beholding the scene before him, he froze in astonishment. The trees ahead had been shattered, their splintered edges unnaturally smooth, as if severed by a remarkably sharp blade, rendering the densely wooded area eerily barren. By the seven, Waymar gasped, his eyes widening in shock. Aegon pointed discreetly to the other side, whispering, "Show it remains." Waymar followed his finger's direction and spotted a small Shadowcat crouching on a nearby branch, using the leaves to conceal itself while glaring fiercely at them. Aegon, why did you not summon the Master at Arms? This is far too dangerous. Waymar rubbed his trembling face. Though he understood the Shadowcat was too small to pose a significant threat, he feared its sharp claws, especially after witnessing the devastation wrought upon the trees. Come now, Waymar, do you not find this exhilarating? Aegon, ever the bold one, unsheathed his sword and stealthily approached the Shadowcat. Waymar indeed longed for the night's watch. He often spoke of joining them upon his 18th birthday, to venture beyond the wall into the haunted forests, seeking out the elusive creatures that threatened the realm. Yet he was not yet 14. Suppressing his rising dread, Waymar drew his own sword and cautiously followed Aegon. However, in his moment of distraction, Aegon vanished behind the trees, obscured from view. To make matters worse, the Shadowcat had also slipped away. Aegon, Waymar called softly, his voice barely above a whisper. When he finally mustered the courage to round the tree, he was taken aback. The diminutive Shadowcat lay affectionately in Aegon's embrace, who was feeding it morsels of fruit brought from Seagull town. What? Waymar found himself utterly bewildered. Despite the many years spent with Aegon, such a perilous situation had never unfolded like this. He gazed incredulously at the purring Shadowcat. Waymar, this is Adam, Aegon exclaimed, lifting the cat's face to meet Waymar's gaze. Waymar instinctively stepped back, raising his sword higher. Hey, do not frighten the cat, Aegon chided, cradling it once more. Earlier, while practicing mounted archery with your father, Lord Royce, I lost him in the underbrush and stumbled upon Adam. He is remarkably rare at such a young age. A Shadowcat this small would not survive 3 days in the valley, Waymar scoffed, though inwardly he thought that his father had yet to accompany him for archery practice. Thus, it seems fate has destined me to raise him, Aegon replied nonchalantly, grinning as he placed the Shadowcat upon a tree branch. Adam usually resides in a crevice up ahead. It's easy to defend, making it difficult for fiercer creatures to approach. A clever little feline, Adam silently navigated between the trees and the exposed rocky ground, slipping away from the sight of the two. Atis and Weema retraced their steps along the path they had taken. The distant sound of a bugle echoed several times. Weema glanced at Adis's dirt-streaked face, sometimes doubting whether this was truly the firstborn son of Lord Eileen, destined to inherit the entire valley. With this thought, Weema turned his face away in mild dismay. Although he anticipated a scolding from his father later, he refrained from voicing any complaints. The solitude of being the younger son weighed heavily upon him. "Weema, do you know I've been hunting with Sam lately?" Adis's voice broke through the air. "I know," Weema replied impatiently. He had to admit that among all his peers, Atis possessed the greatest knightly talent, whether it be in swordsmanship, spear, archery, or horsemanship. "I have caught many flocks of wild geese. I learned a bit from the nuns at the church and made this for you," Atis said, pulling out a feathered headpiece from his quiver. "You can wear it." Weema received the rather rough-looking headpiece, wrinkling his nose. "It's quite ugly." His shoulders shrugged awkwardly as he tried to avoid looking at Attis face the favored child of the valley, inheriting the beauty of Lady Eileen. Even at the tender age of 12, one could already glimpse the promise of his future valor. Atis noticed Weema's reaction and chuckled. "Hey, have you forgotten that next week is your naming day?" With that, he playfully punched Weema in the chest. Weema lowered his head, suppressing a smile as he pushed back against Atis, and they tumbled out of the woods together. The moment Weema stepped out of the trees, his father's tall and lean figure filled his vision. He swallowed hard, sensing trouble ahead. However, Sir Jorah Royce did not approach Weema, but called out to Atis beside him. "Atis, your father wishes for you to proceed to King's Landing immediately." "Why?" Weema interjected before Atis could respond, both of them equally puzzled as they stared at Jorah Royce. Since Atis left Eagle's Nest at the age of 9 to join the Royce family at Stonehaven, he had seldom seen his father, the Prime Minister, or his stepmother, Lisa Tully, who had accompanied him to King's Landing. In Adis's fading memories, his stepmother had gradually succumbed to madness after suffering numerous stillbirths. Initially courteous, she increasingly cast envious glances at him. Even during his years as Jorah's squire in Stonehaven, he often awoke in the night, startled by dreams of Lisa Tully's unsettling gaze. "I hear you have a brother," Jorah said, his gaze lingering on Weema. "Perhaps it would be best for me to wait until after Weema's 14th naming day next week before I set out." "Lord Royce," Atis replied softly, not immediately agreeing. "This is the Prime Minister's command," Atis, Jorah said, casting a significant glance at Weema. "However, gifts from Stonehaven and provisions for escorting the heir of Eagle's Nest must be prepared." Weema looked up at his father in disbelief, his eyes shining with hope. "I shall relay the heir's opinion to the Prime Minister," Jorah said before mounting his horse and departing. Atis and Weema exchanged smiles, mounting the horses provided by the attendants and heading towards Stonehaven. Once back in his chamber, Atis removed his sweat-stained garments and submerged himself in a wooden tub filled with warm water, allowing the comforting warmth to envelop him. Leaning against the edge of the tub, he gazed at the milky ceiling, reflecting on Jorah Royce's words. "I shall relay the heir's opinion to the Prime Minister." The heir of the valley, the Prime Minister. Atis felt a peculiar itch at the formality of these titles spoken by Jorah. He couldn't help but wonder what expression Jorah would wear if he were to address him daily as Lord of Stonehaven or Bronze Jorah. After his warm bath, Atis donned his velvet nightgown and reclined on his bed, reminiscing about his last heartfelt conversation with his father. At that time, Atis was devastated by the death of his hunting dog, which had been his companion for many years. He locked himself away, unwilling to see anyone. Yet, he could not prevent his father from entering. He remembered his father's gentle voice calling from outside the door. "Atis, Atis, I brought some honey and your favorite fruits." At first, Atis did not respond. "May I come in?" his father's voice asked again. "I want to be alone," Atis said, still sulking despite not seeing his father. "I wish it were so, but the scent of this honey is simply too sweet." The sound of metal clanging followed as his father pushed the door open. In that instant, Atis briefly forgot his sorrow over the loss of his beloved dog, for the first thing he saw was his father's head crowned with silver hair. "I have grown old beyond measure." Jorah's first words were surprisingly candid. His father paid no heed to Adis's silence, continuing to speak. "Dear Atis, during the rebellion led by Robert, I did not feel my age I was still capable of riding into battle. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. It wasn't until I found myself truly residing in the camp that I decisively abandoned that notion. His father raised his wrinkled face and raised an eyebrow at him. Afterward, I willingly entrusted the command of our troops to the youth-many young men from the Vale, the Riverlands, and even the North. Some I cherished. Having watched them grow up, others struck me as still too immature and in need of further training. But then, there was Seagull Town, the Midsummer Hall, the Battle of the Trident, and the Siege of Storm's End. Atris listened quietly as his father recounted this series of significant locations, knowing they were all pivotal moments of the rebellion. Many of these young men perished on a battlefield. They were mostly in the prime of their youth, yet their lives were extinguished in this unnecessary war. Many of my old friends, regardless of their noble or common status, vanished like shooting stars in the night sky of the Vale, his father said calmly, though his hollow eyes seemed to harbor the sorrowful depths of the valley's starry expanse. Suddenly, Joran shifted his tone. This sentiment is particularly strong when I recall the matters I ought to have addressed instead of wasting time on frivolities. He even winked at Atris. For the house of Eileen, primarily referring to you, Atris, his father said, gazing down at his curled-up self. Today, you mourn the death of your dog. Tomorrow, you will grieve for a friend lost. One day, I too shall pass from this world, perhaps sooner than expected. As the heir of the Vale, will you only shed tears? Honor above all, Atris, honor above all. Weeping will not enhance your glory. Bear your responsibilities, regardless of the nature of your king or the people you are sworn to protect. The cost of glory is steep. Relinquishing your cowardice requires the keen vision of an eagle and the readiness to strike at any moment, even at the price of shattering your bones. Afterward, his father hastily returned to King's Landing, and years passed without a word. Atris felt as if lead weighed heavily upon him. Each time he pondered his father's teachings about being the firstborn and heir, he grew weary. His dream had always been to traverse the known world from the lands of winter to the seas of summer, from Essos to the Shadow Land show, free and poetic that seemed, until he realized the profound implications of being the heir to the Vale. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the air. It is I, Anda Royce, the eldest son of Joran. Arthas pondered. Please wait a moment, Anda. He donned his attire and opened the door, revealing Anda, whose lean figure bore a striking resemblance to his father, with a sharp and astute countenance. Arthas gestured toward the golden wine on the round table behind him. A toast to your father's thoughtful hospitality. This golden wine from Chingting Island is truly refreshing. Anda merely nodded, seemingly eager to delve into the matter at hand. Arthas, I have heard that you have a younger brother. Anda took a sip of wine, fixing his gaze upon Arthas. The new eagle of the valley, I am well aware, Anda. I am delighted to have a brother. Arthas reclined comfortably in the adjacent chair, swaying slightly. Anda quickly grasped the situation and congratulated him. This is indeed a momentous occasion for the valley. Do extend my congratulations to Lord Eileen in King's Landing. He then shifted his tone. However, I harbor some concerns. I am informed that the baby is healthy and well-nourished, Anda. There is no need for worry. The Eileen family's eagles have always been robust, Arthas replied calmly. The young master's health is certainly not a cause for concern. Anda paused, but I worry for Lady Eileen. Arthas's first instinct was to think of his mother, Rhianna Eileen, but he quickly dismissed that notion, knowing that Anda referred to Lisa Tully or perhaps Lisa Eileen. Arthas offered no response, silently observing Anda. A hawk only lands once when capturing prey. It must observe carefully, he thought to himself. Lady Eileen seems perpetually anxious, Anda whispered. Many can attest to this. Rumors abound in the valley and King's Landing. Arthas remained silent. Seeing this, Anda seemed emboldened. It is not merely a matter of mental instability. I have heard whispers about her and Littlefinger. Anda swallowed nervously. Littlefinger is in King's Landing with Lisa. One must be wary of that cunning fellow from the Finger Peninsula, Arthas. A surge of distaste welled up within Arthas, yet he maintained an impassive expression. Projecting family unity was paramount for him. My brother is a true eagle, and Lady Lisa is a respected matron of the valley. The Royce family has sworn fealty to the Eileen family. You ought to be aware of that. Anda swallowed another sip of wine. Of course, we are aware the Royces will defend the honor of the Eileen family to the death. Honor, Arthas mused, feeling somewhat fatigued by the verbal games, his grip tightening around the wine goblet. Anda leaned closer to the table, speaking in hushed tones. It is not my intention to offend, but Lady Lisa's instability is common knowledge. Arthas recalled the look in Lady Lisa's eyes. Lord Arthas Eileen, the Royce family will steadfastly support you. and has seemingly conveyed all that needed to be said, before shifting the topic to the day of naming for Wema, laughter occasionally filling the room. After bidding Anda farewell, Arthas closed the door, reflecting on Anda's statements with growing concern. Did this represent the voice of the Valley's nobility? Ever since Lady Lisa's rather rude behavior at the banquet in Eagle's Nest, her emotional fluctuations have been keenly noted by the Valley's nobility, causing unease among many lords and landed knights. This land, surrounded by the Mingwe Mountains, had become accustomed to stability. Its inhabitants, including the nobility, were averse to erratic leadership. Setting aside other factors, the loyalty of the Royce family certainly resonated within him. Although Anda's manner was irksome, he could undoubtedly trust this family. He was a retainer of Bronze Joran Royce, and it was highly likely that he would be bestowed with the title of knight in the future. The political implications of this bond were unmistakable. And then there was the friendship with Wema. As for Littlefinger, ever since his father had entrusted him with the tax affairs of Seagull town, he had incited discontent among most of the Valley's nobility. They were primarily aggrieved that this minor noble from the Finger Peninsula could exert such dominance over the entire valley, using his influence in the court to pressure them financially, yet failing to express gratitude for the evident improvement in fiscal revenues. Lost in thought, Arthas drifted into slumber, recalling the Lynx Adam. His identity as the eldest son remained anchored in reality in his dreams. There was no Lord Arthas Eileen. Chapter 3. From Bloodgate to King's Landing. The naming day of Waymar was devoid of any significant activities. It was merely Sir Royce who took his 3 children into the woods for a hunting expedition. Waymar, exhilarated, managed to take down a rabbit himself, refusing to relinquish his quarry to the instructor, keeping it nestled within his hunting basket throughout the day. Unbeknownst to him, this rabbit had been specifically prepared for him as a prize. Yet the smile upon Lord Yoren's face and the surrounding cheers were sufficient to elate Waymar for quite some time. With minimal packing, he donned a fitted, lightweight suit of noble armor, adorned with a sky-blue eagle soaring against a white moon on his chest, while a similar eagle was embroidered on his blue cloak. Dozens of Valley knights, cloaked in blue, formed a protective circle around the convoy of Stonehill, which was escorted along the road by 100 free riders. The convoy was laden with countless gifts, jewels, and provisions, with Sir Yoren Royce himself leading the charge, walking alongside Artis as they proceeded toward King's Landing. From the very outset of the journey, Waymar trailed closely on horseback, reluctant to part ways as the caravan truly entered the valley. Artis noted that Waymar was still clutching the gift he had presented to him. With a simple wave, Artis turned without a backward glance, resuming his pace beside Lord Yoren into the depths of the valley. Prior to this, they had fed the lynx, Adam, together, allowing it to gradually become accustomed to Waymar's scent. Artis had requested Waymar to vow to care for Adam, and Waymar, with tears shimmering in his eyes, had solemnly obliged. The only conventional land route out of the valley led through Bloodgate onto the King's Road, which would then provide a seamless passage to King's Landing. Many valley inhabitants often opted for a more expedient route, sailing from Seagull town directly to the port of King's Landing. However, due to the necessity of meeting with the Knight Blackfish Brynlin at Bloodgate, they chose this particular path. The banners of House Arryn and House Royce unfurled in succession as the procession navigated the valley without obstruction until reaching Bloodgate. Artis dismounted. The narrow path leading to Bloodgate, although constructed of stone, was a formidable challenge for horseback passage. He gazed upwards, and beyond the stoneworks, the peaks suddenly unfolded, revealing endless green fields merging with the azure sky. The snow-capped summits glimmered like the finishing touch on a masterpiece, while the morning light bathed the entire Arryn Valley in a radiant glow, rendering the scene so breathtaking that it silenced the entire company, rendering them breathless. The caravan advanced slowly for 2 to 3 days, reaching the valley's depths, where the cliffs flanking Bloodgate began to emerge in the distance. The shadowy gorge obscured nearly all sunlight, casting an ominous darkness upon the procession. Ahead, the scouts of Bloodgate rode forth, clearing away deadwood and branches. As sweat soaked their armor, the caravan abruptly halted. Artis lifted his gaze to behold 2 colossal watchtowers clinging to the rocky outcrops, connected by a resilient archway of weathered yet indomitable gray stone. Chapter 4. At King's Landing, the opulent and resplendent carpets of the Red Keep were currently trodden underfoot by Aegon. While the fireplace in Prime Minister Jon Arryn's chamber blazed brightly, its flickering flames casting dancing shadows upon the walls, Aegon was entranced by the fiery spectacle within the hearth. Meanwhile, his father, Jon Arryn, paced impatiently in the corridor outside, where at the far end lay a small tower converted into a lavatory, and his stepmother, Lisa Tully, remained inside with her wailing infant brother. "Lisa, are you all right?" his father inquired, peering in, only to be met with the sounds of the baby's cries and Lisa's sharp rebukes. "Be patient, Jon." Aegon found the scene both amusing and disheartening, watching his father shake his head and retreat to the bedroom, where he sank into a plush chair with a heavy sigh. Observing his father's struggle to maintain composure and the dignity of his office, Aegon feared for his father's well-being. Moments later, Lisa entered the chamber, cradling the child. The infant's pallid face was framed by large, curious eyes that roamed the room until they settled on Aegon, who met the gaze with a playful wink. Rising to greet Lisa, he said, "Madam, it has been too long. You remain as lovely as ever." Lisa appeared more haggard, her figure increasingly plump and slack, her pale visage adorned with powder, yet her flowing auburn hair cascaded like a vibrant waterfall, retaining its beauty. With a wide smile, she exclaimed, "Aegon, come see your brother." "May I hold him?" Aegon inquired. Lisa hesitated, her response slightly delayed. Of course, as the little one was transferred from his mother's embrace, his limbs flailed, and he began to wail, only to find something in his mouth. With wide eyes, he gazed at Aegon, and in a playful nibble. Aegon's finger was caught between his gummy jaws, though it caused no pain. Aegon smiled at Lisa, remarking, "It seems my brother clearly prefers his mother." Lisa proudly took the child back into her arms. Jon, relishing the moment, held a goblet and grinned widely, rocking in his chair as the warmth from the fireplace enveloped them. The Arryn family, reunited after years apart, finally basked in the comfort of the Prime Minister's residence. "I intend to name him Robert, in honor of King Robert," his father declared, taking a sip of wine as he addressed Aegon and Lisa. "Oh, my dear Robin, may the valiant King Robert bestow upon him courage and strength," Lisa said, planting a deep kiss upon Robert's forehead. As twilight descended, the servants of the Red Keep prepared a simple dinner in the bedroom, and Jon finally extricated himself from the burdens of state affairs, appearing relaxed as he enjoyed a meal with his family. Chapter 5. The peculiar banditry. At the tender age of 12, Aegon arrived in King's Landing for the first time. When the White Knight, Ser Barristan Selmy, and his father, the Prime Minister, personally escorted him out of the city back to the Vale. He had only spent a fortnight in the capital. As the firstborn of the Vale, he was required to visit every family and vassal within the region. Once again, Lord Jon Royce accompanied him, but before their departure, he clashed with his father once more. "With all due respect, my Lord Aelin, you are rather too trusting of others," Royce exclaimed in anger. "Trust is the cornerstone of mutual cooperation," the father replied, and ultimately, the two parted on unfriendly terms. The surrounding knights and attendants exchanged glances, relieved when the conversation concluded, promptly following their lord. Atris noted that the crux of the dispute between his father and Lord Royce revolved around the customs duties of Seagull Town, the fortification expansion along the Vale's coastline. The ownership of the Vale, whether it belonged to House Tully or House Arryn, and even the sovereignty of the Crabclaw Peninsula. Despite the outwardly amicable facade between the two families, the vassals beneath House Arryn were restless, with discontent slowly brewing. "Your father remains far too weak in this regard." Jon kicked the horse beneath him, unabashedly expressing his dissatisfaction in Adis's presence. "He has entrusted the Vale's finances to that cunning Littlefinger, handed the Bloodgate over to the Tullus, and no one knows who is managing the Eyrie. As the chief steward of House Arryn, Nestor idles away his days at Moongate." Jon clenched his fists and sighed, gazing at the increasingly overcast sky. Atris recalled his father's advice. Atris, the lords of the Vale abound with ambition, and Jon Royce is one of them. But trust his loyalty. He is simply too attached to the Vale. He is adept at leading troops and resolving lordly disputes. Yet he should not meddle in diplomacy and trade. Royce's assessment startled Atris. "Our Lord Aelin manages foreign affairs rather commendably, managing to mitigate the stench of King Robert's dealings. Yet he has utterly botched the domestic matters of the Vale." Atris had always regarded Jon's words as representative of the prevailing views among the Vale's nobility. Yet he found himself at a loss to discern the truth. A sudden downpour swept through, the erratic rain streaking the sky as the party resumed their journey after a brief respite at an inn. Adis's small horse maintained a slow and steady gait amidst the rain, accustomed to the heavy downpours of the Vale. The journey from King's Landing had revealed a monotonous gray sky, barren mountains, and fields that had turned lifeless in just 2 weeks. The once vibrant land now seemed desolate. The grain left to dry on the road was likely gathered by the farmers, and the King's Road had transformed into a muddy quagmire, making it exceedingly difficult for wagons to traverse. Jon and the other knights of the Vale had dismounted to walk, while Atris lagged behind the group, assisting the stablemaster from Stonehenge along with a blacksmith and servant from Whitestone in pushing a laden cart. A week later, back in the Vale, he found himself once more standing upon the stone bridge of Bloodgate, gazing down the mountain path from whence he came, uncertain of what lay ahead in this land. Chapter 6. The Rebellion in the Longbow Hall. 1. Sir Jon Royce tacitly permitted Waymar to accompany Atris, leading the remaining hundreds of troops from Whitestone to follow Atris, calling back his two sons to join him in the name of Atris as they set out. Atris carefully considered the contents of the letter, which left him with an unsettled heart. The most significant revelation in the letter is the demise of the venerable Earl Ian Hunter, who had governed Longbow Hall for nearly 60 years. His death was not the result of a sudden illness. Rather, according to the firm assertions in my father's correspondence, it was his eldest son and heir, Jacewood Hunter, who conspired to poison the Earl. Furthermore, Jacewood has imprisoned his youngest brother, Harlan Hunter. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty of the prison warden to the Earl, such information might never have escaped Longbow Hall. With the warden's assistance, young Harlan managed to disseminate the news of Jacewood's treachery, even informing his father that the recent bandit incursions into the valley were not aided by the Ironborn, but rather facilitated by the traitor Jacewood, who had relaxed the stringent defenses of the Five Fingers Peninsula. The hired pirates harrying the valley had but one objective: to force the valiant and commanding younger son, Eustace Hunter, to lead his cavalry away from Longbow Hall in pursuit of the brigands, thereby placing the entire hall under the sway of the traitorous Jacewood. Harlan claimed to have witnessed countless brigands overtaking the castle, with the ladies of the household suffering dire fates. My father is wholly convinced of Harlan's truthfulness. He does not believe Harlan would lie, given the Earl's well-known affection for his youngest son throughout the valley. After careful consideration, he resolved to lead an expedition against Longbow Hall to seek justice. The letter notes that Harlan requested the jailer to send the message directly to King's Landing. However, the jailer, unlike the scholar, could not command the ravens and could only relay messages within the valley. Reluctantly, Harlan asked the jailer to send the letter to Eagle's Nest. Strangely, I pondered, why did this youngest hunter not request that the letter be delivered to Nestor Royce, the steward of the Vale, nor to the Citadel to inform the rightful heir of the valley, but instead chose to send it to the Eagle's Nest, which was solely managed by the scholar? Moreover, it is curious that my father did not explicitly state the rationale for my leadership in his correspondence. He merely indicated that I should uphold justice and restore honor. Such a monumental affair, one that pertains to the illustrious nobility of the valley, cannot simply be delegated to me for the sake of gaining prestige and honor. Even if Lord Arryn is the true commander, in my estimation, the most prudent course of action would be to dispatch forces from both Moongate and the Citadel overland. One contingent clearing the bandit-infested roads of the Vale and rendezvousing with Eustace Hunter, while the other flanks Longbow Hall by traversing the Moonshadow Mountains. Simultaneously, Seagull Town should deploy a fleet to blockade the Five Fingers Peninsula, and it would be ideal if King's Landing could also send a naval force. This is a matter of great import concerning a noble rebellion, as the traitorous Jacewood, who has committed patricide and broken oaths, seems to have everything in his favor. Chapter 7. The Rebellion at Longbow Hall. 2. Lord Arryn was not extricated from the heap of bodies until dawn, gasping faintly. His sword was broken, his helmet marred, and his breastplate bore a deep dent from a heavy blow. The famed bronze armor, which should have adorned him, was instead worn by his eldest son, Andar, possibly contributing to his defeat. The military physician placed Lord Arryn within the command tent, where Atris, Eustace, and the three brothers of the Royce family, Anda, Robart, and Wyma, were gathered. Anda, filled with remorse, lamented that the Highland clan had attacked the western camp, and those damned pirates were besieging their father, clad in heavy armor. He cast a glance at Eustace, who met his gaze and candidly remarked, "It is the weaponry of the Longbow Hall." Robart examined Arryn's injuries and inquired, "Is father gravely wounded?" The physician, not a scholar nor a silent sister, but one brought from the city of runes, replied, "The Count is not in dire peril. He may, however, succumb to a long unconsciousness." Wyma furrowed his brow tightly, unable to fathom how his resilient father could now appear so frail. After a moment of silence, Eustace addressed the three Royces within the tent, stating, "Lord Arryn lies in a deep stupor, yet the march must persist. We require a commander." Anda glanced at Atris. Robart frowned at Eustace, while Wyma remained fixated on his father. "I propose that in the name of Aelin, Atris Aelin ought to assume command of the army," Eustace declared bluntly, clearly disinterested in further debate. Anda nodded in agreement, raising no objections. After all, how had the pirates managed to pinpoint Lord Arryn's location during last night's assault? It was evident they had concentrated their forces to execute a decapitation strike. "Robart," responsible for the scouts, sighed and remarked, "The scouts have reported that the Highland clan has been trailing us, numbering around 200. Perhaps they provided intelligence through their observations." Upon hearing this, Wyma gazed at Robart in disbelief, his face trembling with anger. "Then why? Why did you not inform us?" Lord Yorn had believed that the pirates and the Highland clan were two separate factions with no connection, and he was confident that the Highland clan would not dare to attack. Eustace answered on Robart's behalf. Robart shrugged, expressing his helplessness. How could father be so confident? The Highland clan are mere brigands who can be bought with a mere pittance of arms and supplies. Wyma shouted in frustration. Atris steadied Wyma's agitated form and spoke in a low voice. "Calm yourself, Wyma. If they could simply be bought off, the valley would not require fortification against them." He closed his eyes, resignedly stating, "The news has been leaked to the pirates by the Highland clan. The Longbow Hall must have already detected our movements, and we can no longer launch a surprise attack." He turned to Eustace, whose original plan had been to utilize the Longbow Hall's ignorance of the betrayal. Chapter 8. The aftermath of rebellion. The prosperous knights of the Five-Finger Peninsula gathered at the coastline, where the surging waves crashed against the deep, black rocks. In the distance, the sails of the pirate ships flailed helplessly as the cold sea wind caused them to shudder. "Lord Atris is remarkably astute," Robart remarked leisurely while riding his horse. Behind him, dozens of knights gazed intently into the distance, while only a few mercenary knights and hired soldiers lay prostrate on the ground, scavenging the bodies of the pirates along the shore in search of valuable trinkets. Wyma cast a disdainful glance at the dishonorable figures crawling on the ground and let out a derisive snort. A lean mercenary, perpetually bent over in search of spoils, lifted his head upon hearing a commotion. It appeared that a knight looked disdainfully upon our ragtag group. His face, gaunt like that of a famished wolf, bore a sharpness that commanded attention. Wyma, with an air of indignation, cast his gaze downward, for true knights never stoop to plunder the belongings of the deceased. "Oh, it seems the knight does not wish to extract honor from this collection of corpses," the mercenary quipped sarcastically. Wyma furrowed his brow in puzzlement, perplexed by the implication. The mercenary discovered a silver bracelet, gently blowing off the dust while wiping it clean with his gloved hand. Standing upright, he chuckled. Lowly mercenaries seize wealth from their enemies to sustain their lives, whereas noble knights claim honor from their foes to carve their names into history. Noticing Wyma's contemptuous expression, the mercenary continued with a grin, "In essence, we are quite alike, my lord. Were I born in the same castle and family as you, I too would ride a grand steed, parading my most haughty visage along the seashore, reveling in the ocean breeze." This remark elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding knights, causing Wyma's face to flush with embarrassment, especially as he caught sight of his brother Robb laughing the hardest. As the merriment enveloped them, a multitude of banners rose on the distant horizon, the largest bearing the blue moon eagle standard of House Arryn, surrounded by the radiant banners of House Greyjoy, depicting a blazing tower against a fiery red backdrop. "Reinforcements from Seagull town," Wyma murmured softly. The pirate ship gradually sank beneath the waves, not a sound of its demise echoing forth. Only the relentless roar of the ocean remained. When I arrived in the valley with my comrades, many residents spoke of their lord, Atris, possessing the keen eyes of an eagle, capable of discerning the sins of all without exception. The mercenary approached Wyma's warhorse, gazing at the pirate ship as it slipped beneath the surface. Robb's voice resonated behind him. "Indeed, had you been present during the Longbow Hall affair, the impact would have been even more profound." Adis's gaze seems to pierce through all lies and truths. "Ha, my lord. The tale of Longbow Hall has likely spread across the Seven Kingdoms, at the very least throughout the valley," the mercenary laughed. Wyma remained silent. Having known from a young age that Atris possessed striking features, always perceptive to the subtle shifts in his surroundings, save for the unfortunate incident regarding the guest. Chapter 9. The parting scheme. In the year 296 Aegon's Landing, the celebration of Prince Joffrey's 10th name day was set to take place, and in accordance with King Robert's tradition, a tournament named in honor of Joffrey would be held in King's Landing. Atris intended to seize this opportunity to confront his father and express his suspicions face to face. Even by nightfall, the other side of Longbow Hall was ablaze with light. Robb led the cavalry into the city, observing the raucous and jubilant throngs, with knights' tents haphazardly pitched within the castle's courtyard. It seemed that Lord Hightower lacked experience in hosting disreputable knights. The mercenary, Boron, whistled merrily atop his steed, filled with joy, for the trustworthy Robb Royce had compensated him handsomely, allowing him to return from the Fingers to Longbow Hall with a song in his heart, strumming a harp along the way, filled with mirth and laughter. Weimer was taken aback by the unexpected talent of this seemingly disheveled mercenary who also possessed the skills of a minstrel. "My good sir, you are unaware of the myriad surprises that lie ahead," Boron remarked, leaning closer to Weimer's face with a teasing tone. Robert, who held a deep admiration for this mercenary, chimed in with a grin. "Weimer, do not let him mock you. Play us a tune." He wielded his sword like a conductor's baton, swaying it before Weimer, his words laced with brotherly jest and encouragement. "Come now, Weimer, let your fingers dance while we sing." Weimer's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as he struggled to refuse the playful banter. Grabbing Boron's harp, he plucked its strings tentatively, only to be met with a cacophony of cheers and jeers from the Valley Knights and surrounding mercenaries. "Well played, sir. And what on earth is that, sir?" echoed around him. Frustrated, Weimer continued to play, yet the raucous mercenaries remained out of sync, failing to follow the rhythm. To his relief, Boron came to his aid, suggesting, "Let us sing the bear and the beautiful maiden instead." At last, Weimer returned to a familiar melody, the harp joyfully weaving through the air, while the Valley Knights clapped their shields in time. The mercenaries raised their voices in song, and even Boron's raspy, unmelodious singing struck a chord of delight in Weimer's ears. Their jubilant melodies, however, were no match for the chaotic din emanating from the Longbow Hall. The ravens of Longbow Hall remained unclaimed, as the scholar who once served the Hightower family had perished in the dungeons, and a new scholar had yet to be appointed. Meanwhile, Artis had long since taught himself the lore of the ravens, though he had never ventured to the scholarly city to claim the craftsmanship of a necklace. He had taken over the ravens and had been assisting Eustace in corresponding with the lords of the valley, as well as with King's Landing and the scholarly city. Following Eustace's receipt of a letter from his father and the Count's appointment in the names of Robert and Jon Arryn, the earlier discontent regarding Artis gradually faded as he gained complete control over Longbow Hall and the maritime defenses of the Fingers Peninsula. He arranged numerous services for Artis, evidenced by the piles of books in Artis's chambers and the ever-changing maids attending to him. He dispatched individuals to search. Chapter 10. Return to King's Landing. Artis returned to the Stone City, where Count Yorn had set up an elaborate reception several miles away. Numerous banners lined the fields, stretching as far as the eye could see. The banners of the Burning Tower and the orange-stoned herald stood prominently at the forefront, corresponding to the leaders of the Seagull town's Glaffson family and the Royce family of Stone City, who rode side by side. A multitude of battle standards billowed fiercely in the brisk wind, as lords from the various valleys of the northern Crab Bay gathered here. Artis even spotted the banners of families from around the Vale, such as those of Heartsholme and Iron Oak. The leaders and firstborns of each house occupied the front rows of the welcoming party, their practical yet imposing Vale-style armor gleaming softly, reflecting the sunlight like a lake shimmering with rippling waves. The atmosphere was imbued with solemnity and gravity, as if the divine will itself were being honored, strictly observed by both parties. Artis slowly emerged from the ranks, his warhorse calmly raising its head. Yorn Royce dismounted, and many of the lordly knights followed suit, their movements synchronized and harmonious, resembling a flowing cascade of hills and whirlwinds in the distance. Yorn approached Atris, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed upon the bloodstains on Adis's chainmail. "The valley lacks a hero, Atris," he murmured. "In this age, few can rival your prowess." The young heirs of the valley stood behind him, their eyes alight with fervor as they looked up to Atris. Yorn turned, drawing his longsword. "Lords of the valley, knights of the valley, young squires aspiring to become great knights." He pointed at Atris, regarding the youth who had discerned the treachery of the oaths breakers. "He has vanquished the pirates who dared invade our homeland. Just recently, he eradicated the most formidable mountain clan from the Vale of Aelin, the accursed Rat clan. How many of our young knights have fallen victim to their assaults? How many maidens and ladies from our families have been abducted by these savages? By the 7 gods above, do I need to remind you of which sister, which daughter, which kin of yours was taken?" Yorn Royce roared like a beast to the young men behind him. "No," the knights cried in unison. "I ask you, who has avenged us? Who has brought us renown? Who has enabled our valley's knights to soar over the moon mountains, the giant's lance? Henceforth, who does not know of the mighty eagles of the Vale? Who among the common folk is unaware of the knights of the gorge?" Yorn's voice rang with fervor as he wielded his longsword, his voice growing hoarse, as if the very valley trembled in response. "Atris, Atris, Atris." The lords of the valley echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the forest. Behind Atris, knights such as Weimar and Robb drew their swords, even the mercenaries joining in. "Atris, Atris, Atris." A lynx named Adam, drawn by the commotion, leaped from the satchel hanging by the saddle to perch upon Adis's left shoulder, revealing its sharp fangs. This scene did not intimidate the crowd. Chapter 11. The Tournament. 1. Outside the city walls, on the banks of the Blackwater River, over 100 tents were erected, adorned with dozens of banners. From the battlements, it appeared as though a flowing rainbow river contrasted vividly with the dark, foul-smelling waters of the Blackwater. Thousands of common folk surged in a throng outside the city gates, while the noble women glided through in their ornate litters. Knights and their squires moved in pairs, making it difficult for the residents and nobles to remain separated by status. King's Landing is too crowded, Weimar complained. Atris shook off the mud from his cloak, dismissing the matter nonchalantly. You should have ventured beyond the Vale sooner, Weimar. Weimar flushed. He had only left Stone's Landing 3 times in his life. The first occasion was to visit Seagull town to see the sea, while his father, Lord Yorn, had taken him to witness the Valley's warships and understand their construction, yet Weimar only remembered the boundless ocean. Consequently, when they returned to Stone's Landing and Lord Yorn quizzed him on the knowledge of ships he had previously discussed, he stammered, unable to answer a single question. Atris had heard from Master Sam that Lord Yorn was so enraged that his beard stood on end. Atris recalled the time he attended Lord Nestor's naming day at Moongate Fortress. Upon returning to Runestone City and hearing about the event, he felt a profound sense of ennui regarding his own attendance at the banquet. Regretting not having accompanied Weimar to Seagull town to witness the bustling trade port and the vibrant city. Weimar's second departure from Runestone City was to partake in a hunt within the territory of the Royce family vassals. What left the deepest impression on him was Coldwater City, solely due to the striking beauty of Baron Covart's daughter, who possessed a voice akin to that of a lark. Weimar had confided in Atris that he was deeply captivated by the young lady. Atris was well aware of this infatuation. Upon returning to Runestone City, Weimar seemed to lose focus in all his endeavors, often gazing up at the blue sky with a foolish grin on his face. Even enduring the jests of his 2 brothers without the usual retort, embodying the resolute suitor from a chivalric tale, disdainful of those devoid of love. As time passed, his feelings ebbed like the retreating tide, leaving Weimar wishing to disappear into the ground, berating himself for his earlier foolishness on several occasions. The 3rd time was during the military expedition to Longbow Hall. Now they found themselves in King's Landing, the capital of the realm. The banner of House Arryn fluttered before the Red Keep, with the Blue Cloak Guard and the Gold Cloak Guard stationed on either side of the road. A grand litter was positioned in the middle of the guards, and from afar, Atris observed his father conversing with Andar. A weight akin to heavy stones filled Attis's heart as he approached, his anxiety ebbing as he neared his father. Thankfully, he noted, his father had not changed much in the past 4 years. He and Weimar dismounted. Atris stepped forward, swallowing his words. Chapter 12. The Tournament. 2. The crowd beyond the barriers erupted in applause. Among the nobles, Atris engaged in hushed conversation with the nearby Lord Baelish. King Robert watched as the last 2 knights on the field discarded their shields and weapons, opting for close combat, excitedly slapping his thigh and exclaiming, "Well done." The king led the cheers, with women and many nobles from Storm's End and the Crownlands joining in the acclaim. Peter Baelish arrived fashionably late. Upon noticing Atris's gaze upon him, he smiled and remarked, "Long time no see, Lord Arryn." Atris nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I often visit the Vale, my lord, for it is indeed our homeland." Lord Baelish laughed heartily at this, saying, "That depends on when my dear brother can produce gold from dung. Ha ha ha." Atris joined in the laughter. Peter then settled beside the dashing Lord Hightower in the nearby riverbank, engaging in light banter that elicited laughter from Lord Hightower. "Lord Baelish is quite the eloquent speaker," remarked Lord Bale. "Peter Baelish seems fitting." Atris turned to Lord Bale, inquiring, "In what manner is it fitting, my lord?" Lord Bale stretched lazily, gazing down at the next round of melee teams emerging on the field, originating from the smallest peninsula of the Fingers. His influence within the court is often inadvertently overlooked. Lacking status and an army, he possesses the ability to deliver a fatal blow at critical moments. A smile graces the lips of Lannister, as he remarks, "Even the smallest finger can slay, cannot it? Adys, do not address me as my lord. Simply call me Lannister." Adys listens in silence, offering no further words. Lannister squints slightly, as the sounds of screams and howls swirl around him. "I find you quite likable, you know, Adys. You possess a melancholic beauty that is truly captivating." Adys, sounding somewhat peculiar, responds, "Thank you for your compliment, my lord." Lannister. Suddenly, the referee calls out loudly. Only Garland Tyrell from Highgarden and Garland Hightower from Old Town remain in the arena. "Isn't this a battle of the Second Sons?" "Ha ha ha," roars Robert. his excitement palpable as he takes a hearty swig of wine. "Finish him off, lad." Aedes focuses intently as Sir Garland, fully equipped with shield and steel sword, carefully protects his vital areas while steadily advancing towards Sir Garland. Garland, gripping his long sword with both hands, appears to intimidate with confidence, occasionally roaring to display his fighting spirit, which draws cheers from the audience. "Finish him, Garland." "Overturn his shield." "Why bring a shield, coward?" Sir Garland remains steadfast, unfazed by the surrounding commotion, while Garland hastens towards him, attempting to strike from the side. However, Garland seizes the opportunity and counters effectively. Chapter 13. The Tournament. 3. In the Prime Minister's parlor, the fireplace crackles, casting a warm glow upon the father's face. He holds a pen, meticulously reviewing the resolutions discussed in the Royal Council. Aedes dons a light chainmail, placing his helmet atop his father's desk, while he enjoys a locally brewed barley ale. Its bitter taste somewhat disagreeable to him. "Father," Aedes begins, "was the decision to send me to the Longbow Hall made personally by you?" The father sets down his papers, lifting his gaze with slight delay. "Of course, you need experience, and you have exceeded my expectations, have you not?" Aedes leans forward. "Father, I wish to know who provided counsel during your deliberations." His father chuckles at this. "At that time, it seemed to me a private matter of the Vale. No one was aware of the stir we were causing. Did you not mention this to anyone?" Aedes inquires. The fire in the hearth crackles more vigorously, creating an oppressive heat in the room, prompting his father to rise and draw back the curtains, opening the window to let in the evening breeze from King's Landing. "The weather has turned somewhat chilly. Perhaps we should close the window, father," Aedes suggests. His father waves his hand dismissively. "You do not understand, Aedes. The wind aids in clearer thought. It is a blessing from the gods," Aedes concedes, shifting into a more comfortable position in the armchair. After a considerable time, as Aedes nears the brink of slumber, his father's voice finally breaks the silence. "The assassin of quills. At long last." Artist grasped the information he had long sought, his fatigue vanishing as he turned his gaze towards his father's silhouette. Regrettably, the sum for the guest of misfortune was not insignificant, though it paled in comparison to that of the Black and White House. His father pivoted, pondering whether the guest of misfortune prepared by Harlan Hunt was indeed not aimed at their family S. Eustace. Artist nodded affirmatively, responding with certainty, "It is definitely not." With that, he set down his goblet, fully aware that the Hunt family could not afford the payment for the guest of misfortune. He wandered about the Longbow Hall, having lingered for quite some time, and noted that the Hunt household's servants held little desire to eliminate the heir of the Vale. Jon Arryn's eyes gradually narrowed, a sharp glint appearing upon his countenance. "I cannot fathom who might so disregard honor." He paused. "Except for Robert. I have mentioned this matter to Lisa." Artist felt a tightening in his chest. "I spoke of this with Lisa. She expressed a wish for you to serve as a valiant knightly example for young Robin. He falls ill far too easily, much like I did in my childhood," his father sighed. "Yoren brought less than 1,000 men. His overconfidence is something I had not anticipated." Artist silently concurred, acknowledging that he too had not foreseen this. Chapter 14. The Tournament. 4. The archery contest was inherently a jubilation for the common heroes, with a champion's prize of 5,000 golden dragons compelling every participant to risk their lives for victory. Even many affluent knights from the Crownlands and the fallen nobility of the Crabclaw Peninsula shunned the more fiercely competitive justs, opting instead to contend in the archery contest alongside the common folk. Artist donned a simple tunic, ensuring he did not appear ostentatious in the archery arena, while the eagle claw brooch of House Arryn secured his blue cloak at the back. Wema, never one to seek opulence, wore a brown-gray tunic paired with a black headscarf, standing at the sidelines to instruct his 12-year-old squire on how to handle the bow. The squire's stiff fingers struggled to draw the bowstring, while Wema appeared even tenser than the lad, as the surrounding competitors watched with keen interest. "Had I known, I would not have taught him here. Damn it." Wema cursed inwardly. "Can this child even draw a bow, my lord?" A green-scarfed commoner jeered from the side, eyes glinting with malice. "Look at his face, all flushed. He resembles me when I'm at home." Another chimed in, mockingly mimicking a relieved posture. Laughter erupted among the crowd, prompting Wema to angrily escort his squire away from the scene, the squire's wide eyes betraying an expression of innocence. Artist sat in the stands, his shield carried by a blue-cloaked knight from the Vale, prepared for any unforeseen events during the contest. Sir Baron Selwyn of Storm's End was the favored contender for victory, mounted upon a magnificent steed, a finely crafted longbow slung across his shoulder, radiating confidence as he surveyed the noisy throng. The crowd likely recognized him as a knight, falling silent and parting to grant him passage. Weema muttered discontentedly, venting his frustrations upon the squire, his lips a flurry of movement. Yet, the squire seemed oblivious, gazing enviously at the dashing Sir Baron clad in resplendent armor. Following the discovery by Weimar, he felt his pride wounded and removed his cloth gloves to strike the servant sharply on the forehead. However, Aedys' attention was drawn to a young lad among the gathered commoners at the sidelines, who clutched a rough short bow and gazed enviously at the justers, an expression of discontent evident in his eyes. No one anticipated the arrival of the king's carriage. The ostentatious Baratheon banner boldly entered the tournament grounds, flanked by 3 Kingsguard knights on horseback, their swords drawn. The youthful and handsome Ser Jaime held his helmet tucked under his arm, his golden armor glinting resplendently, while the other 2 donned the standard white attire of the Kingsguard, complete with capes. With a resounding thud, Robert leapt from the carriage, followed closely by the Kingsguard dismounting in unison. To Aedys' surprise, Prince Joffrey trailed behind Robert, his ear firmly grasped by Robert's hand, tears glistening on his cheeks. Aedys, Robert beckoned him. A sense of foreboding washed over Aedys as he glanced at Joffrey, who bore a striking resemblance to his mother. The archery contest had concluded, and Ser Baron Swan proudly accepted the king's perfunctory verbal commendation, riding his fine steed Storm, parading around the arena to the crowd's applause. Aedys was indifferent. Ser Baron was among the few nobles participating in the archery event, and his superior longbow provided him with an advantage in long-range shooting, while the intricately designed short bow served as an excellent aid for quick shots, making his victory entirely expected. The young lad Aedys had noticed earlier had yet to leave the tournament grounds, tightening the strings of his homemade short bow. He stood tall, fixated on the eagle claw brooch on Aedys' cloak, then glanced back at the blue-cloaked soldiers of House Arryn behind him, brushed off the dust from his garments, and prepared to depart. Aedys appreciated the intensity of his gaze, a vigor he had never encountered before. While it bore a semblance to the defiance Weimar had displayed after being bested by him in previous tournaments, the young lad's demeanor felt entirely distinct from Weimar's. "Do you wish to participate in the archery contest? Why not sign up?" Aedys inquired. The young lad halted, turning back with a look of confusion. Upon seeing Aedys, adorned in cloth armor, yet exuding an unmistakable aristocratic elegance, he derisively replied, "Nobles like you would never understand." He intended to ignore Aedys and resumed his stride. Aedys comprehended the sentiment behind that gaze. It was the defiance of a commoner against the aristocracy. "Can you enlighten me?" Aedys maintained his courtesy, approaching the lad. The young man turned around, impatiently uttering 2 words, "No money." Aedys was taken aback, perplexed, for the tournament typically required only an identity declaration without any financial obligation, as per the regulations. It was then that he grasped the underlying complexities. The lad's disdainful expression became apparent as he regarded Aedys with scorn. "Are you the much-lauded Lord Arryn? I recognize your family insignia." Atis did not respond to the awkward inquiry, but directly stated, "Those responsible for the archery competitions targeting civilians will indeed accept payment, correct?" The young man gazed at Atis as if he were a fool, a smirk dancing on his lips. Did they dare to accept money from a noble? Atis smiled back at him, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Ongai," he replied, a provocative look in his eyes, even whistling at Atis. The blue-robed figure behind him suddenly drew his sword, positioning it at Ongai's throat. "My lord, I could slay him with a single stroke." Ongai instantly straightened, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed on the sword's gleaming blade. Atis subtly gestured for calm, and the blue-robed man's sword withdrew from Ongai's neck. Chapter 16. The Tournament. 6. The usually proud Jaime Lannister, upon witnessing Atis topple Balistan, furrowed his brow tightly, shock evident on his face. King Robert was the first to rise, applauding and pulling the hand of the Prime Minister in jubilant celebration. Their father looked at Atis with a sense of pride, while his other hand was mechanically waved by Robert, the crowd seemingly accustomed to the king's lack of decorum as they cheered for the victor. Balistan clumsily rose from the ground, his attendant hastily rushing to assist him. Removing his helmet with both hands, he lifted his head to face Atis, who was basking in the accolades and cheers of the crowd. "You have grown. Your skills are more refined." Balistan calmly accepted the wet cloth from his attendant to wipe his face, smiling at Atis. Atis dismounted and politely responded, "It was merely luck, Lord Balistan." Balistan shook his head with resignation. "No need for such modesty, Atis." He turned away in silence, with his attendant following closely, the white sword clanking against his chest. The warhorse that had collapsed on the ground regained its footing, rising unsteadily, obediently accepting the reins from the attendant. The 2 men and their steed exited to the sound of the crowd's cheers, chasing the shadows of their triumph. Upon returning from the arena, Ongai promptly offered a cup of cool water, which Atris accepted without hesitation, drinking it down swiftly. He needed to hasten to the stands. The next match featured Weimer. After a brief respite, Weimer mounted his horse, and upon seeing his opponent, his expression visibly faltered. A massive figure loomed atop the steed, a gigantic helmet obscuring half his face, revealing terrifying eyes that seemed to gaze upon the dead. The mountain. Atris felt his throat tighten. He had only heard of his infamous reputation before. Seeing him in person was utterly inhuman. The referee remained unfazed, instead encouraging the crowd. Presenting Sir Gregor Clegane from Clegane's Keep, he spread his arms wide to the spectators below, his piercing voice grating on the ears. Kill that shorty. Everyone has bet on your victory, Mountain. Many in the crowd wagered their gold dragons on the Mountain, immediately pressuring Weimer with their words. Weimer calmly accepted the lance. Securing his face guard, tightening his shield, raising the lance slightly, and lowering his body, while his horse gradually silenced its movements. The Mountain's steed stumbled. But its massive size would not necessarily affect the outcome of the lance competition. He grumpily restrained his mount, awkwardly moving forward. Lance competition. Begin. The referee abruptly waved his flag. Weimer steadied his steed, opting for a gradual acceleration that he was most accustomed to. Emotion, however, was clearly unaccustomed to such restraint. He abruptly yanked at his horse, causing it to bolt forward in pain. The stark contrast in their sizes demanded Attis's full attention. As their lances clashed, he furrowed his brow, only relaxing when he noticed Weimer still mounted. Weimer deftly evaded the powerful thrust of Emotion's lance, retaliating with his own strike. Chapter 17, The Tournament, and Attis. The Eagle of the Valley. Defeat this vulture. Go, big guy. The crowd erupted as the lances of Attis and Emotion collided, splintering upon impact. In this initial encounter, Attis clearly sensed Emotion's formidable strength. Unperturbed, he swiftly accepted the lance handed to him by Ange, lowering its tip once more and charging forward on his steed. Emotion, though slightly slower, possessed keen awareness. Leveraging his massive physique, he pressed down with his lance, creating an overwhelming force akin to Mount Tide bearing down upon him, which felt particularly oppressive amidst the momentum of the galloping horse. Attis slightly spread his arms, and Emotion distinctly noticed that Attis's shield did not entirely cover his chest, revealing a fleeting gap. With a menacing grin, he fixated on his target and thrust his lance with ferocity. In response, Attis rapidly retracted his shield and pivoted inward, the shield absorbing the violent impact, shattering into fragments that flew forth, leaving him momentarily unarmed. Emotion's eyes widened as he realized how close Attis had come, the intensity in Attis's gaze piercing through the air. A sharp pain struck Emotion's chest, and he felt himself separating from his steed as the sound of his shattered lance echoed in his ears, causing him to collapse. At that instant, the arena erupted in cheers of Attis, filling the air. Attis, however, refrained from celebration. He dismounted, drawing the sword handed to him by Ange. Turning, he found Emotion, now grasping his massive sword, charging at him in a fit of rage, threatening, "I will personally end you." Both combatants engaged in hand-to-hand combat simultaneously. The referee, brimming with excitement, remarked on the unfolding clash. Emotion eschewed tactical finesse, mirroring his previous encounter with Weimer, as he swung his colossal sword down from above. Likely startling any ordinary knight, Attis nimbly sidestepped the blow, akin to an eagle swooping down on its prey, delivering a deft cut across Emotion's face, blood immediately seeping from the wound. Emotion cried out in anguish, abandoning any pretense of distance as he charged directly at Attis, relying on his physical advantage. Attis, surprisingly agile, tilted slightly, rolling to evade the charge. As he passed by Emotion's side, his sword once again glided effortlessly, leaving another crimson mark across Emotion's visage. The colossal sword of the mountain swung sideways, its chilling blade slicing through the air. Atris quickly lowered his body, pointing his sword forward, realizing that the mountain was encased in impenetrable armor, leaving only his face unprotected, unlike Atris, who wore a mask. Seizing that fleeting moment, the mountain delivered a swift kick. Atris did not evade, resting the back of his sword against the ground, as the icy dagger pressed against his throat, the palpable approach of death instilling a profound dread. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Littlefinger, who had once experienced it in his youth when he dared to challenge the northern Stark, Brandon. A fear that had remained etched in his memory. Though the wolf was now dead, that feeling resurfaced in the presence of a fledgling eagle. Littlefinger sheathed the dagger. Ever since his beloved Lisa had given birth to the young Lord Robin, his ambitions for power had been brewing in his mind. reaching a fever pitch upon the arrival of the Prime Minister's eldest son, Atris, in King's Landing. That fledgling eagle must perish. He had mused beneath the Prime Minister's tower. For this, he had spent years preparing. Littlefinger was accustomed to taking risks. Whether it was through his clandestine encounters with Lisa or his investigations into the Lords of the Vale, all of which left traces. Yet, he always managed to provide justifications for these traces or erase them discreetly. The eldest son of House Arryn was sheltered by the Royces within the rigid confines of the Stone of the Vale, rarely venturing out. Merely encountering the scornful gaze of Bronze Yone would awaken the deeply buried insecurities within Littlefinger. To complicate matters, this fledgling eagle had recently returned from King's Landing after traversing the Vale, and Littlefinger had no knowledge of his whereabouts. The territory of the Vale was often fragmented into small sections, with the peninsula housing both the Stone of the Vale and Gulltown being one of the few flat lands, while the remaining lands were enveloped by the Moon Mountains, making communication exceedingly difficult. Even the crows flying to Eagle's Nest underwent specialized training. Information not known to the general populace. He endeavored to uncover weaknesses within the ancient and insular Vale, a region difficult to navigate due to its closed-off terrain and relatively isolated culture. Understanding the aspirations of each lord, the ambitions of every noble, and the frictions between them. Littlefinger could only focus his efforts on one location, the customs house managed by the Minister of Finance in Gulltown, the third largest city in Westeros. This was one of the rare places where the Lords of the Vale often converged, thriving in trade, as the Vale placed great emphasis on maritime defense. Almost all military nobles and knights brought their children or family members to observe the coastal defenses, ports, and fleets. It was there that Littlefinger met Harlan, the younger son of House Hunter, and learned of his ambitions. The foolish old Count of House Hunter had lavished affection upon his youngest son, Harlan, while bestowing the true power upon his two elder brothers. How could this not lead to chaos? Littlefinger pondered. The Longbow Hall is situated in close proximity to the Finger Peninsula. As a native noble of the Finger Peninsula, he is mockingly referred to as Littlefinger by the ignorant and laughable Edmure Tully, yet he hails from the smallest of the 5 digits. The despair of social stratification spurs him onward, and intricate plans take shape in his hands. Chapter 19. The contest. A light rain at dawn, shrouded in mist, permeates the entirety of King's Landing, while the humid air of the narrow sea nourishes this vast coastal city. Beneath the Red Keep, a damp and dimly lit environment fosters the proliferation of vermin, scurrying chaotically through the corridors. Varys sits upon a white chair, his corpulent figure nestled in the shadowy corner, his eyes half closed in contemplation. The oppressive silence is soon shattered by the sound of footsteps, as an equally stout figure enters, with hands adorned by rings of gemstones. He casts aside his cloak, revealing a face bristling with a beard. The rain in King's Landing clings persistently. The newcomer, impatient, sheds his raincoat, shaking off the droplets. Varys opens his eyes and turns with a smile. It has been quite some time, my old friend. He extends his arms, seemingly wishing to embrace. Enough, Varys. The visitor replies in an impatient tone. There are pressing matters to discuss. Varys obligingly assists him in removing the raincoat, placing it upon the table. I trust our dear prince and princess are faring well? Varys inquires. Far better than my parents, I assure you, Illyrio retorts. And certainly better than when we once slept on the streets. Varys shrugs helplessly. You must understand. We are entertaining the noble heirs of the dragon, not mere insects such as ourselves. Moreover, our dear prince and princess have endured considerable hardships. Illyrio plops down into a chair with a loud creak. I am curious as to the whereabouts of Griffin. Your little bird hasn't he lost its way, has it? My little bird never loses anyone. As long as the fruit in my hand remains, it will continue to soar, Varys replies, pocketing a handful of fruit. Illyrio exhales deeply. Viserys is not in the best of moods. One of the handmaidens I arranged has been injured by him. Upon hearing this, Varys feigns innocence. How unfortunate. 50 little birds. Illyrio holds up 5 fingers. I have already dispatched someone to contact the Great Caro. The subsequent arrangements require many hands. Varys widens his eyes. You do not intend to treat me as a magician, conjuring 50 little birds out of thin air? I have always believed Lord Varys' abilities surpass those of any magician. Illyrio finally chuckles, revealing a gold tooth. Varys shakes his head. It seems our dear Prime Minister has stumbled upon some clues, even appearing in a brothel. More critically, Lord Stannis is also present. Perhaps they seek a thrill? Illyrio responds nonchalantly. This task, I have no doubt, you will undertake. However, our esteemed Lords Aelin and Stannis would never comply, Varys says with a smile. Chapter 20. A sudden shift in circumstances. Though it was the afternoon, The curtains in the Prime Minister's study were drawn tightly shut, allowing only a faint light from the lamp to illuminate the thick, yellowing pages of a tome that chronicled the lineage of the Baelish family. The flickering flames cast a wavering glow upon the Prime Minister's visage, which appeared unsteady. A heavy sigh resonated repeatedly from the desk as he closed his murky, aged eyes, fatigue evident in his weary hands as he shut the book. Lysa's sharp and furious voice pierced the air. Jon. Jon. She stormed into the Prime Minister's study, her plump face contorted with rage. You intend to send me and little Robin back to the Vale? Yes, Lysa. I have made my decision. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest. You and Peter shall return to the Vale, the Prime Minister replied, dismissively waving her off, lacking the patience for further debate. Lysa shook her head in disbelief, her face reddening as if a multitude of words were trapped within her. In a fit of anger, she gestured wildly and fled the study. As her footsteps echoed away, she descended from the Prime Minister's tower. My lord, shall we send someone to follow the lady? Asked Ser Hugh, carefully entering the room. The Prime Minister, wishing to distance himself from his wife, simply replied, let her be. She will return once night falls. He was acutely aware of the repercussions his impending actions would have on the kingdom, yet he understood the necessity of his course. This was not only a duty born of the king's hand, but also an act of love for Robert, his king and adopted son. High as honor, the Prime Minister murmured. He drew back the curtains, allowing the gentle twilight to spill into the study. Relaxing his weary body, he sank into a soft chair, savoring a moment of tranquility. Ser Hugh quietly exited the room, leaving the Prime Minister in solitude. Meanwhile, a group in the Vale busied themselves with packing their belongings. Andar Royce tended to his beloved warhorse with the finest fodder, occasionally casting glances at Atris, who was maintaining his plate armor alongside Wyman. When Atris received the Duke of Arryn's command to swiftly prepare for their return to the Vale the following day, Andar was filled with confusion but kept silent at Adis's request not to divulge the news. Wyman, indifferent to the unfolding situation, continued to toy with a dragonstone dagger, refraining from forming any judgments. Atris, absorbed in thought, applied oil to the surface of his armor, performing the simplest rust treatment. Ongai stood awkwardly to the side. Having recently pledged to serve Atris, he sensed that Atris preferred to keep others away from his armor and weapons, much like Wyman. Atris instinctively urged the Knights of the Vale to keep their return a secret, yet even that night, many Vale Knights lingered in the Ladies' Rest of King's Landing, making it unlikely they would be found in their beds that evening. Chapter 21. The passive moonlight, as pure as snow, cast a chilling glow upon the ominous woods. Atris curled up beside the campfire, wholly embracing the warmth that the dancing flames offered, dispelling the surrounding cold. The mournful cawing of crows in the nearby thicket made it difficult for artists to drift into slumber. Fortunately, the soft fur of the lynx, Adam, served as a comforting pillow, easing his discomfort considerably. The campfire seemed to dance, twisting and turning its flames before his eyes. Unable to resist the pull of sleep any longer, Artis succumbed to the depths of slumber. As he fell asleep, it felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A deathly chill enveloped him, rendering his fingers utterly immobile. Summoning all his strength, Artis managed to open his eyes, only to find himself in a palanquin, the azure drapes reminding him that it belonged to his father. Indeed, his father sat opposite him, trembling in agony, his mouth agape as if calling out for something. Artis yearned to rush to his father's aid, yet his body felt as heavy as lead. Immobilized to the point where even lifting a finger seemed an insurmountable task, he could do nothing but watch his father's face contort in torment. Suddenly, the drapes were flung open, blinding light flooding in as his father was dragged away. At that moment, Artis discerned his father's lips forming the words, Artis, Artis. The voice of Waymar abruptly pierced through, yanking Artis back to reality with a jolt, as he realized he was being pulled farther away from his father. Startled awake, he found Waymar looking at him with fear in his eyes, while the hoarse cawing of crows filled his ears, chilling him to the bone. Several crows flapped their wings, extinguishing the last flicker of the fire. The shadowy lynx, Adam, gazed quietly at him, a few crows perched atop its back. Artis surveyed his surroundings, noting that crows were everywhere, their crimson eyes fixed upon him, while the Valley Knights observed from a distance, astonished by the scene. Are you all right? Waymar approached, beckoning the Valley Knights to disperse the crows, addressing Artis. Still shaken, Artis recalled the eerily vivid dream and managed to utter a few words. I hope everything is fine. The group had already entered the valley, not far from the Blood Gate. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, far across the Blackwater River, Prime Minister Tar was anxiously studying the ashen complexion of the Chancellor. I employed a detoxification method for treatment, yet the condition has worsened. Could my judgment be flawed? That seems highly probable. Forgive my candor, Bachelor Common, but you are still rather inexperienced. Matters such as these should be left to an old fool like me. The Grand Chancellor, Pazel, replied leisurely. Common clutched his hair in anguish, questioning how it could be possible for the illness to have escalated so dramatically in just a few days. Your understanding is too limited, Bachelor Common. I have encountered many elderly patients in decline. Age is the most significant catalyst for the exacerbation of their ailments. Peasier casually gathered the books left by the Prime Minister on the desk and cast a glance at the anxious Bachelor Common by the bedside. Chapter 22. Lady Tully. The main hall of Eagle's Nest, situated among the renowned castles of Westeros, is relatively modest in size. Given the great distance and rugged terrain, it is rare for vassals to undertake the long journey to report to the Lord of the Vale at Eagle's Nest. Consequently, the Arryn family has designated their ancestral stronghold, now overseen by Lord Nestor Royce at Moon Door, as the venue for meetings with vassals, to cultivate the heir's capability in managing affairs of state. This castle is typically also treated as the heir's fief. This arrangement parallels that of Dragonstone to the Targaryens, with the ruling figure of Moon Door often regarded as the second most influential person in the Vale. At this moment, however, the representative of Moon Door personally ascended to Eagle's Nest to meet with Atris in the main hall. A mountain of letters cluttered the table, comprising various types, some reporting neighbors' encroachments on water sources, others petty grievances from lesser nobles, and still others denouncing a neighboring lord for fathering a brood of illegitimate children. The disarray of miscellaneous affairs overwhelmed the entire surface. Atris, resting his forehead on his hand, frowned at this small mountain of correspondence, glancing at the seemingly relaxed steward of the Vale, Lord Nestor Royce. Lord Nestor, how do you typically manage these matters? Atris inquired, lacking experience in such affairs. Nestor awkwardly rubbed his palms together, his grizzled beard twitching as he replied, select the most pressing issues, particularly those involving territorial disputes that may escalate into violence, as well as matters concerning the mountain clans that could lead to bloodshed. Prioritize those. As Atris listened and filled Nestor's goblet with wine, he quietly observed the diligent steward, who had served the Vale faithfully for over a decade. He did not forget the true reason for summoning Nestor. Lord Nestor, you have truly borne a heavy burden over the years, Atris sincerely remarked. Nestor took a sip of wine, humbly replying, I am but a servant of the Duke of Arryn's favor. I have sent out ravens to summon the vassals, preparing for a decisive strike against the mountain clans in the Moonlight Mountains, Atris stated forthrightly. At Nestor's heart tightened at these words, he quickly urged caution, my lord. I know you excel in combat against the wildlings, but the mountain clans have already been thoroughly subdued by your forces. They are now quite timid. There are seldom any instances of raiding on the roads of the Vale. Why incite a costly conflict? Atris did not hasten to elaborate. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered a few words into Nestor's ear. Realization dawned upon Nestor, who began to pace within the hall. In a situation where most would be anxious, Nestor remained remarkably composed, calmly addressing As, my lord, I shall do my utmost to cooperate. After Nestor requested to leave, Athos stood before the moon gate in the hall. This narrow door, crafted from fishbeam wood, bore an engraving of a crescent moon. The winds howled against the walls of Eagle's Nest, and Athos allowed his hair to be whipped by the tempest. Weimer stood at a distance, his blue-robed guards trailing behind him, none daring to approach Athos. A raven with black wings brought 2 letters. One bore the grim news of his father's death, which had occurred on the sickbed of the Prime Minister's tower. Even the Grand Maester's medical skills had failed to aid his failing health. Athos was taken aback, realizing that his return to the Vale in honor of his father marked their final farewell. Rob Royce, Weimer's elder brother, remained in King's Landing with other knights who had yet to return to the Vale, along with his father's retainers, including the steward, Show, and the personal scholar, Common. They had departed from the treacherous King's Landing and were now resting at Moongate Castle. The second letter was from King Robert, expressing his outrage that no kin had been by his adoptive father's side during his illness. He demanded a meeting with Athos at Herrenhol, where they would confront each other. He casually informed Athos that he had inherited his father's lands and the title of Guardian of the Eastern Realm. Duke of Eagle's Nest, Guardian of the Vale, Guardian of the Eastern Realm of the 7 Kingdoms. Lord Atris Arryn was thus addressed by the scholar upon receipt of the letter, unaware at that moment of his father's demise. This scholar brazenly presented him with an important missive from King's Landing, bearing the royal seal, which had been opened prior to its delivery. That very night, Athos expelled the scholar from the Vale, informing him he was never to set foot upon its soil again. His heart was tumultuous, yet his countenance remained eerily calm. Stannis's confidential letter revealed that his father had been investigating the Queen's alleged infidelities in collaboration with him before his mysterious death. The Grand Admiral of the King's Council, who had fled to Dragonstone, speculated that Athas's father had been poisoned. Common's correspondence further suggested that the likelihood of death by poisoning was significantly higher than that of a natural ailment. After a brief respite at Moongate, Common was summoned to Eagle's Nest, where he was informed that he would be the responsible scholar for the castle. The previously expelled scholar discovered a lethal poison hidden within Lisa's wine bottle, Cursed Tears of Lys. Unsure of how to test for the toxin, he resorted to employing a condemned prisoner from the dungeons of Eagle's Nest for experimentation, which confirmed the presence of a potent poison capable of causing gastrointestinal distress. It went without saying that it was indeed the Tears of Lys. Had it not been for the balance of his deeds, this scholar would have surely plummeted from the Moongate, facing the judgment of the Seven. Athas's heart was in turmoil, yet he maintained a facade of tranquility. Young Robin, having not seen their mother, cried incessantly. Athas merely informed his brother that their mother had returned to the Eyrie and that, as a member of House Arryn, he must remain in Eagle's Nest. This assertion evidently failed to satisfy the younger brother, who persisted in his playful antics. Adys endeavored to assign a maidservant to attend to him, much like his mother, Lisa. Chapter 24. Herrenhol. The majestic walls and towers of Herrenhol were sufficient to cast a shadow over all castles in Westeros. The dark, robust walls bore countless cracks. And despite the passage of 297 years since Aegon's conquest, the scent of charred remnants still lingered in the air near Herrenhol. Robert took residence in a chamber with ceilings excessively high, seemingly designed for giants. Despite the Rivellin's possession of such an expansive castle, it appeared woefully impoverished. The banquet prepared by Lady Riverine the previous night seemed less fit for a king and more akin to the meager scraps left for beggars. However, remembering Lady Riverine's gaunt and ghostly demeanor, Robert resolved not to quibble with a woman who spent her days in the company of phantoms. He recalled Cersei's disdainful expression, devoid of any regal bearing, which had provoked much ire the previous evening. Now, as he lay upon his bed, his pent-up fury transformed into a mere sigh. Where, indeed, was his kingly dignity, let alone Cersei's queenly poise? Damn it. Each time he berated Cersei, he would catch a glimpse of her odious brother, Jaime, watching intently from the sidelines. This thought elicited a wry chuckle from Robert. The regicide was surely plotting another treacherous strike against him, a fitting tribute to his infamous title. In King's Landing, the small council had dumped all matters requiring resolution upon Robert, inciting his recent outbursts of frustration, his thunderous voice betraying his sense of helplessness. Jon, you old fool. Why have you abandoned me? Robert lamented upon his pillow. When Jon fell gravely ill, the hand of the king, Lord Arryn, had hurried back to the Vale, claiming it was at Jon's behest. What a cursed situation. Yet, Robert had no desire to delve deeper. Varys had informed him that Jon sought him early that morning to discuss the increasingly rampant smuggling in the Narrow Sea, hoping to muster forces to safeguard the trade routes. This news was corroborated by Peter Baelish, who had been closely monitoring these affairs. Your esteemed brother, Stannis, may have already returned to prepare the navy. Pycelle merely nodded during the council meetings. The sight of his sycophantic demeanor made Robert want to slap him soundly. Damn it, why must this wretched matter be brought to him? What was Jon thinking? Ned, dear Ned, you must assist me in handling these troublesome affairs, allowing me to indulge in feasting and revelry. Robert recalled the days spent with Ned in the Eyrie, fighting side by side to vanquish the Targaryens, and embarking upon the sea to conquer Leviathans, a smile gracing his lips. Following Jon's demise, there were numerous candidates for the position of hand. Yet Robert's thoughts immediately turned to Eddard Stark. Damn it, he might be the last person in the world he could trust. Jon's death prompted Robert to reconsider the kingdom's future. His queen was a Lannister, and the Red Keep was rife with Lannister loyalists. His eldest son, Joffrey, bore the Lannister bloodline, rendering his alliance with Lord Tywin nearly unassailable. The foundation of the first generation's kingdom was robust, established by House Stark's Eddard, the lord of his domain. Chapter 25. Preparing for the North. Adys was in no haste to meet King Robert. By the time he arrived, night had already fallen, and he wished not to disturb the king's slumber. However, upon entering Herrenhol, the king's sworn shield, Ser Meryn Trant, fixed a steadfast gaze upon him, while the Lannister guards stood at the ready, as though preparing for a conflict. Long time no see, Ser Meryn. Adys greeted him briefly, not waiting for a response, and spurred his horse deeper into Herrenhol. His retinue had dispatched a raven to Herrenhol 2 days prior, and Lady Caitlyn Stark should have received their message by now. You ought to pitch your tents outside the city and await the king's command, Meryn stated coldly. Disregarding Ser Meryn's words, Adys, accompanied by his squire, Ongai, and a contingent of blue-cloaked knights, made his way directly toward the great hall of Herrenhol, guided by Lady Caitlyn's hospitality. The atmosphere grew tense. As Ser Meryn scrutinized the advancing blue-cloaked cavalry, his lips pressed tightly, his expression as unyielding as iron, seemingly frozen in place. Yet he could only watch as Adys led his men into the great hall. Herrenhol loomed ominously, a monstrous figure sprawled across the landscape, shrouded in a curse-laden mystery. Lady Caitlyn, residing alone in the castle's depths, kept few attendants. The sparse servants wandering the vast castle did so quietly, as though they were mere reflections of their mistress's demeanor, her character influencing all within the fortress. By the time House Stark settled Adys and the Knights of the Vale, the night had enveloped the castle, the sky a pitch-black expanse devoid of stars. As dawn's light began to filter through, Ongai roused Adys, and through the door's crack, he glimpsed the familiar white cloak and gleaming golden armor of the King's Guard. Only the Kingslayer donned such attire among the seven. His Majesty wishes to see you, Jaime declared tersely. Turning to lead the way, Adys followed suit, with the Vale's blue-cloaked guards trailing closely behind to protect him. The king's chamber resided in the eastern tower of Herrenhol, and along the route, Adys meticulously observed the defenses and environment, noting that the Baratheon guards were only stationed along the path to the king's tower, while other strategic locations were manned by Lannister Red Cloaks. As they approached the tower, Jaime seemed to intentionally take a longer route, circling about instead of proceeding directly, as if to showcase the defenses to Adys. Upon reaching the tower, Adys, observing Jaime's smirking visage, felt a twinge of disdain for the Kingslayer's perceived frivolity. As if he were indulging in cleverness. Calmly, he expressed his gratitude for Jaime's efforts and entered the tower, ignoring him thereafter. Ongai regarded Jaime with hostility, while the loyal guards of Arryn stood watch beneath the tower, seemingly observing Jaime under his scrutiny. Chapter 26. Tyrion dreamt of a familiar yet foreign tree-lined path. A group of bandits abducted a girl, and upon spotting Tyrion and his brother Jaime approaching on horseback, they displayed evident trepidation. Tyrion understood that their fear was not directed at him, the dwarf, but rather at the fully armed Jaime beside him. Nevertheless, he spurred ahead of Jaime, employing his eloquence as his foremost weapon. You filthy scoundrels, drop your weapons and surrender to the Lannisters of Casterly Rock. The lead bandit, licking his lips, retorted, We do not surrender to half-men. Oh, then what will you do when this valiant knight beside me steps forward? Tyrion provocatively gestured to Jaime, who complied by advancing on his steed. The bandits, recognizing the futility of their position, hastily abandoned the girl and fled on their inferior horses. While Jaime instructed Tyrion to look after her and galloped off in pursuit, the lion's roar of "Long live Casterly Rock" gradually fading into the distance. What is your name? Tyrion inquired cautiously, having discerned at a glance that the girl was a peasant child, filthy and reeking of sheep dung. The terrified girl gazed at the dwarf before her, still trembling from her ordeal. Tyrion consoled himself, believing the girl was merely frightened by her captors. Tessa, my lord, my name is Tessa, she replied, her innocent eyes meeting his. Tyrion felt a stir within him as he noticed her shivering had ceased, replaced by a gentle smile. A rare sight devoid of mockery since Jaime. The scene shattered like a broken mirror, and in an instant, Tyrion found himself within the Lannister encampment. The sound of coins clattering to the ground echoed like a stream, and Tessa lay amidst a pile of silver coins, while Lannister soldiers unleashed their primal urges upon her. Tessa, Tyrion cried helplessly. The dream rippled like water, blurring into the visage of his father, Tywin. A whore wishes to marry a Lannister. This is her punishment, Tyrion. Her business will be taken care of. Jaime's uneasy countenance also materialized. Father has ordered me to hire her, a whore, not a peasant girl, to ensure you experience the matters of men and women, Tyrion screamed, Tywin's face stained with blood as Jaime's visage receded. He awakened, feeling the mattress beneath him. Still in Herrenhol, breathing heavily as he glanced out the window, the light suggesting it was nearing noon. A knock echoed at the door, followed by a servant's voice. My lord Tyrion, it's time to depart. The king wishes to leave Herrenhol and has commanded us to set forth immediately. I too wish to leave, not a moment longer. Tyrion replied, recalling this. Chapter 27. The narrow causeway of the Neck was exceedingly difficult to traverse. Surrounded by an expanse of marshland and seemingly viscous, yet fragmented quicksand, with enormous red flowers submerged in the putrid mire. From the moment they entered, Adys was in a heightened state of alert, with Tyrion's diminutive form shielding him, compelling Edis to ensure Tyrion's balance as they walked. The marshland bubbled incessantly around them, and Tyrion deduced that it was likely the lair of lizards and venomous serpents. The stench of decay pervaded the air, while a faint green mist flickered in the distance, only to be gradually obscured by a veil of white smoke. Where was the Reed family of Greywater Watch? By the Seven Hells, this place was treacherous beyond measure. Robert, with his characteristic bellow, forged ahead as the vanguard, wielding a longsword. Cersei insisted on sitting in the carriage alongside Tommen and Myrcella, the two children eagerly gazing at the dense marshlands, counting the peculiar flora and the unfamiliar insects and birds along the way. Such innocent delight it was. Tyrion pondered whether he should remount his horse rather than struggle beneath it, for he could no longer see where his squire had galloped off to in the throng. All around him was a sea of green marshland. Behind him, the sluggish figure of Atticus trudged along, though Tyrion surmised it was primarily due to his role as the impediment in their path. If it would not be deemed impolite, Tyrion, being dragged along by the horse, turned his head back and called out, "Lord Atticus, ahem, might you assist me in mounting my steed?" Amused by the absurdity of the scene, Atticus chuckled but offered no verbal response. Instead, he effortlessly grasped the back of Tyrion's garments and hoisted him onto the horse's back. "Uh-huh," Tyrion exclaimed, pointing at Atticus with a wide grin, twisting his waist with newfound comfort. "Thank you, little eagle." Under the king's threat, Joffrey refrained from taking a seat in the carriage, trailing silently behind Robert with a look of disdain. The prince's hounds, having shed their cumbersome armor, now led the horses with ease. The distant embankment finally opened up, revealing a familiar cobblestone path ahead, much to Robert's delight, for he recognized it as a sign that they were nearing the shores of Caitlyn Bay. "Fools, mount your horses," Robert commanded loudly, swiftly vaulting onto his steed. His corpulent form found it quite challenging to ride, yet his strength seemed inexhaustible, causing the warhorse beneath him to stumble slightly. The procession quickened its pace as the Southerners traversed the embankment of the Neck, arriving at the perilous gateway of the north, Caitlyn Bay. Outside Winterfell, verdant grass stretched endlessly, betraying no hint of the impending winter. Yet, only the inhabitants of this land understood that the weather was gradually growing colder, the groundhogs had begun burrowing, and the lush greenery was but a fleeting illusion, for the long summer was at an end, and winter was nigh. Eddard received the ice, the formidable Valyrian steel sword handed to him by his captain of the guard, Jory. At last, Atticus beheld the Duke of Eddard, often extolled by his father and the bronze-haired Yoren. He bore the quintessential Stark long face, with gray eyes and dark brown hair at his temples. Robert embraced Eddard, and the austere and just Duke of Stark laughed heartily, echoing the camaraderie of years of steadfast friendship. Atis smiled as he observed the scene before him, taking note of Lady Caitlyn beside Eddard. Her chestnut hair and striking blue eyes shone brightly, a stark contrast to Lisa, who was closely guarded by Atis in the Eyrie. Although she was the elder sister, Caitlyn possessed a remarkable elegance. The children beside her were equally distinctive. Closest to Duke Eddard was Robb Stark, the heir of Winterfell, who, unlike the typical Stark visage, bore the perfect features of the Tully lineage with his auburn hair and blue eyes. Atis nearly mistook Jon Snow, standing at the outermost edge of the family, for Robb Stark, with his dark hair reminiscent of the Knight and the elongated face characteristic of House Stark. Eddard's illegitimate son, Atis was reminded of his sister Mia Stone, who had not been brought to King's Landing by King Robert, unlike Eddard, who took responsibility and returned him to the north. House Stark had many offspring, and Atis observed that only the youngest daughter, Arya, resembled the Stark lineage, while the others, such as Bran and Sansa, who, despite being only 11, had already grown into a graceful young lady, along with the youngest, Rickon, whose long hair gave him a wild appearance, had inherited their mother Tully's red hair. Eddard's kind face appeared before Atis. "My lord Eddard," Atis bowed to his elder, albeit technically a peer. "No need for such formalities, Atis. Jon is my brother. And you are my brother too. We are family." Eddard placed his hand on Atis's shoulder, imparting a warmth amidst the northern snowfall, prompting a sincere smile from Atis. Atis offered a hand kiss to Lady Caitlyn, who had been smiling at him. Robb stood before him with a stiff expression, his smile reminiscent of a nascent lord, clearly unaccustomed to such occasions, yet striving to align with his father. Sansa's cheeks flushed as he approached. She had long heard the bard's tales sung in the great hall of Winterfell, recounting the exploits of the valiant Eagle of the Vale, who single-handedly charged into hordes of wildlings to rescue the beautiful lord's daughter and triumphed over a beast as large as a hill in the tournament at King's Landing. The presence of such a legendary hero before her filled Sansa with overwhelming joy. Atris elegantly executed a hand kiss to her, unaware of the stirrings within the young girl. Instead, noticing Bran and Arya playfully shoving each other, prompting a gentle smile from him. "Bran, Arya," Lady Caitlyn exclaimed. Chapter 29. Chaos is a ladder. The banquet proceeded as usual in the great hall of Winterfell, where warmth enveloped the space as the servants bustled about. Jon Snow sat at a long table with his siblings, albeit nearly across the entire hall from one another. He scrutinized the prominent figures passing by, subconsciously including his own brothers and sisters in his observations. King Robert was a source of profound disappointment for him. The tales he had heard from his father depicted Robert as the valiant hero who had dealt a severe blow to Prince Rhaegar at the Trident, rather than the corpulent, gluttonous figure he had become. In stark contrast, Atris Arryn embodied all that he had envisioned, though only a few years his senior. He possessed the charisma reminiscent of the young King Daeron Targaryen, coupled with exceptional swordsmanship and the experience of leading troops in battle, which filled him with envy. Upon entering the Great Hall, hand in hand with Princess Myrcella, King Robert remarked upon their apparent compatibility, a sentiment Jon found to be exaggerated, as Myrcella was still merely a child, and the age gap between them was rather significant. As Atris passed him, he greeted Jon courteously, unlike Theon Greyjoy, who had always looked down upon him and chose to ignore him entirely. His uncle, Benjen Stark, clad in black, did not linger on the dais where the king and his father were seated, but instead sought him out, taking a seat at the far end of the hall. His father, perched upon the dais, appeared visibly uncomfortable, a stark contrast to King Robert, who was prone to raucous laughter. While jesters below regaled the court with jokes from across the realm, Jon was intrigued by how the king managed to remember such an abundance of humor. Atris seemed to share a close rapport with Arya, while Myrcella rested her chin upon the long table, quietly listening to Atris speak, in contrast to Arya, who interjected frequently, prompting Atris to explain himself with effort. It wasn't until Bran snatched a piece of chicken from Arya's plate that his beloved sister ceased her inquiries and dove beneath the table to tussle with Bran, nearly lifting Sansa's skirts in the process, which elicited a sharp scream from her. Prince Joffrey maintained a look of disdain since entering the hall, only feigning politeness when conversing with Sansa. As a bastard, Jon had learned the art of observation, and he sighed quietly. Atris noticed that Jon Snow's gaze was consistently fixed upon the figures on the dais, a contrast to his childhood companion, the bastard girl Mia Stone from the Eyrie, whose eyes were often drawn to the picturesque landscape of the Vale, seldom focusing on the people and happenings around her. Despite her status as a bastard, Mia's dreams of traversing the world evoked a sense of envy within Atris, as her spirit of freedom was palpable. While he had been whisked away to Old Town at a young age, subsequently ensnared in the intricate web of noble socializing and political maneuvering, never once managing to reunite with Mia during his journeys from the Eyrie to the Riverlands. Duke Eddard, it seemed, was adept at keeping secrets, for his reticence at the banquet went unnoticed by the others. Chapter 30. Ravens and the Tower of Danger. Maester Luwin sat upright, always clad in garb of grey, his sleeves concealing toys and sweets beloved by children, alongside the books and letters that a maester often carried. It was difficult to envision how he managed to move his hands at all. He sat quietly in his chair, his desk cluttered with correspondence from lords and nobles of various lands, alongside the tomes of the library. Meanwhile, the Duke of Winterfell, Eddard Stark, sat upon his bed, his brow furrowed, engulfed in deep worry and doubt. "Forgive my candor, my lord." Reuven noticed that Ed had been silent for quite some time, and thus he spoke up. Ed raised his head, looking at him with a plea for assistance. Reuven swallowed hard. The letter from Lady Lisa was difficult to believe. Ed furrowed his brow and inquired, "Pray tell, my scholar." "Motivation, my lord," Reuven replied, as a scholar well-versed in history. "It is my duty to observe that a firstborn heir is the least likely to murder his own father, especially when—" Reuven hesitated, gazing into Ed's eyes. "Speak plainly, Reuven," Ed urged. "Ever since the Southerners arrived, I have grown weary of lies and flattery. We are still in the North." Ed rubbed his temples, exasperated. Reuven straightened his posture and stated plainly, especially with a former prime minister, an elderly and frail duke, the firstborn heir would be even less inclined to act against him. Moreover, the relationship between the Prime Minister and young Lord Arryn is well known across the Seven Kingdoms. Ed frowned. The Northern Stark family despised such dishonorable scheming. Yet he found himself in agreement with Reuven's subsequent assertion. Jon's late fatherhood had demanded much dedication and affection towards young Arryn. As for Lady Lisa's letter, Reuven took a deep breath. "I harbor a rather unpleasant suspicion, my lord." Even Ed, usually slow to grasp, began to fathom Reuven's insinuation. Speak, scholar, he said, maintaining a grim expression. I suspect it is Lady Lisa who seeks to frame young Lord Arryn. After all, she has a younger son, Robert Arryn. Such motivations are not uncommon in history, especially for a second son. Reuven looked at Ed, suddenly recalling something, and quickly added, Forgive me, my lord. I meant to say that history is rife with such examples. Do not be anxious, Reuven. I appreciate your candor, Ed replied, being a second son himself. Aware of Reuven's reservations. My words can only extend this far. If you remain hesitant, it may be wise to confront Lord Arryn directly and observe his reaction. With that, Reuven excused himself, making his way to the library. As Ed contemplated the confrontation, he furrowed his brow, recalling the motto of House Arryn, as high as honor. I do not believe the Arryns would commit such a dishonorable act, Ed murmured. Chapter 31. Candor. Ed rarely lied in Caitlyn's presence. Whenever significant matters arose, he would instinctively consult her, though more often than not, Caitlyn would acquiesce to his decisions, despite occasional disagreements. Upon leaving Caitlyn's chamber, Ed had deceived her. The king had not summoned him. Instead, he was headed toward Lord Arryn's quarters, intending to confront him directly. This was Winterfell, the north. He feared no adversary. Jory accompanied Ed, flanked by the guards of Winterfell as he knocked on Lord Arryn's door. Enter, came the slightly weary voice of Arryn. Ed stepped inside and found Lord Arryn bent over a book, his complexion somewhat pale. My lord Ed, I apologize for the circumstances regarding Bran. Arryn began. Rising to greet Ed, Ed waved his hand, a look of sorrow crossing his face. This is not your fault, Athis, he said, taking a seat on Athis's bed. Please, sit down. I have matters to discuss. Ed's expression grew solemn, though his eyes still bore traces of sadness. Athis, do you have any explanations regarding Lady Lisa? Is she imprisoned in Eagle's Nest? Seeing that Athis did not falter or appear anxious, Ed felt a slight relief in his heart. Yes, my lord Ed. Lady Lisa is in a room at Eagle's Nest, and I have instructed my men to keep a close watch over her, Athis replied calmly. Ed furrowed his brow tightly, astonished by Athis's candor, feeling a mix of anger and sorrow. So, you admit your guilt? He reproached. Despite the gravity of Ed's restrained fury, Athis remained composed. Though he was unsure how Ed had come to learn of these details, he responded to Ed's uncompromising inquiry. I am not guilty, my lord Ed. Ed narrowed his eyes slightly, perplexed. Lady Lisa attempted to poison me, my lord Ed. This is common knowledge throughout Eagle's Nest, Athis stated. Ed shook his head. Incredulity painted across his face as he chuckled softly. He had been inundated with too much information in recent days to discern its veracity. Why did you conceal this? Not only from me, but even from Robert? Ed's tone grew agitated, as Jory outside the door stirred restlessly. I had to keep it concealed, my lord Ed. Athis took a deep breath, appearing quite helpless. Ed felt once more as though he was in the dark, furrowing his brow as he listened to Athis continue. I had just left King's Landing with the people of the Vale when my father fell gravely ill. The timing is too coincidental, Athis struggled to articulate, seemingly drained of strength. Closing the book, he continued, to be frank, when I learned of my father's illness, I suspected King's Landing. Chapter 32. Southward Winterfell had never felt so desolate as it did at this moment. The pale light of dawn gradually painted the sky, and ordinarily, Caitlyn would have already taken her place by the narrow window of her chamber to admire the nascent brilliance. Yet now, she appeared haggard, her hair disheveled, gasping for breath as she sat by Bran's bedside. Bran's dire wolf lay peacefully beside him, its muzzle stained with fresh blood, a stark contrast against its fur. Caitlyn gazed at the small wolf with tears welling in her eyes. The assassin's dagger lay abandoned on the ground, and the body had long been removed by the few guards remaining in Winterfell. Maester Luwin sat quietly nearby, relieved to see the lady before him wipe away her tears, her expression gradually becoming serene and resolute. He approached Caitlyn, saying, Your wounds are severe, my lady. They require bandaging. Caitlyn then remembered the gruesome injury on her palm. Deep and exposing bone, the intense pain pulling her back to reality. She had been trying to recall the name of Bran's dire wolf. Thank you, Maester Luwin, Caitlyn replied softly. Rising to her feet, her gaze now bright and intense. Bachelors nodded, and Caitlyn perceived him as a charming and diligent little gray mouse. Small in stature, yet deftly and swiftly bandaging her wounds. The old nurse stripped her of her garments, gently cleansing her body of bloodstains. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself immersed in the soothing warmth of water. Luwin administered poppy milk to her, and it was only then that Caitlyn succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she found Robb, Theon, Maester Luwin, and Ser Roderick present. Robb was clad in leather armor, a long sword at his waist, and for the first time, Caitlyn noticed that he was not adorned with a blunted blade. "My son has taken up real steel," were Caitlyn's first words upon awakening. Ser Roderick smiled slightly. "It is time, my lady." Robb blushed and informed Caitlyn. Theon found this atop the tower where Bran fell. Following Robb's gaze, Caitlyn saw Theon holding a small box. What is inside? She wondered, recalling her sister's letter, though these items no longer instilled fear within her. "A lock of golden hair, my lady," Theon replied, still smiling, eliciting a feeling akin to the pride her brother Edmure must have felt upon uncovering the secrets concealed by their sister Lisa. Caitlyn understood the implications. She struggled to rise, and Robb quickly moved to support her. To assassinate an unarmed boy, even while he lay unconscious, Ser Roderick declared with indignation. Robb gazed intently at his mother's face. Ser Hades, he was beneath the tower when Bran fell. Caitlyn remained silent, her eyes fixated on the lock of golden hair, her demeanor growing eerily calm. Ser Hades has been with us for a long time. He would never harm a child, especially Bran. Chapter 33. The Pact of Herrenhol in the Tower of Herrenhol. Lady Hien stood alone at the window, her neatly arranged white hair gleaming in the glaring afternoon sun. The passage of time having etched harsh lines upon the face of this solitary elder. To the few servants within Herrenhol, Lady Hien was often seen quietly seated at the entrance or atop the castle walls, gazing into the mist that hovered above the God's Eye Lake. None knew what she observed. Perhaps she sought the island that occasionally revealed itself, the legendary isle where the children of the forest and the first men forged their pact. The gods have stolen her smile, and curses have taken her kin, the residents of the Riverlands under Herrenhol would whisper. Despite Lady Hien's lack of direct governance over her domain, always leaving decisions to the scholars and stewards within the castle, the landed knights seldom paid her heed. Many lesser nobles or knights had contemplated seeking her hand in marriage, yet the legends of Herrenhol's curse deterred them. At this moment, Lady Hien was not gazing at the shimmering green waters of the God's Eye Lake from the southern side of the castle, but was instead reflecting upon the wandering knight who had visited her in solitude before the news of the Prime Minister of King's Landing falling ill had arrived. Lady Hien graciously welcomed the young wandering knight, reluctant to refuse any knight visiting Herrenberg, for it was said that rejecting a knight during the wedding would invite misfortune. Lady Hien, averse to further calamities, extended her hospitality to every guest, regardless of the occasion. Once the wandering knight had partaken of the feast, he audaciously requested that all servants be dismissed. Naturally, Lady Hien found this impolite demand unacceptable until the knight subtly revealed the family emblem hidden beneath his padded armor, the new moon falcon of House Eiling. Gazing upon the knight's visage, she estimated his age and acquiesced to his request, dismissing all attendants. She honored him with the appropriate courtesies, for she had not anticipated a visit from the heir to the Prime Minister. Her hospitality felt woefully inadequate. However, the young and assertive heir wasted no time in beating around the bush, directly proposing the establishment of a pact akin to the peace oath between the ancestors of Thousand-Faced Isle and the children of the forest. To speak candidly, the situation was dire, Lady Hien. "I suspect war is imminent," the Prime Minister's heir articulated calmly, yet his words bore enormous weight. Having endured misfortune and tasted sorrow, Lady Hien inquired with composure, "With whom is this war?" As a noblewoman, her education had been confined to assisting her husband in winning the favor of other nobles and their wives within their domain. The broader political landscape of the Seven Kingdoms was beyond her comprehension. In times past, she could have sought guidance from her husband, Count Hien. But now she stood alone in her family. The heir shook his head, refraining from disclosing the identity of the adversary, merely informing her that once hostilities commenced, the Riverlands would bear the brunt, with Herrenberg being of utmost importance. He was correct. Even without political or military acumen, it was evident. Chapter 34. The contest. The sea breeze swept through the town, and the bustling crowd continued their daily routines near the harbor, engaging in small trades and labor. Most of the residents of Seagull town lived thus, with a minority of farmers cultivating fields at the behest of their lords and raising horses on the expansive plains beyond the town. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the port, the town's dungeon was a realm of despair, where dampness from the sea turned into a source of torment for the prisoners. The stench of decay pervaded the air, a far cry from the town's foul odors. The dungeon, constructed above a fetid drain, allowed the inmates to hear the trickle of the putrid water below. Moments after the sound, the foul stench would rise, prompting seasoned prisoners to cover their mouths and noses, grimacing as new arrivals nearly retched at the overwhelming odor. Of course, this was not the doing of House Glafson. The dungeon was not under the jurisdiction of the Lord of Seagull Town, but rather a private prison established by House Shatter, specifically for confining criminals involved in smuggling Cor's goods. This arrangement had the tacit approval of House Glafson, as they ceased to act as mediators between House Shatter and the Cor's merchants following the assassination of their liege in the Longbow Hall. After the attack on Atris Island, Eagle's Nest City exhibited little in the way of response. However, Seagull Town, a bustling hub rife with merchants from various lands, instinctively took action. Recently, a new prisoner arrived here. Lance, biting his collar and holding his breath, had once belonged to the Shatter family as an accountant. He was acutely aware of the torment that the dungeons inflicted upon the inmates, most of whom were desperate rogues daring to oppose the Shatter family for the sake of wealth. Despite his efforts, the foul stench invaded his nostrils, and a wave of nausea surged from his stomach to his throat. Doubling over, bile erupted from his mouth. The knights of the Shatter family, donned in full armor and masks, oversaw their group, yet even they turned away at the sight. The prison guard, expressionless, regarded them with indifference, having long acclimatized to the putrid atmosphere, or perhaps having merged with it entirely. "You will remain here tonight," commanded the Shatter knight, departing without a backward glance. Lance cursed inwardly, observing fellow former associates from the Seagull Town customs imprisoned in various cells, some even maimed and left to rot in the water dungeon, their wounds festering to the point of death. In contrast, he felt a flicker of relief at being confined within the Shatter family's dungeon. After all, he was familiar with the guard here. "Toad," Lance called tentatively, uncertain if that was indeed the name of the guard. Damn, his memory eluded him. Chapter 35. Caitlyn's suspicion. Caitlyn leaned against the railing, her body inclined, as the swift vessel of White Harbor cut through the waves. Indeed, the speed of the ship was remarkable, yet such rapidity often left passengers dizzy. Caitlyn fared relatively well, but her companion, Sir Roderick, was not as fortunate. As the ship surged through Bite Bay, the tumultuous waves and fierce winds nearly claimed the life of the Winterfell instructor. She watched him retch repeatedly, his appearance aged by a decade. "We'll arrive in King's Landing in an hour," the captain's voice rang out, seemingly delivering good news. Caitlyn forced a smile and replied, "Captain, your crew is truly commendable. I wish to reward each of them with a silver stag as a token of my gratitude." The captain bowed slightly. "My Lady Stark, your generosity is most appreciated. I am genuinely pleased for them." He greedily eyed the pouch that Caitlyn had kept close at hand. She mused that the captain would likely pocket most of the silver stags, yet she could not afford to dwell on such matters. The sting from the dagger wound in her palm still throbbed, a reminder of her purpose. This exquisitely crafted dagger, wielded by a foreign assassin to slay Bran. Only in King's Landing could the answers to these mysteries be unveiled. Upon arriving at the prosperous port of King's Landing, Sir Roderick and Caitlyn hastily disembarked. They were uncertain whether they had outpaced the king's entourage, for the king might often indulge in leisurely hunts, which could impede their progress. "My lady, upon landing, our identities may be exposed, so I must swiftly locate the master at the Red Keep," Roderick spoke, his voice somewhat frail yet resolute. Hearing this, Caitlyn furrowed her brow, silently praying to the gods that the king's master would be trustworthy. Roderick managed a smile, though his pallid complexion appeared even more strained. Caitlyn discerned that he was forcing himself to maintain composure. "Sir Alansan Targaryen, though somewhat vain, is undoubtedly honorable. I believe he is worthy of trust," he concluded, stroking his beard. "Let us hope so," Caitlyn replied in prayerful earnest. Roderick instructed his attendants to arrange Caitlyn's luggage and remarked, "My lady, you still possess a youthful visage. Unlike my current disheveled appearance, I fear the task of identifying the dagger must fall to me. It would be prudent for you to stay at an inn, as the castle is crowded and many may still remember you." Caitlyn understood he was referring to Peter. "Peter is my father's ward. I have always regarded him as a brother," she said. Of course, Sir Roderick seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter further, assisting with the luggage as they proceeded towards the inn under the captain's direction. Once settled at the inn, Caitlyn observed Roderick donning a chainmail and arming himself with a dagger. Chapter 36. The Turmoil of King's Landing. 1. Eddard sat at the long table of the council chamber, beleaguered, as he listened to Commander Janos Slint of the city guard lament. The Prime Minister's tournament had attracted countless knights, squires, and a throng of commoners. Humph. They think they can achieve honor here. They shall not. Indeed, they shall not. As of today, the number of thefts in King's Landing had soared into the hundreds, with street brawls and armed duels being too numerous to count. Furthermore, a band of outsiders had dared to rob taverns, disgrace the tavern keeper's daughter, and commit murder and pillage. It was said that these brigands roamed the vicinity of the king's lands. Janos, Here in the council, we merely hear your complaints. No measures for rectification have been proposed. If this continues, I have a recommendation for the position of commander of the city guard, said Lancel, with a sinister gleam in his eye, leaving little dignity for Janos. Janos's face reddened. My lord Lancel, if I may speak plainly, given the current state of King's Landing, even 500 gold cloaks would not suffice to maintain order. I require manpower, he implored, glancing at Eddard. I have heard there are quite a few northerners under the Prime Minister's command. Eddard frowned. Just days ago, I heard you sought to extract more gold dragons from the treasury to expand the ranks of the gold cloaks, he noted, looking towards Peter, seemingly seeking confirmation. A lion would demand a great deal. I did not expect Janos to exhibit such lion-like qualities, Peter remarked with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. Janos turned his head and said, Petter, do not speak nonsense. The golden robes have now swelled to 6,000, and I must provide for their sustenance. Littlefinger shrugged nonchalantly, displaying a complete lack of concern. Enough. Eddard was truly exasperated with these southerners. They had bickered for far too long over trivial matters. The most pressing issue was the band of marauders that had fled. Where was the authority of the golden robes? Did anyone truly dare to act with impunity? Pycelle shuddered, muttering in fear. Indeed, my lord, the citizens of King's Landing, the people of the Crownlands, require safety. I believe we ought to send troops to discipline these brigands. Varys remained silent, his gaze fixated on the tabletop. Lord Varys, Eddard reluctantly called out to the eunuch, does your little bird know the whereabouts of these ruffians? Only then did Varys lift his head, but he shook it, seemingly regretful as he replied, I am terribly sorry, my lord. My little bird is gentle and kind by nature. I fear it cannot match the ferocity of these brigands, and there may even be a risk to its life. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, appearing deeply mournful. Damn it, Eddard shouted inwardly. Can the city watch spare any men? He inquired. Janos shook his head, lamenting. We can only blame the Targaryens for constructing this city so vast. 6,000 golden robes would require an even greater number to be deemed sufficient. I fear I cannot spare any troops, and most of my golden robes are comprised of unruly folk. In the old manor established in King's Landing, Waymar reclined beneath the evergreen tree in the courtyard, his eyes closed. The surrounding sounds became clearer to him, even the distant buzzing of insects and the flapping of sparrows' feet upon the rooftops. The days spent in Seagull town with Robb were arduous, though the task was simple. It was also monotonous. Waymar often played the gallant knight at the tavern, driving away drunken patrons who harassed the tavern girls. And he had not failed to cause trouble for Robb as well. Footsteps approached from outside the manor, prompting Waymar to open his eyes. Atis, he exclaimed, his teeth bared in a broad grin, still wearing that familiar foolish smile. Atis, clad in gleaming silver armor and his iconic blue cloak, strode forward and embraced Waymar heartily. I missed you terribly in Seagull town, Waymar said, thumping Atis on the back before releasing him. Our Duke of the Vale has brought you the men you requested. He gestured toward the house behind him, and Atis entered. The space that had once been cluttered with various items was now cleared out completely, and a dozen customs officials from Seagull town were detained within. Atis merely glanced through the cracks, not venturing inside. Well done, Waymar, he commended. Send them to a suitable location. They will be of use to me. At the northernmost edge of King's Landing, near the Rennies Hills, the Dragon Gate stood majestically, with the King's Road leading into the city. The once bustling gate began to quiet, as two companies of Vale knights approached at a leisurely pace. Curious pedestrians gazed upon them, while numerous knights preparing to enter the city for the upcoming tournament paused to observe the two factions of Valley knights. Behind them, some attendants regarded the group of blue-robed, silver-armored Valley knights with envy. The golden-robed guards at the Dragon Gate hastily left the scribe who was registering the names of the competing knights, donned their helmets, and grasped their iron staffs to form a line. These golden-robed guards, accustomed to wielding authority, were utterly inexperienced in the presence of high nobility. They fumbled for over half a minute, and as the last of the golden-robed guards rushed to join the ranks, he stumbled on a patch of mud at the gate and fell headlong, his helmet evidently not secured, flying several meters away. Damn it, the captain of the Dragon Gate, Henfalai, etched the image of that blundering subordinate into his memory, nervously casting glances at the fully armed Valley knights. This was the most opulent plate armor Henfalai had ever encountered. The dazzling silver gleamed like the scales of a legendary silver dragon, reflecting myriad rays of sunlight. Each of the 20 or so knights wore a helmet with a faceplate and carried blue shields emblazoned with different family crests on their backs. The two leading knights held the falcon banner of House Arryn and the crowned stag banner of House Baratheon respectively. Henfeli had received word early in the morning that Commander Janos was leading 300 golden-robed guards out. Chapter 38. The Storm of King's Landing. 3. Adam the Lynx caressed Aedes's fingers, having shed his armor with his long sword now hung aside. As the tension in his gauntlets eased, he noticed his hands trembling slightly. Despite witnessing the fearful countenance of Littlefinger, even when he cornered him and observed his genuine reactions, he felt no joy. Aedes closed his eyes, experiencing not the satisfaction of tormenting an enemy, nor the peace of delivering justice against betrayal, but rather the stark realization of his own impotence within the ruthless game of power. Even in confronting Littlefinger, the notion of pure revenge seemed to hold little significance in his thoughts. It was merely the crushing force of authority from above. High as honor. Aedes softly uttered the family motto, as the shadow of his father seemed to linger nearby, watching his eldest son's every move. The whisper of honor, glory, and responsibility echoed in his ear. Aedes opened his eyes, and the shadow of his father vanished. Before him lay the magnificent Moon Mountains, the spear of the giants. The bustling city of King's Landing, the confluence of rivers, the arid cliffs of Storm's End, the bountiful reach, the golden sands of Dorne, and the gold-rich Westerlands. He rose to his feet, while Adam curled up, having grown considerably larger than before, though his claws remained as sharp as ever. Aedes declined the financial support from Petyr Baelish, as he did not wish for the Golden Cloaks to swell in numbers. He swiftly dismissed many of the Golden Cloaks under the pretext of insufficient wages. A force nearing 6,000 was indeed excessive. Aedes only provided 2,000 of them with spears and shields, while the remainder were merely equipped with iron rods to patrol King's Landing. The 2,000 adorned in armor primarily remained stationed at various city gates and the barracks of the Golden Cloaks. The royal council convened in the afternoons, and Lord Eddard was ill-equipped to handle the escalating array of trivial matters arising within the city, nor the occasional grievances lodged by the common folk. Thus, he often found himself delayed until late in the evening before he could make his way to the council chamber to discuss the pressing affairs of the realm with the royal ministers. Aedes gathered his belongings and, escorted by 20 blue-cloaked guards, made his way to the Red Keep. Meanwhile, Petyr Baelish galloped breathlessly to his brothel, bursting through the door of his chamber, collapsing onto the floor, heedless of the puzzled gazes surrounding him. Gone was his usual cautious demeanor. He seized a goblet from the table and drank deeply. His hands rested upon the bed, his lips moving unconsciously. Outside, the revelry continued, the soft melodies failing to soothe his frayed nerves, as the room filled with the sound of his own labored breathing. After a considerable time, Petyr finally regained his composure, his features gradually settling into tranquility, his gaze more resolute than usual. He adjusted his shirt with a firm hand, a half-smile returning to his face as he resumed his contemplations. In Seagull Town, the dawn at King's Landing appeared far from picturesque to Rob Royce. Unlike the azure expanse he had encountered in Seagull Town, the sea transformed from a vibrant blue to a deep, foreboding black as he approached King's Landing, where unsightly filth floated in the water. The Grass-Sun family excelled in managing the port, which rendered the foul stench emanating from King's Landing unsurprising, Rob mused. Life in Seagull Town was not without its trials, yet it paled in comparison to the incessant complaints of Wyman. Clad in a rain-soaked black cloak, Rob endured a torrential downpour that struck as he was 4 hours from King's Landing. The raindrops, as large as peas, cascaded onto the ship, sounding akin to countless glass beads crashing against the hull. Although Rob had not witnessed the products of the learned city, it did not hinder his vivid imagination. The captain of the Seagull Town vessel staggered towards him, bellowing, "Fool! Fool!" At the time, Rob could not discern the words clearly, so he leaned in closer. "Fool!" The captain shouted again, this time with clarity, "Get back to the cabin, fool." The irascible captain, a bastard of the Shet family, had a volatile temper, and Rob complied, retreating to the damp cabin. Now, he stood once more upon the deck, the entirety of King's Landing sprawling before his eyes. In the city of Eagle's Nest, the morning was beset by torrential rain, yet by afternoon, the sun shone brightly. After the rain, the setting sun cast a mythical poetic essence upon the droplets in Robert's eyes. However, the lord to whom he had pledged his loyalty showed no inclination to admire the breathtaking scenery, typically found only in the Vale and the Moonlight Mountains. The recent passing of the former prime minister, coupled with the king's urgings, rendered Atris silent as he stood atop the formidable walls of Eagle's Nest. "I have faith in the Royce family, and I hope you can assist me with a task," Atris stated. Without hesitation, Robert readily agreed. "Wymer and you shall travel to Seagull Town to undertake separate missions for me." Atris's voice was as tranquil as the stillness of the mountains. "Robert, bearing a sealed letter emblazoned with the emblem of House Aelin, arrived at Seagull town, where ambassadors from the Graf son and Shet families, as well as a representative from a so-called merchant guild of Quails, awaited him in the reception hall. The ambassador from Quails towered over Robert, his pale complexion drawing the attention of the Dothraki, who mockingly referred to them as milkmen. Upon entering the hall, Robert could not help but think of the conspicuous ambassador amidst the crowd. "My Duke." The messenger's eyes glistened with tears as he expressed with fervor, "The Duke of the Valley, the eastern protector of the western continent, has finally dispatched you, a general endowed with both valor and wisdom." "Oh, nay. It must be the great Duke Atis." The knights brought by Duke Atis had not participated in the Prime Minister's tournament, which was indeed a pity. Had Duke Atis taken part, the bets would surely have been unnecessary. "Not necessarily," came the retort. "The Knights of Highgarden are said to dominate the southern realm. The question of strength remains debatable. Alas, it seems mere posturing, given that their family crest is but a rose." The taverns buzzed with a cacophony of voices. Yet the predominant discourse revolved around the grand scale of the Prime Minister's tournament. The prize money, the number of participants, and the vastness of the venue far exceeded the tournaments organized by King Robert, including that for Prince Joffrey's name day. Littlefinger, clutching a wine goblet, listened intently from behind the curtains to the guest discussions. The magnitude of the betting for this tournament was likely unprecedented in his lifetime, and he was not one to overlook such an opportunity. He promptly established betting pools in the brothels he managed. Kingly's Landing was inundated with knights yearning for glory and wealth, equally attracting gamblers from all corners of the realm. Knights and gamblers, driven by similar aspirations and desires, mingled together. The shrewd had already taken their leave, employing words that resonated with their motives, ensnaring them within the city, extracting every ounce of value they could offer selflessly. Once the tournament concluded, all respect and promises would dissipate, leaving behind only the vanquished and the destitute. While the astute had long since secured their golden dragons and distanced themselves from these two classes of embittered individuals, King Robert's tournaments had historically followed this pattern. This time, under the guise of the Prime Minister's tournament, no change would be evident. In the vibrant streets, the colorful paint sells remarkably well, and the once ugly city now boasts a facade of hypocritical grandeur beneath its gaudy hues. The combination of bricks and tiles resembles a cascade of multicolored ribbons, appearing from a distance as if one were gazing upon mountains layered with rainbows. The noble lords, hailing from esteemed lineages, choose to gallop through the grandest gates of King's Landing, a place bustling with common folk. Merchants and vendors eagerly shout their wares at the gate, hoping that a generous lord may suddenly feel inspired to bestow a handful of silver stags or golden dragons before departing with a nonchalant wave, leaving behind a throng of cheers and praises, only to reveal themselves as utter fools. A delicate finger toyed with a wine goblet, the crimson liquid swirling within resembling a dancer clad in red silk, captivating the senses. He downed it in one gulp, acutely aware of his precarious situation. The old guard of Seagull town had betrayed him, and the pirates of Narrow Sea, who had aided him on numerous occasions, were annihilated by Stannis. His once trustworthy Lisa was ensnared in the Eyrie. Moreover, his connections in King's Landing had begun to dissipate following the recent inquiries by the Gold Cloaks into the corruption of the city's officials. Chapter 41. The Littlefinger of the Five Fingers Peninsula. He was merely a foolish child, yet I cherished him as though he were my own brother. Should he perish, it would break my heart. Caitlyn's pleading voice echoed in his ears, as if it had occurred only yesterday. The calm gray eyes of his older self bore down on him, sending a tremor through his heart. He glanced down at his own attire, having donned only a breastplate and chainmail, much of his armor discarded. "Fool, don your armor. How could you be such a simpleton?" His gaze turned towards the voice, which belonged to his older self, etched with fine lines. He shook his head, fastening the last strap, gripping his sword tightly. The Stark's calm gray eyes remained unyielding as he summoned all his strength and swung his sword towards Stark. The blade fell like rain, fierce and unrelenting. Yet it was he who bore the brunt of the wounds, not Stark. He retreated repeatedly, the mud clinging to his shoes and trousers. Forgetting the battlefield, was it a forest or a wasteland? Oh no, it was the castle courtyard. He continued to back away. "Yield," the Stark shouted, not for the first time. Yet he stubbornly shook his head, fiercely swinging his sword. He retreated from the castle courtyard to the water's edge, the dampness clinging to his feet, rising to his ankles. Stark's patience was evidently wearing thin, the sword shredding his flesh like wolf's fangs, leaving him battered and bloodied, yet not mortally wounded. No, is that my own voice? Or is it the voice of the fine-lined visage of myself calling out? "Be quiet," He longed to rush to his older self's side, to end him with a single stroke. But he did not. Stark retaliated with a fierce slash, mercilessly piercing through his breastplate and leather armor, inflicting a deep gash just beneath his ribs. He collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes fixed on Caitlyn, who watched anxiously from afar. "Caitlyn," he murmured. The vibrant blood surged forth from his iron gauntlet, while the lined face of his older self obstructed his view of Caitlyn. "Foolish boy." The elder version of himself smiled knowingly. "How foolish I am," he lamented, tears streaming down his face. His consciousness blurred as Stark's gray eyes gazed at him with a chilling intensity, as if revering death itself. Peter jolted awake in the depths of the Red Keep's dungeon. The dream shattered, pulling him back to reality. He gasped for breath, fumbling in the darkness. Cockroaches scuttled between his fingers, which he crushed with a swift motion. Yet the distant sound of tiny worms persisted, and it was then that he realized his mouth was parched, his throat hoarse, as if pierced by a blade. Peter forced himself to regain composure, relinquishing the need to open his eyes. The darkness surrounding him rendered sight unnecessary. He contemplated his predicament. He possessed gold dragons hidden in King's Landing, which could be of use to the guards of the Red Keep. Damn it, how could I think such thoughts? Were these the musings of a former prisoner? Chapter 42. Tyrion's return south to the south. The King's Road runs parallel to the Green Fork, a tributary of the Trident, traversing prosperous towns, sturdy farms, and the castles of river lords. It winds through fertile valleys and lush woodlands, culminating at an inn located north of the confluence of the three rivers. Tyrion resolved to pause for a brief respite there, from the wall to the riverlands, from a world where one might freeze to death at the edge of existence to the warm, fragrant springtime of the riverlands. It felt as if he had journeyed through two disparate realms. Tyrion rode a noble steed, and despite his diminutive and misshapen form, he shared an unspoken bond with the horse, reflecting on how his brother Jaime was not only a formidable knight, but also an astute judge of horses. Yoren, the black-clad crow of the Night's Watch, kept his face obscured within his cloak, walking silently ahead of Tyrion. Tyrion acutely felt that in the north of the neck, this man, responsible for recruiting murderers, thieves, and outlaws to join the Night's Watch, could stoop to beg for food and drink among the starving northern folk, who would welcome him into their homes. Yoren, of course, did not dine for free. He exchanged some copper coins brought from the wall, along with gifts from House Stark, with the kind-hearted residents who hosted them. Yet, upon setting foot on southern soil, aside from a few families in the Riverlands who bore northern blood and would extend the courtesy of hospitality, the villagers and townsfolk regarded their group as vile criminals, eager to avoid them. Each time Tyrion witnessed this scene, he would puff out his chest, attempting to make the Lannister lion sigil on his garments more prominent. Alas, even the noble Lannisters of the Westerlands could not overshadow the striking figure of a diminutive dwarf. Despite his notoriety as the imp, few recognized him. Rather, it was his two attendants trailing behind who would loudly announce, "It is Lord Lannister. Look at that little man," before his attendants could declare their identities. Tyrion often heard such remarks, mostly childish taunts, while ignorant adults followed suit with laughter, eager to close their doors against him. Of course, this was rare. Most Riverlanders, though reluctant, seemed to fear the black garb of the Night's Watch. The notorious reputation of many outlaws who had joined the Night's Watch left a deep impression on these common folk, deterring them from inviting trouble upon themselves. Is not the roar of the Lannisters worthy of fear? Tyrion longed to shout at them, yet his diminutive stature overshadowed the imposing figure of the lion. "How envious the Black Brothers on the wall must be of you, Yoren," Tyrion remarked. Yoren lifted his cloak, envious of what? His beard, wild and dark, was infested with lice. Tyrion had been at the wall for several days and had grown accustomed to the Night Watch's lack of decorum. At least Lord Mormont maintained a semblance of cleanliness, though his bald head was not particularly attractive. However, his bushy gray beard, which hung down to his chest, was well-groomed and appeared smooth and tidy. Chapter 43. Riverrun Lady Caitlyn pointed at Tyrion, declaring, "This man has come to my home as a guest, with the intent to harm my 6-year-old son. In the name of King Robert and Duke Hostert, I implore you to bring him to justice and assist us in sending him to Winterfell to await the king's decree." Sir Roderick drew his sword, pointing it at Tyrion, exclaiming loudly. The harmonious sound of swords unsheathing was particularly pleasing to Caitlyn's ears, yet it was Tyrion Lannister's expression of fear that brought her greater satisfaction. Tyrion's two attendants, frightened, surrendered their weapons, while Yoren quietly set down his utensils and retreated to the wall, having sworn to abstain from the realm's politics. Only Tyrion remained, stunned and bewildered, having just moments before been prepared to enjoy his dinner, now finding every blade in the room turned against him. In Caitlyn's eyes, the meager smile Tyrion managed to muster was most gratifying. "Lady Stark, I believe you are mistaken. I have no connection to Bran's situation," Tyrion said, attempting to maintain his composure amidst the chaotic and decidedly hostile atmosphere. "You shall not speak the Lordling's name so freely," Sir Roderick warned, his gaze menacing. Tyrion promptly acquiesced. Yes, I have no connection to your Lordling's affairs. I swear on my honor." "Lannister's honor," Caitlyn scoffed, raising her hand for all to see. "This scar was inflicted by his dagger. He sent someone to slit my son's throat with that very blade." The tavern erupted into uproar once more, and Tyrion could distinctly feel the surrounding ire intensifying. That damned woman. If only she could channel her talent for inciting anger towards the gray smoke of the Casterly Rock mines, she would surely be more effective than here. He surveyed the room, filled with knights from Herrenhol, a couple of mercenaries who could easily end his life with a mere spit, and a group of bewildered peasants rising to heed the call of the Starks. Behind him stood his two attendants, who were so frightened they had relinquished their weapons. Alongside Yoren, who refused to involve himself in the realm's affairs. What chance did he have against Caitlyn? In the distance, a gathering of 20 to 30 members of House Frey sat quietly. They undoubtedly represented a decisive force capable of altering the course of events. However, the Freys remained seated, with 2 or 3 even rising in excitement to draw their swords, only to be swiftly restrained by their leader. Tyrion gradually regained his composure, aware that while the tavern appeared to be filled with the vassals of House Tully, many harbored a deep-seated fear of the Lannisters and were driven by ulterior motives. Yet, he was not foolish enough to engage in verbal sparring with Caitlyn Stark's entourage. Instead, he clenched his fists in frustration, resigned to the fact that he could do nothing against Lady Stark. "I shall escort you to Winterfell," Caitlyn declared, awaiting the judgment of the king. Chapter 44. House Tully. Despite being situated between 2 rivers, enveloped in humidity, the interior of Riverrun's castle seemed remarkably dry. Tyrion strolled through the castle's corridors, gazing at the courtyard, where the loathed Lady Caitlyn stood, accompanied by a young man who, by age and appearance, must be Edmure Tully, the heir of House Tully. Upon seeing her long-absent brother, Caitlyn instinctively reached out to caress his chestnut hair. However, Edmure awkwardly stepped back. "We are no longer children, sister," he remarked, casting a glance toward Tyrion, who was being escorted. Caitlyn smiled at her brother's words. Since their father's illness, Edmure had been managing the affairs of Riverrun, personally receiving the visiting nobles of the Riverlands and performing the duties of hospitality. Although Edmure lacked the authority to intimidate some of the established aristocrats, he had at least maintained order within Riverrun and its surrounding territories. She looked at her brother with satisfaction, though not particularly tall. He had grown a beard that gave him the appearance befitting a duke of Riverrun and the governor of the Trident. "Are you not concerned about bringing this imp here? Fearful of provoking Tywin?" Edmure inquired anxiously, astonished at the sight of his sister capturing the little demon. Caitlyn, however, shook her head resolutely. "No one can afford to create trouble, Edmure." She adopted the demeanor of the elder sister, a visage imbued with the weight of Tully responsibility and stark conviction. "Having spent far too long in Winterfell, what is our family motto, brother? I trust one need not remind you." Upon hearing his sister's gravitas, Edmure's face flushed with an almost childish embarrassment. He paced the courtyard, his sword swaying at his side, before finally halting to address Caitlyn. "Family, duty, honor." "Indeed," Caitlyn replied quietly. "Tyrion intends to harm my son, your nephew, Bran Stark." A look of shock washed over Edmure's features. Caitlyn recounted the information she had gathered in Winterfell and her experiences upon arriving in King's Landing. As Edmure's expression shifted from complex to one of pure anger, his face turned crimson. He ultimately sought clarification from Caitlyn. "Why must House Arryn also be involved in Tyrion's plot against my nephew?" His flushed face showed no sign of relief, akin to the final consultation before making a decision. Caitlyn did not conceal her thoughts. She gently whispered something into Edmure's ear. Lisa has been imprisoned?" Edmure gazed at Caitlyn in shock, utterly unprepared for the revelation that his sister and nephew had fallen victim to the treachery of the Eyrie. He refrained from contemplating the connection between the two, yet it appeared that House Tully was already at odds with House Lannister. Chapter 45. Count Tydos responded calmly. "My lord Edmure, this is the command of Duke Host. I am merely executing my orders." He cast a glance at Lady Caitlyn, who had accompanied him. Edmure observed Tyrion as he chewed on a piece of bread, his expression darkening as he took a seat. He refrained from rebuking Count Tydos, placing his trust in the Count's integrity, believing he would not act independently. Thus, Tyrion raised his cup and took a sip of mead, Can this dwarf be a guest of House Tully? He looked toward the young Edmure Tully, thinking him a reasonable representative of the house. Edmure's countenance was grim as he replied coldly, "Indeed, we uphold the tenets of the gods." "Wow," Tyrion exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. "It seems we have found common ground at last. Would you agree, Lady Stark?" His mismatched eyes darted about, his disproportionately large head swiveling to face Caitlyn. She pursed her lips, remaining silent, and sat down with an icy demeanor. The Lannister before her, once her captive, now appeared as a guest in Riverrun, igniting a nameless fury within her at the sight of his smug expression. "Look at me." Tyrion spread his hands. "I have become a guest of the esteemed Tully family, even though I was just dozing in the dungeon." He wiped the stains from his mouth. "Oh, your hot baths are delightful. Riverrun is truly a splendid place." He directed his gratitude toward Edmure Tully, the current lord of Riverrun. "Did he even bathe?" Caitlyn mused, feeling that Count Tydos was unduly favorable toward the Lannisters. "Dear Lady Caitlyn, allow me to extend my respects to your husband, Lord Eddard Stark." Tydos seemingly intended to mend the rift caused by his earlier disregard for Caitlyn in Duke Haast's chamber. "I feel the same. Lord Eddard has treated me quite well." Tyrion interjected. "Thank you, Count Tydos," Caitlyn replied flatly, "but I fear my husband will not respond to your courtesy." She cast a furious glare at the leaping, jester-like dwarf. "Nor will he acknowledge you, Lannister." Tydos regarded Caitlyn with a disapproving expression, prompting Edmure to speak up. "I believe father would not issue Count Tydos erroneous orders." Caitlyn patiently listened as her brother attempted to smooth over the situation. She understood that Edmure could not act impulsively. He must consider Count Tydos's dignity, embodying the demeanor of a competent governor of the Trident, though perhaps not fulfilling the responsibilities expected of a Tully. Tydos nodded in gratitude toward Edmure and turned his attention back to Caitlyn. "I hold great admiration for Duke Edmure. His appointment as Hand of the King in King's Landing is, I believe, a stroke of fortune for the realm, which is sorely lacking in justice." Tyrion, with a slight stir of his intellect, discerned that the esteemed Count Tyrell was insinuating the involvement of House Blydewood in its dealings with House Bracken. Chapter 46. Street conflicts. The clash of knights echoed, lances splintering, the thunderous hooves of warhorses reverberating. The tilting grounds transformed into a desolate wasteland. Countless knights had fallen, while many emerged victorious, with cheers rising in waves behind the triumphant, their hearts swelling with the sight of the formidable knightly figures and the delightful sensation of golden dragons and copper stags slipping through their fingers and into their pockets. Loras Tyrell, with a fist clenched in one hand, waved his arm to the crowd, eliciting fervent cheers from the noble women for this burgeoning young knight. Renly observed the tournament with a smile, his eyes gleaming with admiration for the knights in action. Among the fallen was a knight from the Vale, a young swordsman deemed the finest by the Master Samwell Stone of the Citadel, who had once met with Loras in King's Landing. This was none other than Micah Redwine, who had, at that time, been a squire in service to Ser Lyn Corbray, the owner of the Valyrian steel sword known as Lady Forlorn. Now, he claimed the title of knight, though it remained a mystery to Loras who had conferred this honor upon him. Micah, rising unsteadily, opted not to concede but instead drew his long sword and approached the celebrated Loras Tyrell. Youthful ardor ignited within him, his cheeks flushed, yet his resolve unwavering. "Onward," he declared, choosing not to strike from the shadows, but rather awaiting Loras to dismount before raising his sword. Seated upon the dais, Loras caught a glimpse of Micah glancing upward, confident that the Duke of the Vale was observing this contest. Determined to make a notable impression, he regarded the so-called 100 knights as nothing more than ripe red roses, easily plucked. Loras, slender of form, gracefully bowed towards Micah. With a derisive curl of his lip, Micah aimed his sword at Loras's helmet. With a resounding clash, their blades met, both knights exercising caution in their initial exchanges. As they circled each other, it was Micah who struck first, his sword moving like a silver whip towards Loras. The Tyrell scion remained unflustered, gently parrying Micah's advance with the back of his sword, then deftly twisting his waist to create space, his blades sweeping sideways. Micah, with a flick of his wrist, brought his sword to guard his face. The air filled with the sounds of steel colliding, as the onlookers held their breath, riveted by the thrilling duel unfolding before them. A noticeable tension enveloped the crowd, particularly evident in Sansa, the Prime Minister's daughter, who clutched her skirts tightly while anxiously watching Loras. This reaction did not surprise Tyrion. However, Renly's demeanor, seemingly composed yet with clenched fists pressed to his lips and narrowed eyes, revealed an intensity that Tyrion had never witnessed before. It was likely due to the profound bond shared between Sir Loras and Lord Renly. as the pace of the duel gradually slowed. Loras's movements were evidently more refined than Micah's. Chapter 47. The accursed dammit. Ned, do you know what your wife has done? Robert strode purposefully across the room, the floorboards of the entire bedroom resonating with a thudding sound. Ed remained silent, his gaze fixed on Robert's exquisite goblet, intricately carved with a regal stag and adorned with 3 gemstones, gold, silver, and blue, reflecting the hues of light. He recalled that this was a gift arranged by Lyanna, crafted by a carpenter in the south for Robert. Robert furrowed his brow as he looked at Ed, pointing at the goblet on the table. Brother, what are you daydreaming about? If you fancy this, I could have the craftsman make you hundreds more. They could even be carved into the heads of dire wolves. He shook his head and heavily sat on the bed, causing the floorboards to creak ominously. They should be adorned with roses, ice roses. Ed remembered Lyanna's fondness for depicting the dire wolf with a rose branch in its mouth on the long table in Winterfell, telling her family that it represented her, a rose in the winter snow, a wolf in the thicket. Robert paused, his mouth slightly agape, myriad words trapped in his throat. He sighed. You are right. The king then recalled the profound significance of the goblet. As Robert and Ed sat facing each other, a sudden silence enveloped them. Ed finally broke the stillness. I know what Caitlyn has done. She acted on my orders to arrest Tyrion. Robert merely frowned slightly, ignoring him. On that note, I have yet to prepare a gift for Lyanna. Robert lamented, and Ed understood he had stirred painful memories for the stag. Ed exhaled deeply. He did not wish to disturb Robert further and opted to sit quietly, regretting the mention of the goblet gifted by Lyanna. Robert's ample visage quivered with sorrow, his expression deeply pained. Damn it, Ned, you should not be here. The Starks should not be by my side, constantly reminding me of Lyanna. Damn it, you should descend to the depths of hell, Ned. Ed felt a pang of guilt for invoking Robert's sorrowful past and attempted to lighten the mood. Robert, you are the king. You came to the south seeking my assistance, and no matter how difficult it is, you must endure this bitter fruit. Robert paused, a chuckle gradually escaping his lips, until he burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Ned, bringing you to the south was indeed wise. The north is far too cold. So cold that you hardly jest. Ha ha ha. Robert's laughter was infectious, and Ed felt deeply moved. From their days living together in the Eyrie to fighting side by side on the battlefield, Robert was always more favored than he. Just yesterday, he had wielded a war hammer in a bloody battle against foes, and today he could share a drink and revel with them, setting aside lineage. This was also why many accepted Robert's ascension to the Iron Throne. Too many enemies had become friends, while friends were increasingly drawn closer to Robert. At that moment, the door swung open, and Queen Cersei stormed in, seething with anger. Stark, you. Chapter 48. The price of trout. Cersei's letter. Tywin Lannister impatiently reread the letter sent by his daughter Cersei. The essence of the narrative reveals that Stark is indeed marching south to confront Cersei and the Lannisters. During the tenure of the former Prime Minister, Maester Pycelle discreetly informed the Queen that the former Prime Minister was investigating both Jaime and Cersei herself. King Robert, upon his arrival from Winterfell, entrusted Eddard Stark with this investigation, who, alongside Peter Baelish of the Vale, sought to exert control over King's Landing and the Red Keep. The king placed unwavering trust in the wolves and the eagles. He rubbed his temples, his fingers cool to the touch, feeling the subtle ache in his bones each morning. Yet he refrained from confiding in anyone outside of this circle. Only Kevan and the Maester were privy to his condition, while even his own children remained oblivious to his ailments. Tywin would not permit anyone to perceive his vulnerabilities, including those that would inevitably come to light. Even upon noticing the onset of his baldness, he unhesitatingly shaved his head, leaving only a thick golden beard at his temples. For sparse hair could only serve as a testament to his advancing age, a sign he would not allow to linger in the minds of those who had seen him. He turned his gaze towards the window, where the waves crashed against the rocks at Casterly Rock, the sound reverberating loudly even within his chamber. Tywin was acutely aware of Eddard Stark's inquiries. Kevan had discreetly divulged this unfortunate and deeply disappointing news to him, yet he was reluctant to accept it. He understood that the power of the lions in King's Landing had become tenuous, with the alliance of wolves and eagles proving to be formidable. Furthermore, King Robert's trust in Eddard Stark surpassed that which the mad King Aerys had ever bestowed upon him. Tywin had anticipated this predicament, dispatching his pawn, Amory Lorch, to masquerade as a brigand in the Riverlands, wreaking havoc in hopes of luring Eddard Stark's 300 Stark soldiers. However, the outcome was far from favorable. The newly appointed Duke of the Vale, Peter Baelish, disrupted his plans, resulting in the expulsion of the Queen's trusted Ser Genos Slint from King's Landing. thereby allowing Baelish to gain control over the city's military forces. Taking a deep breath, Tywin rose to his feet as dawn began to illuminate the skyline of Casterly Rock. He had to fulfill his duties as the Duke of Casterly Rock and heed the voices of both commoners and nobles. The Golden Corridor, which had existed since the inception of Casterly Rock, surrounded him, with its walls and decorations all gilded. Yet, its appearance was not ostentatious. The adornments were simple and ancient, recounting the illustrious exploits of the Lannister family from a bygone heroic age, steeped in history rather than the hollow extravagance of upstarts. Tywin took his seat in the Great Hall, where only Jaime and Kevin were present, with no common folk in sight. "Father," Jaime's voice broke the silence. "Allow me to lead the forces in Golden Tooth. I shall besiege Riverrun until not a single drop can pass through." Chapter 49. The pressure of the Iron Vault. The throne room of the Red Keep welcomed its sovereign, as Robert Baratheon, rarely seen, sat regally upon the Iron Throne. The Grand Hall of the Royal Court is lined with esteemed ministers, yet it is conspicuously devoid of the common folk from King's Landing and the surrounding lordships who would typically come to petition. The noblewomen and officials from the free city-states, who usually witness the judgments and decisions made here, are also absent. Lord Eddard Stark, the Hand of the King, occupies a seat beneath the Iron Throne, while the Master of Laws, Baelish, leans against one of the towering columns, observing the standing ministers with a casual demeanor, contrary to expectations of solemnity. Since the execution of the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, the seat has remained vacant, leaving the financial decisions to Eddard, who is unaccustomed to managing such intricate accounts. Even with the assistance of Maester Pycelle, the two find themselves utterly overwhelmed by the royal debts, particularly the staggering sum owed to the Lannisters of the Westerlands, amounting to millions of gold dragons. The once bountiful treasury left by the Mad King Aerys has long been squandered by King Robert. Eddard and Pycelle can only exchange helpless glances, as financial decisions are hastily made amidst Eddard's complaints about King Robert and Pycelle's frequent, bewildered nods. The prize for the upcoming tournament is to be sourced from the remnants of the wealth extracted from the holdings left behind by Peter Baelish in King's Landing, a desperate measure that ultimately cannot stave off the relentless passage of time. Ser Barristan Selmy, the captain of the Kingsguard, stands at the foot of the Iron Throne. Flanking Eddard, Varys, clad in a silk robe, gazes anxiously at King Robert atop his dais. The envoy from Braavos, donned in a dark robe and clutching a thick ledger, has already noted the financial upheavals in Westeros, beginning with the thorough cleansing of the customs at Gulltown, followed by the execution of the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, who served as the liaison between the Iron Bank and the Iron Throne. In light of potential political shifts that may affect debt repayments, the Iron Bank, impatient as ever, has dispatched an envoy to visit King Robert, with intentions all too clear. "Your Majesty, esteemed Hand of the King, I extend the most sincere greetings on behalf of the Iron Bank of Braavos," the black-clad envoy politely bows. "Rise, envoy of the Iron Bank," Robert solemnly responds. "If I may be so bold, could you enlighten me with your name?" "Nahadimithis," the envoy replies fluently in the common tongue, with a hint of the Valley's accent. Robert raises an eyebrow, intrigued. "Where did you learn the common tongue?" "My recollection of emissaries from the eastern continent suggests a peculiar accent." He refers to the Valyrian inflections commonly associated with the Targaryens, as Braavo's official language is indeed Valyrian. A glance is cast towards the ominous clouds gathering beyond the Bloodgate, where moments earlier the sun shone brightly, allowing even the soldiers of the Vale stationed at this military stronghold to bask in the tranquility brought by the brilliant daylight. In the blink of an eye, ominous clouds loomed over the city, reminiscent of the tumultuous weather that accompanied the birth of Duke Attis Eileen of Eagle's Nest. The valley, marked by its unpredictable climate, was about to be besieged by a ferocious storm. In a moment of distraction, the rain descended with the precision of a well-drilled army, crashing down upon the mountain eaves and cleansing the ancient bricks of Bloodgate City and its bridges. The pockmarked walls were swiftly filled by the deluge, transforming the once coarse bridge surface into a smooth expanse, akin to the velvety skin of cheese, seemingly melting into the tempest. The soldiers stationed at Bloodgate, seasoned and adept, donned their raincoats or cloaks with alacrity, retreating in an orderly fashion to the arrow slits and corridors within the fortress. In the silence of Bloodgate, amidst the clamor of marching soldiers, Blackfish Brynden Tully observed the relentless downpour through the window. 2 letters lay upon the table, one from Riverrun, penned by his nephew Edmure Tully. Brynden surmised that this missive had been intercepted by the patrolling knights of the Moon Mountains as it made its way to Bloodgate. As the guardian of this crucial valley stronghold, It was only natural to be under the watchful eyes of countless Valley inhabitants, especially given his outsider status. The conservative power of the Valley was formidable and unyielding, had it not been for the esteemed reputation of the late Duke Jon Arryn. Brynden would never have been able to seek refuge in Eagle's Nest or assume the critical position of Knight of Bloodgate, a role intertwined with the Valley's fate. If the Valley folk were to discover that this letter originated from Riverrun, Brynden imagined the repercussions. He carefully opened Edmure's letter and began to read intently. The clouds churned ominously, and the rain, driven by the wind, lashed fiercely against the ground, causing torrents to accumulate outside Bloodgate, rendering it nearly impenetrable to outsiders. The choice of this location for a military stronghold by the King of the Valley must have been influenced by numerous factors, including the present stormy weather. The towering cliffs on either side remained steadfast, having only collapsed 4 times in recorded history, as chronicled by generations of Bloodgate knights. Historically, the great deluges were far more severe than the current tempest, and the Bloodgate stone bridge, arching across the cliffs, stood remarkably resilient, impervious to the elements or the relentless footfalls of the guarding soldiers. Brynden closed his eyes, sealing Edmure's letter once more. He called out, "Devon." A lean youth burst in, clad in rough cloth armor. "Did you summon me, my lord?" Devon adjusted his helmet, which was conspicuously oversized for his head. Brynden frowned. "No need for such formality. Change your helmet. There are plenty that fit you at Bloodgate." "This is my spoils of war, my lord," Devon replied. A hint of distress in his voice, captured from the mountain clan. He again adjusted the poorly crafted helm. Chapter 51. The chaos of the Riverlands. Fishing boats maneuvered through the waters of the Red Fork River, spears plunging with a splash, mingling the scent of blood with that of fish. The aroma wafted into the nostrils of Horan Riverwen, who had long grown accustomed to these odors, showing little concern as he gazed with delight at the struggling trout ensnared on the spear. With bulging eyes, each creature's innate will to survive compelled it to writhe incessantly, desperately attempting to escape the harpoon's grasp. The round wooden basket serves as the final resting place for the trout. Hall gazes contentedly at the few remaining lively fish within the basket, whistling with pride, for today appears to be another bountiful harvest. In his youth, he had the fortune of attending a banquet hosted by the nobility of his family's estate. At that time, his mother had placed him in a wooden frame meant for fish, allowing him to curiously observe the opulence surrounding him. The throng of guests was not as ceaseless as the crowds he witnessed in his small town, yet they seemed far more hurried, devoid of playmates splashing in the water. Absent were the girls quietly watching their father's fish, and there were no neighborhood children showcasing their skills of making stones skim across the surface. Instead, the kitchen was alive with flour-covered chefs, bustling waitresses maneuvering through the banquet hall, casting furtive glances at the noble daughters. Hall perceived the curious gaze of one such daughter as rather foolish. Had she never encountered the son of a fisherman? A bastard? A river child? The words of the noble daughter stung painfully. Hall understood the meanings of such terms. He was without a father. Yet his mother always reassured him that he was indeed the son of the estate's nobility, albeit born out of wedlock. His mother often adorned herself with makeup and left for the evening, only to return at dawn. During the day, she would hire the town's fishermen to teach young Hall how to aim the harpoon at the water's surface, how to strike swiftly at the elusive fish darting through the river. Fish are cunning. One must be even more cunning, the fisherman would say. Hall excelled in literature and swiftly mastered the art of fishing. Thereafter, the fisherman no longer took Hall out on the Red Fork River to catch fish. Instead, he invested half of his possessions to procure for Hall the necessary fishing gear, a small boat, a harpoon, and a net. Whenever the fisherman caught sight of Hall's mother, he would gaze at her for a long moment, then smile and ruffle Hall's hair, saying, "Your mother has it tough." Hall would always nod, somewhat oblivious. Suspecting that the fisherman's feelings for his mother were more complicated than they appeared, Hall retrieved the net from the river, live fish flopping upon its surface. What a splendid catch! He shouted at the water, for today was considerably colder than yesterday. His mother had no intention of going to her evening workplace, choosing instead to rest at home. "Hall," she said, seemingly weary in bed, "go fishing. It would be nice to have some fish for dinner." Hall readily agreed, delighted that his mother could accompany him when night fell, so he paddled his boat with all his might. Chapter 52. The awakening trout. The curtain slowly drew back, without a sound. The morning sunlight brimmed with vitality, spilling into the bedroom of Duke Horst Tully of Flowing City, dispelling the oppressive gloom with its energy. The maids moved with practiced grace, quietly tidying the corners of the Duke's bed, smoothing the covers, careful not to disturb the slumbering Duke. The scholar entered the chamber, routinely checking on Duke Horst's condition. The Duke's withered skin clung to his bones like parchment devoid of flesh, his dull gray complexion and sparse, disheveled white hair reminded all present of a man nearing his end. The scholar shook his head in regret. The Duke's condition remained unchanged from usual. He had previously awakened intermittently, but each time was brief before he succumbed to sleep once more. The scholar stepped out of the room and beckoned to the maid. Understanding his gesture, she approached to listen to his inquiry. "How was the master when he last awoke?" the scholar asked. The maid replied, "The master suddenly began to cough. So we attempted to feed him the medicated honey water you left behind. However, before we could finish, he slipped back into unconsciousness, draped in a gray long robe." The scholar sighed heavily as he cast a glance at the bed where Duke Horst lay. The Duke's prolonged slumber left the affairs of the bustling city in the hands of Lord Edmoth. Yet now, with the forces of Goldtooth City encroaching upon the western borders, Lord Edmoth had gone to oversee military defenses, leaving the affairs of the city unattended. Consequently, decisions fell to Lady Caitlyn, himself, and the steward of the castle. But these resolutions were confined to the city alone. The vast expanse of the Riverlands trembled in the wake of the war, and just days prior, they had witnessed fleeing villagers near the city. Tensions escalated, and the decisions made in the bustling city seemed increasingly unpopular. Tyrion Lannister continued to feast and drink in the city, flanked by the personal guards of Count Tydos, who accompanied him daily. Were it not for Lady Caitlyn rallying the city's defenders to support her, it was likely that the city would no longer bear the name Tully, but instead adopt the Lannister name. The scholar gazed anxiously at the sleeping Duke Horst, filled with apprehension for the uncertain fate of the city. Tyrion stood atop a stool, and even then, he did not match Caitlyn's height. "Huh," Tyrion exclaimed, exaggeratingly widening his eyes and opening his mouth. "It turns out that Edis Ellen and I are in cahoots." He regarded Caitlyn, who maintained her composure. "A small wolf may not suffice for our needs. Perhaps a lion, albeit shorter, paired with an eagle residing in the Moonshadow Mountains? Lady Caitlyn, do you doubt my appetite alongside the great eagle?" Caitlyn clenched her hands tightly, adorned in a deep purple silk robe. During her years in the north, she had long abandoned the vibrant gowns of her youth, opting instead for darker attire befitting her role as the lady of the house. "I harbor no doubts," Caitlyn asserted. "About the Lannisters." Chapter 53. Author's note: as a novice embarking on my first literary endeavor, it is with a sense of excitement that I present this work. Just as I began to write, the news of its publication arrived. This story, a fanfiction of A Song of Ice and Fire, had taken root in my mind long ago. I simply had not yet found the courage to bring it to fruition. The Heir of the Valley, by choosing the identity of an indigenous native, invites readers into the intricate world of ice and fire. From the outset, I resolved to adopt this perspective, fully aware that it might dissuade certain viewers. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast, and I am grateful for the support of those who have accompanied me thus far. This approach allows me to present the myriad journeys of each character, the unique customs of each land, and the intricate web of causality that defines this complex world in a more accessible and rapid manner through the lens of fan fiction. Had I opted for the identity of a traveler, it would have positioned the audience as mere observers in this unfamiliar realm, a notion I find undesirable. The tale of the Heir of the Valley, the Falcon Knight, and the Guardian of the East, along with the growth of dear Lord Artis, will be revealed through the narratives of many, including his personal perspective. What choices will Atris Arryn make amidst the clash between the noble ideals of the esteemed House Arryn and the harsh realities of self-interest? How will his decisions reshape this world? In the future, through the eyes of Daenerys, how will her path intertwine with that of the Valley's Falcon? Honor and self-interest, success and failure. What trials will he face, and how will he grow? I ask for your patience as the story unfolds. As the author, I am not a full-time writer. I have my studies, work, and life to manage. Writing 4,000 words a day is my limit. Since today marks the release, I shall provide a few additional chapters as a token of appreciation. I hope for your understanding. And it seems that the first subscription is quite significant. If you wish to nurture this story, might I kindly ask for your initial support? Thank you. Chapter 54. The First Battle of Golden Tooth within the Golden Wheat. Hidden among the stalks, lurked pests and rodents, gnawing at the grains, burrowing deep to destroy the roots of sustenance and ravage the fertile soil. The gopher, with its tiny paws, incessantly groomed its exposed sharp teeth, while its hind legs stirred up the earth, sending dirt flying, leaving its fur dusted with particles. Suddenly, a deep rumble emanated from the depths of the ground, causing the soil around the gopher to quiver rhythmically. Bewildered, the gopher lifted its head high, stretching its neck to discern the source of the disturbance. The sound of squelching mud followed closely. Count Vance was oblivious to what his steed had trampled upon. only noticing a pool of blood-soaked mud that instantaneously marred the wheat field. "Giddy up!" The shouts urging the warhorse onward echoed behind him, as hundreds of knights from Riverland, fully armed, followed closely. Among them were heavily armored knights clad in plate, wielding lances or hammers. The elite of Riverland's forces, the sharpest spear in an army not known for its prowess in mounted archery. The scouts of the West dispersed into 6 groups, departing from the Valley Pass in front of Golden Tooth, heading toward the encampment led by young Lord Edmure Tully. Without hesitation, Edmure ordered his forces into action, launching a preemptive strike against the scouts of the West who had drawn near to the camp. Count Vance inhaled deeply, gazing at the ripe wheat ears swaying gently in the breeze. He tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, while the ancestral longsword hung at his waist, a shield resting upon his back, and chainmail adorning his body. He had been appointed by Lord Edmure of Riverrun to lead the vanguard stationed at the mountain pass east of Gold Tooth. Meanwhile, the Westerlands showed no urgency in gathering their forces for an assault. Instead, they dispatched scouts deep into enemy territory. This maneuver granted him command over the cavalry of the Riverlands, with hundreds of horsemen advancing eastward under his banner, while the infantry remained stationed at the forward camp. Edmure marched west, while Count Vance pressed eastward, encircling the Westerland scouts like dumplings, leaving them no space to escape. Count Vance paid little heed to the infantry left behind at the forward camp, nor did he particularly care. Ever since Tyrion Lannister had been captured by Lady Caitlyn and brought to Riverrun, the forces of the Westerlands had not diminished in their attempts to launch an offensive against his position in the pass. To his surprise, their army was considerably weaker than he had anticipated, as several skirmishes had left hundreds of their corpses littered at the mountain pass. Whenever the infantry of the Westerlands charged, Count Vance employed tactics akin to those he used today in collaboration with Lord Edmure, flanking the enemy infantry from both sides and annihilating them in a cavalry charge. After numerous attempts at both offense and defense, even Count Vance's camp had advanced several miles forward, while the Lannisters, despite their lion's roar, remained stalled within Gold Tooth, making no progress eastward. Chapter 55. Host's Choice. The flowing steps cascaded before Duke Host, the sound of water gushing forth from beneath the ground, streaming over the smooth, muddy rock steps, reminiscent of a mountain spring descending from the heavens, conquering the rugged mountains. A maid stood beside him, holding a fragrant tea favored by Host. In the days before Caitlyn and Lisa were wed, it was often Caitlyn who held the teapot, smiling as she watched Lisa and Edmure frolicking at the flowing steps. Host reminisced, his mind buzzing with memories. He recalled asking Caitlyn at such moments, "Did you put in honey, Caitlyn?" The maid, perplexed, could only reply, "Why, yes, my lord." "Of course. The lady is not here with us, my lord." Duke Host offered no response, instead immersing himself in quiet reflection. Every corner of Riverrun held its own memories. The flowing steps, the castle courtyard, the distant sacred wood, or the castle's water dungeons, and the vast sewer outlets. Caitlyn, Lisa, and Edmure, these 3 children may not have realized that while playing hide and seek, he was already fully aware of where they would conceal themselves. Host had spent time in every nook of Riverrun, so regardless of how cleverly they tried to hide, or where they chose to do so, he would always sneak a glance into those corners, chuckling softly as he called out, "Where are you hiding? I can't find you." After calling out several times, the outcome was always the same. Either he would stealthily approach the trio from behind, capturing them one by one, exclaiming, "Here you are. You're truly good at hiding." After calling out numerous times for their whereabouts, the 3 siblings emerged one after another, playfully teasing him for his foolishness. The corners of Horst's mouth curled slightly upwards as memories of carefree moments danced through his mind, free from worries, schemes, and the burdens of familial legacy. A gentle breeze carried distant fragrances, enveloping Duke Horst in its embrace. The footsteps of the scholar were light, yet hurried. Horst was well acquainted with the habits of those around him and turned to glance in that direction. "My lord," the scholar inclined his head in a slight bow, "Lady Caitlyn, along with the nobility residing in Flowing City, have gathered in the main hall." Horst nodded subtly and replied in a hushed tone, "Very well, lead me there." The scholar immediately summoned the Flowing City guards, and 2 attendants stepped forward, securely lifting Horst's chair and carrying him toward the main hall. Though the motion was gentle, Duke Horst felt a slight jolt. The scholar promptly approached, urging the guards to be more cautious. Silently, Duke Horst gazed toward the courtyard ahead, determined to make what contributions he could for the Tully family and the Riverlands, driven by duty, honor, and familial loyalty. The walls of the main hall in Flowing City were adorned with vivid depictions of trout leaping from the surface of the Trident River, their lifelike forms complemented by the flowing patterns of the floor. Chapter 56. The layout of Flowing City. Tyrion observed Duke Horst from the elevated platform. His slender figure contrasted by his resolute gaze as he quietly followed Count Bracken. His unkempt golden hair hung behind him like wild grass. Tyrion appeared to have an epiphany. He sighed deeply, turned around, and regarded the elder Duke of the Riverlands. In this attire, he gestured to his damp, soiled clothing. I fear my father would not consider me a guest in Flowing City. He smiled at Duke Horst. Duke Horst nodded in understanding, subtly expressing his gratitude. Scholar. The elder Duke spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the scholar promptly moved to Tyrion's side. Come with me, my lord Tyrion. Tyrion winked at the scholar, humming a whimsical tune about a bear and a maiden as they exited the main hall. Caitlyn watched Tyrion's retreating figure with a face etched in weariness and disappointment. Turning back to her awakened father, she approached him and grasped his right hand with both of hers. Father, the seven bless you. You have finally awakened. Caitlyn. Horst regarded her with calm eyes, but Caitlyn felt as though her heart had been pierced by a blade. She remembered that look, one of disappointment. Horst sighed softly. You have brought war to the Riverlands, Caitlyn. The elder Duke struggled to raise his hand, and Caitlyn quickly supported him. Not a single inch of land will be held, nor a grain of food left behind in the west from Flowing City. I am sorry, tears welled in Caitlyn's eyes, but I cannot allow evil to escape my sight. At that moment, I had no choice. Horst gently patted Caitlyn's hand, urging her to rise. Come, Caitlyn. He managed to force a faint smile. You are now the Duchess of Winterfell. He gazed into Caitlyn's eyes, which glistened with unshed tears. But you will always be my daughter. When a daughter heirs, a father must bear the burden of her mistakes, be it in honor or shame. No, Caitlyn protested with a quivering voice. Father, you cannot go to Castle Black. Your body cannot withstand the true lord, even in its frailty and decline. Horst grasped Caitlyn's chin, locking eyes with her. I shall not perish in my bed, Caitlyn. His brow slowly furrowed, worry and disappointment resurfacing in his gaze. Caitlyn shook her head. It is futile. Horst released Caitlyn, taking deep breaths, ignoring her stunned silence. He turned to the gathered nobles, casting aside any semblance of weakness or humility. The lords of the Riverlands regarded the aging duke with solemnity. As if he had returned to his prime, the esteemed governor of the Trident once more. Jason Mallister squinted, recalling the time when the Iron Men invaded the Riverlands. And Duke Horst exhibited this very demeanor while inspecting troops at Seagull, a true embodiment of the governor of the Trident. He tensed, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Horst. By my command, Horst declared. Chapter 57. Return to the Vale. Delicate wisps of smoke curled around Eyries' fingertips. The fiery orange embers chasing the encroaching charred remnants that spread across the entire envelope. Eyries set aside the letter and, just before it was consumed by flames, cast it into the hearth, watching it dance within the fire. This was a letter from Blackfish, sent from the city of Riverrun, or more precisely, a correspondence penned by the perplexing Edmure Tully. Lady Caitlyn sought to enter the Eyrie under the name of her elder sister Lisa, a rather audacious endeavor. The Tullys had just dispatched a secret accusation to the Iron Throne, only to follow it up with a letter to the Black Gate, requesting Brynden Tully's protection for her passage through the gates to ascend to the Eyrie. The siblings of House Tully likely believed that King Robert would acquiesce to such accusations, perhaps under the illusion of existing secrets within the Red Keep. Were they testing his reaction, thinking that a refusal would betray guilt and substantiate their claims? Eyries contemplated as he caressed the silver gilt scabbard at his waist. Though he was absent from the Vale, Eyries could foresee the vehement response of the noble knights to the Tullys' actions. In a bid to assuage fears and ensure safety, he had even sent a letter to Brynden, advising him to depart the Vale. In such a tense atmosphere, harboring a member of House Tully, even with Blackfish having altered his allegiance by dyeing his trout black, would likely be recognized solely by Blackfish himself. As the days in King's Landing gradually settled into a semblance of tranquility, the clamor of the tournament seemed to have little relevance to him. Although numerous participants called upon the Valley Eagle to compete alongside them, Attis found himself devoid of interest. He recalled that his father had little experience in such contests. In fact, as the Duke of Eagle's Nest, he had hosted a tournament of any significance only once, commemorating Attis' first name day at Moongate Keep. It was that very event that made the name Atris Arryn known throughout the entire Moon Mountains, echoing in the annals of heroic epics, particularly when his father witnessed King Robert's unrestrained hosting of tournaments. He expressed a distinct disdain for both the contests and the ensuing feasts. Historically, Attis had seldom observed the knights or lords of House Arryn frequently participating in tournaments, as the honor they represented seemed unworthy of the risks involved. Perhaps Attis' current aversion was intertwined with some mysterious legacy of this ancient lineage. Rising from his seat, Addis gazed out the window. A soft knock resonated from the door, followed by the voice of Ange. "My lord, the Prime Minister calls for you." "I understand," Addis replied tersely. It had been quite some time since he had set foot in the Red Keep. As the powerful Duke of the Vale and the commander draped in gold robes of King's Landing, he had chosen to distance himself from the affairs of state. Moreover, despite the banners of the Ice Wolf and the crowned stag fluttering above, the castle had never bestowed upon him a sense of security. Chapter 58. The black fish returns to the river in the distance. The snow line was distinctly visible to Brynden. The scouts of Bloodgate mimicking the calls of small birds in rhythmic succession. Holding his breath, Brynden positioned his bow across his lap. His lips moved slightly, signaling the archers behind him, who understood the cue and began to shift stealthily through the thickets and rocks. He slowly drew back his short bow, listening intently to the distant sounds. Beyond this mountain lay the Bloodgate, where the elder eagle roost. None had ever approached that stronghold. Those who dared had perished. "They have not detected us. We are well concealed," Brynden thought. Who would have imagined that we could launch a direct assault on the Bloodgate? The archers of Bloodgate methodically drew their short bows, arrows aimed at the gathering wildlings in the distance. Brynden exhaled a plume of warm breath, his longbow directed forward. Suddenly, the scout's signal became urgent, resembling the jubilant calls of parrots. "Loose," Brynden commanded, and the archers behind him released their arrows, which fell like meteors upon the unsuspecting wildlings below. The cries of anguish echoed sharply, and Brynden swiftly unsheathed his long sword, nimbly navigating the rocky terrain. The black chainmail stood defiantly in the sight of the wildlings of the mountain clan, the black trout serving as a harbinger of death within their line of vision. "The gatekeeper Blackfish," one wildling exclaimed in terror. The archers behind Brynden drew their short swords and round shields, pressing forward against the poorly equipped wildlings. "Kill him," shouted the lead wildling, as he staggered, bloodied from several arrows embedded in his leather armor, gazing at the soldiers of Bloodgate advancing with drawn swords. The remaining wild men gathered together, their shouts echoing like the roar of shadowy mountain cats as they surged forward, wielding stone axes and short knives that viciously struck against the circular shields of the Bloodgate soldiers. Brynden plunged into the fray, his longsword clashing against the wild man's axe, swiftly drawing an arrow from his quiver and plunging it into the wild man's throat. He then pivoted, positioning his sword horizontally across the wild man's chest, causing a torrent of crimson blood to splatter against the rocks of the forest. "Kill." The cacophony of battle erupted once more among the Bloodgate soldiers, the glint of short swords flashing as blades met with a resounding clang. The metallic reverberations echoing throughout the valley, startling various creatures in the mountains. Birds took flight, and mountain mice scurried away. Brynden deflected the wild man's cleaver with a sweep of his longsword, delivering a powerful kick that sent the foe sprawling, the back of his sword striking heavily against the wild man's skull. The dazed wild man fell backward onto the unforgiving rocks, blood staining the stone with dark crimson splotches. The wild chieftain, brandishing his axe and adorned with a fearsome helmet crafted from animal bones, let out a fierce cry. Brynden, breathing heavily yet composed, fixed his gaze upon the charging chieftain. In a flash, an arrow pierced the chieftain's wide-open eye, eliciting a horrific scream. Without hesitation, Brynden severed the chieftain's throat with a swift stroke, ending his life. Moments of tumult gave way to tranquility. Chapter 59. Lord Frye's conditions. Upon the shimmering surface of the Green Fork River, a broad stone arch bridge spanned its banks, connecting two grand castles. On the bridge, Frye soldiers scrutinized those wishing to cross, weighing them and collecting exorbitant tolls. Those without golden dragons were obliged to barter with their goods. Two opulent four-wheeled carriages made their way through the throng, flanked by 7 riders of House Frye at the forefront, barking orders at pedestrians who dared to draw near, forcing them back to the bridge's edge. The sentinel atop the watchtower of the Wey River sounded the horn, signaling the return of the castle's lord, the mournful notes echoing across the water and rousing the revelers within the castle. Innes Frye was awakened from his slumber by a servant, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He glanced at the servant. "What is it?" This single query sent the servant trembling to his knees. My lord, he has returned." Innes seized a glass goblet from his bedside and hurled it at the stammering servant. The goblet shattered with a resounding crash, blood mingling with the unfinished wine, staining the young servant's crimson hair. Terror mixed with the servant's sobs as he quaked on the ground, too frightened to respond. "Speak quickly," Innes said, his lips poised at the jagged edge of the broken goblet, the wine spilling into his mouth. My lord, he has returned," the red-haired servant managed to utter through his weeping. Innes smashed the goblet to the floor, prompting the servant to press his head against the ground, bracing himself for punishment. His instincts proved correct as Innis unleashed a furious kick against the servant's frail form. In the dimly lit room, cries of anguish and whimpers of pain reverberated. Yet within those wretched sounds lay a poignant interplay of suffering and endurance. "Help me dress, I desire the purple one." Innis gestured towards the wardrobe, and the attendant promptly retrieved garments for him to don. Just as Innis was preparing to depart, he turned to appraise the slender figure of the red-haired attendant. The attendant's face bore traces of blood from shards of glass, the crimson stain mingling with his fiery locks, accompanied by a hint of the aroma of wine. "You are quite commendable," Innis remarked. "Clean yourself up tonight, and wait for me here in the nude." With that, he turned and departed. The red-haired attendant initially displayed surprise, which soon transformed into a lingering smile that refused to fade. The soldiers of House Frye poured chaotically towards the city gates, their disarray evident. Innis mounted his steed, residing at the far western end of the castle on the west bank of the Twins, and had to ride ahead to confront the assembled soldiers. He bellowed at the commanding officer. "The Marquis is merely returning home. There are no White Walkers pursuing him. What nonsense is this gathering?" He then pointed at several soldiers. "Commanding, you lot, mount your horses and accompany me to greet him. The rest of you disperse." Grumbling voices echoed amidst the chaos. Chapter 60. The Hesitation of the Iron Throne. Only the furious shouts of Robert remained within the Red Keep. Tully and Lannister had already come to blows. They showed no regard for me as their king. Robert was not seated upon the Iron Throne, a decision that Eddard deemed wise, otherwise, given Robert's current rage. His pounding fists and the desire to wield a hammer, sitting on the Iron Throne would surely leave him battered. At this moment, Pycelle's gaze transformed from the drowsy impression Eddard had previously held of him to one of clarity directed towards Robert. "Your Majesty, Tully and Lannister are amassing their forces in King's Landing. Presently, it is merely a standoff, should blood be shed. It would undoubtedly be the reckless actions of the knights under their command. Several villages downstream of the Red Fork have been set ablaze. According to villagers who claim that a force bearing the sigil of House Arryn pillaged the villages and towns." Renly, holding a piece of white parchment, helplessly addressed Robert. Robert impatiently turned to his brother. "Where has Stannis gone? Why have I not seen him? Is it not fitting for a duke to attend the royal council?" Renly waved his hand dismissively. "Our esteemed prime minister has dispatched him to the Red Fork to quell the banditry. Lord Beric Dondarrion accompanies him on behalf of the Iron Throne to unearth the nefarious perpetrator behind the slanders against the Vale." "Slander! Slander! It is all slander," Robert roared. "I have already berated House Tully thoroughly. How dare they accuse Jon's son?" The king seemed ready to wield a longsword, capable of decimating the entire council, but then reconsidered his previous words, inquiring, "Is this a self-directed performance by House Tully, or are the lords of the Vale defending their liege? Do they aim to teach the Rivellins a lesson?" Eddard did not anticipate Robert's line of thought, and quickly interjected, "Robert, what means does House Tully possess to orchestrate such a performance that harms their own subjects? It is utterly impossible." Robert waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, Ned. I am merely in the depths of despair, rambling nonsensically. Perhaps the stranger has kissed me. Damn it." He turned to Eddard. "There are no other vexations, I trust? These matters should suffice for me to raise my war hammer, no? Engaging in combat is not a prudent course of action, Your Majesty," Varys interjected. Paisiel shook his head and addressed Robert. "Your Majesty, the conflict in the Golden Tooth ultimately arises from two vassals fighting for their own honor. The Tullys have accused and arrested the son of the Wardens of the West without any evidence, which constitutes a violation of the Iron Throne's laws. The Lannisters' military response is not unwarranted. It aligns with the laws of the realm and the doctrines of the Seven. If Your Majesty fails to provide a resolution to this issue and instead dispatches troops to forcibly quell the conflict, it may tarnish the reputation of the Iron Throne's justice, especially when the current hand is the renownedly just Lord Eddard Stark." Eddard opened his mouth, surprised at how incisively Paisiel, usually reticent, had spoken, placing himself in a precarious position. Chapter 61. A point of no return. Andar Royce surveyed the impeccably assembled Valley cavalry before him. Ever since his father summoned him to command the 1,000 horsemen beyond the Bloodgate, he had little else to occupy his days but training. Although provisions for the 1,000 cavalry flowed ceaselessly from the Vale of Arryn, ensuring their morale remained intact, the aimless gathering of troops and interminable drills had become exceedingly tedious, not just for the ordinary knights, but for him as well. However, a missive from Atis brought an end to the prior monotony. Clad in the bronze armor bestowed upon him by his father, Andar stood solemnly at the forefront, observing the Valley cavalry suppress their inner excitement, their expressions fervent as they gazed upon their commander. A band of brigands has disguised themselves as us, wreaking havoc and pillaging in the riverlands. Eddard proclaimed loudly to the ranks of cavalry, "We are the Knights of the Vale, knights blessed by the holy light of the Seven. We do not prey upon the weak or plunder women and children. Kill." The Knights of the Vale raised their weapons, be it lances, steel swords, or even iron hammers. Their fighting spirit ignited by Eddard's impassioned words, erupting in a chorus of fury. Eddard looked upon this scene with satisfaction. These 1,000 horsemen were not mere conscripts from the Vale, but seasoned retainers who had fought alongside the knights, all native to the Vale, possessing organizational and combat awareness that could rival the best in the Seven Kingdoms. When slander rains upon us like stones hurled by the wildlings of the valley, what shall we do? Eddard shouted once more, brandishing his longsword. "Loose the arrows." The knights cried in unison. "When rumors stab at us like daggers in the dark, what shall we do?" Eddard twirled his sword, baring his teeth fiercely at the assembled knights of the Vale. "To the helm." The knights echoed again. "Draw your longswords. Grip your lances tightly, don your helmets, and follow me across the Green Fork to root out the brigands and eradicate sin, proving that we are indeed the mightiest followers of the Seven." Eddard turned his steed, galloping forward. Dust billowed as the warhorses thundered down the slope, stones and earth flying in their wake. The sight of 1,000 valley cavalry advancing together would surely leave any onlooker awestruck and etched in their memory for a lifetime. Once served in the city of Eagle's Nest, Bachelor Cologne authored a tome chronicling the countless expeditions of the Valley Knights against the clans of the High Mountains. Most accounts detail small detachments of a mere few dozen, traversing the treacherous terrain of the Moonlight Mountains, where the wild men lay hidden in scattered enclaves, necessitating the knights to venture out in smaller groups. Only once has a grand spectacle been recorded, yet it was monumental enough to be immortalized in epic lore. This singular event transpired during the Blackfire Rebellion, when the then Duke of Eagle's Nest, Jon Arryn, summoned tens of thousands of Valley soldiers in Arryn Valley. An awe-inspiring sight as thousands of Valley knights stood solemnly in formation for inspection, leaving an indelible impression on Bachelor Cologne. Chapter 62. Total Annihilation. A haunting blue voice swept past, as the clarion call of the charge and the cacophony of battle faded into an abyss of endless wails. Lord Edmure's soldiers from the Riverlands were dragged to the ground by their own steeds, their chests pierced as if by a gaping wound, littered with gravel and sand, flesh embedded in the jagged stone. He cried out in agony, calling for his commander. The only sound resonating in Edmure's mind was the sharp whistle of arrows slicing through the air, his warhorse now crippled, groaning in pain upon the earth. "Kill!" The Riverland soldiers surged forth, their rallying cries swiftly swallowed by the torrent of blue-armored foes. Forced from their mounts, the soldiers raised their shields in a futile last stand. Yet fate proved unkind. The relentless probing of long spears pierced their defenses, plunging into an arm. The lamentations from the opposing lines echoed relentlessly. "Lord Edmure!" A voice called from the distance. Edmure turned to see his squire approaching. "The formation is in disarray. The light cavalry from the valley has encircled our rear, and our men lack the resolve to charge. It's all archers." The squire exclaimed anxiously. "Ahead lies the valley's heavy cavalry. This battle is unwinnable. We are clad in mere cloth armor, while they are encased in heavy steel. We must flee." Edmure raised his blood-soaked eyes. "What of my cavalry?" "Your cavalry is no more. The garrison at Salt Pans has been taken away by the knights of House Rewritten to the crossings. All retreated to the southern bank of the Red Cross River. Only the knights of House Eyrie remain at Salt Pans. Commanding the few hundred infantry left, they have not come to our aid," the squire declared loudly, perceiving Edmure's shock at the grim reality unfolding before him. "Impossible," Edmure stammered, struggling to his feet. "The cavalry I command is seasoned in battle. How could we falter so swiftly?" The squire grasped Edmure's arm, urging him to leave. "We previously engaged the infantry of the West, lacking experience against cavalry. A swift defeat is only to be expected, my lord." Arrows, coated in oil, ignited as they soared through the sky like meteors descending upon the earth. The horses of the Riverland soldiers were instantly spooked, scattering in all directions. And some riders were unseated, crashing heavily upon the unforgiving stone, rendered unconscious. With the squire's support, Edmure mounted a horse, casting a glance at his aide. "You shall accompany me. Someone must remain to cover our retreat, my lord." The squire drew his longsword, turning to rally Edmure's personal guards. "All of you follow me." The sound of frying echoed from all around, and the blue crescent falcon banner seemed to be concealed within the flames. Edmure swallowed hard. As the cavalry of the valley finally revealed themselves before him, their lances standing tall, the call to charge resonating throughout the land, leaving no escape. Chapter 63. The swordsmanship of Syrio's still as water. Syrio's wooden sword suddenly halted in mid-air, resembling the tranquil surface of a deep ravine. Arya, caught off balance by Syrio's unpredictable rhythm, stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn it, Arya muttered, a phrase her parents would disapprove of. A habit she had cultivated in Winterfell, whispering such words softly. Oh dear, Syrio's taunted, little Arya is uttering words unbefitting a lady. He tapped his wooden sword against Arya's head, a smile gracing his face. Arya looked up, feeling wronged. Aren't you a water dancer? I thought a knight would be by my side. I am no knight, Syrio's replied, swiftly striking Arya's supporting arm, sending her tumbling once more. I am the chief swordsman of Braavos, entrusted by your father. He held his wooden sword upright and commanded, Get up, girl. Arya hurriedly scrambled to her feet, reaching for the wooden sword on the ground. Too slow. With a resounding thud, Syrio's wooden sword struck her arm again. But she gritted her teeth and picked it up despite the pain. Syrio's moved with the stealth of a serpent, reciting incantations, swift as a deer, quick as a snake. Arya echoed, swift as a deer, quick as a snake. The wooden sword struck Arya's head again, down, left, up, right. Arya raised her wooden sword in retaliation, but miscalculated Syrio's target each time, exclaiming, You're cheating. You clearly said right. Did I say little Arya would believe me? Syrio smiled, his wooden sword landing once more on Arya's leg, causing her to fall again. Golden yellow eyes gleamed nearby. Arya's dire wolf, Nymeria, lay on the ground, already accustomed to the banter between Arya and Syrio's. Even when Arya faltered, Nymeria remained watchful, not raising her head in alarm. One must not be so disrespectful to the daughter of the Prime Minister. Braavosi, Sir Hugh, clad in knightly armor, approached. Arya noticed a blue plume adorning Sir Hugh's helmet, complementing his blue and gold canyon knight armor, giving him an impressive appearance. Sir Hugh, Syrio's is my dance teacher, Arya called out loudly. Nymeria stood, eyeing Sir Hugh warily, a low growl emanating from her throat. Sir Hugh glanced at the dire wolf with a hint of fear. She had grown so large that her size was comparable to that of a small pony. By the gods, Sir Hugh's complexion paled as Nymeria inched closer, his hand instinctively moving toward his sword sheath. Nymeria, Arya shouted, don't frighten the boastful Sir Hugh. Nymeria let out a huff, as the verdant algae swirled with the flow of the Green Fork River, brushing against Edmund's face. His damp hair clung to one side of his forehead, and he spat out dark water. Ugh! Edmund was jolted awake by the sudden rise of the river, collapsing onto the ground and expelling the foul liquid from his mouth. He clutched his abdomen, the pain unabated. Memories of recent defeat flooded back, flames and arrows illuminating his terror-filled eyes. The blue-armored cavalry, bearing the intertwined blue and white crescent falcon banner, charged forward, scattering their ranks. Horses bolted in panic, while infantry discarded their helmets, wailing in despair. A servant called his name, echoing the family's creed. Family, honor, duty. Damn it, what did it matter to utter the family's motto? Was he unaware? He did not need reminding. Ugh! He retched, spewing pale gastric fluid, and in the moment he turned his head, he realized that the warhorse he had been riding in his aimless flight lay exhausted by the riverbank, its muzzle submerged in the water, eyes gazing at the prostrate Edmund. Struggling, Edmund propped himself up, his hands ensnared by mud. The water surged once more, the ground yielding beneath him, and with a splash, he fell into the shallows, the river lapping at his chest. Coughing, he fought to rise, bewildered by the surroundings. A low growl emanated from nearby, and instinctively, he reached for his waist, only to find it empty. His long sword was lost to the chaos. In a frenzy, he was akin to a headless fly, darting aimlessly. A glance into the water revealed his dagger resting at the bottom. The growl echoed again. The weary warhorse groaned as it pushed against the earth, struggling to rise. From behind the horse, a dark shape surged forth, revealing a row of fangs before Edmund's eyes. A lizard lion. Damn! Edmund seized his dagger, summoning all his strength to crawl ashore, warily observing the creature in the water. The lizard lion lunged, splashing from the depths, its teeth gnashing at the horse's hooves, leaving grotesque gashes. The horse, in pain, bolted several meters away, vanishing into grass that towered taller than a man. The lizard lion flicked its long, red tongue, fixating on Edmund. He felt his legs weaken, though the dagger was clutched tightly in his hand. His mind faltered, forgetting the motions of thrusting and slashing. Days of frantic escape had drained his energy, and he knew that if he moved first, in that fleeting moment, his speed would fall short against the lizard lion's final pounce in pursuit. He could only stare intently at the creature before him, akin to a lizard. unsure if it was the chill or fear that rendered his hands trembling. Chapter 65. The strategy of the valley at the edge of the Mingwa mountain range. Beneath the formidable giant's spear, the ancestral fortress of the Arryn family, the Moongate Castle, stood tall and majestic. This bastion served as the preferred winter refuge for the Arryn clan. The frigid air from the narrow sea, after traversing the valley, transformed into a warm and humid breeze upon reaching Arryn Valley, enveloping Moongate Castle in a gentle warmth and moisture, accompanied by intermittent showers and the embrace of sunlight. Previously, due to the decree from the Iron Throne, many summoned soldiers from the valley's nobility, alongside thousands of canyon knights, had congregated here, amassing a force nearing 15,000. Under Athis's directive, aside from the soldiers tasked with defending the coastline, knights and soldiers from various castles and territories continued to arrive. Although there were long-standing grievances among the lords, in response to the call of the new crescent falcon banner of the Arryn family, they hesitated not. Some even set aside their ongoing disputes to answer the summons at Moongate Castle, resolutely choosing to transform their past conflicts into peace. Nestroy stood at the castle gate, positioned behind his cousin, the bronze-clad Jorn. Despite his superior official title over nearly all the valley's nobility, being appointed as the Grand Steward of Arryn Valley by Jon Arryn himself, even Athis's ascension to Duke had not nullified this appointment. However, the circumstances had shifted. Duke Athis's order to gather troops against the Riverlands had spread throughout the valley's military ranks, prompting some nobles and knights to host feasts overnight, celebrating their lord's wise decision. Military command had become imperative. While the Grand Steward of Arryn Valley might hold a position of prominence in peacetime, in times of war, Jorn stood foremost, rendering all others unqualified to surpass him. The valley's nobility, arranged by rank, silently gazed into the distance, awaiting the arrival of their lord, who had journeyed from King's Landing. The newly constructed stone road of Arryn Valley facilitated the passage of carriages. Yet most canyon knights and fanciful young noblemen preferred to believe that the renowned eagle of the valley, Duke Atris Arryn, had arrived on horseback. Reality did not disappoint them. Clad in a curved helm and intricately designed armor adorned with golden threads, draped in a sky-blue cloak, and brandishing the blue and white military banner of the Crescent Falcon. The Arryn family's elite cavalry formed two lines, escorting Atris Arryn as he advanced at a measured pace. The silhouette of his half-helm, resembling the wings of a falcon, captured the light, creating a dazzling aura at the edges of his helmet. The emblem of the Arryn family, the falcon, was embroidered on his breastplate, while the long sword bequeathed by his father, Jon Arryn, rested at his side. He gazed ahead with calm authority, meeting the eyes of the awaiting valley nobles. Jorn Royce was the first to kneel on one knee, prompting the others behind him to follow suit. A few youthful nobles raised their heads slightly, eager to behold the grace of Atris Arryn. As Atris approached Jorn, he cast a glance at Jorn's bowed head, dismounted, extended his hand before Jorn's forehead, and softly spoke. "It has been a long time, Count Jorn." Jorn placed his hand upon Artis's palm, rising steadily, a subtle expression gracing his visage. Chapter 66. Meastone East. The scale of Moongate Castle surpassed that of the current stronghold of House Arryn, Eagle's Nest, by a considerable margin. However, when juxtaposed with the castles of other guardian families, it appeared rather commonplace. The Fourth Valley King, Roland Arryn I, had, in his youth, visited the towering spire of the scholarly city, the magnificent Caitlyn castle built into the mountain of the west, as well as other grand fortifications still under construction in the Riverlands. In comparison to these edifices, the ancestral fortress of House Arryn, Moongate Castle, seemed exceedingly modest and unremarkable. Thus, an aspiration took root within him to construct a castle that embodied the unique essence of House Arryn and possessed a truly majestic presence. He resolved to erect a genuine eyrie for the eagles at a site spanning the giantess lands. Eagle's Nest overlooked all fortresses of the known world. Though it might not rival Caitlyn Castle in grandeur, nor match the solemnity of the towering spire, and though its scale was dwarfed by the numerous castles built upon the land in the Riverlands, anyone who endured the arduous journey through the Bloodgate and across the four fortresses to reach Eagle's Nest could declare themselves at the pinnacle of the world. From this vantage point, one could behold the entirety of Arryn Valley, witness lakes like gems set in verdant fields, and observe countless streams meandering through the valleys, traversing mountains and hills towards distant mists. Yet, due to its geographical location, enduring winter in Eagle's Nest was a tormenting ordeal. More often than not, House Arryn opted to descend to the foothills and seek refuge in Moongate Castle to escape the chill. This purpose led successive guardians of Moongate Castle to also be the heirs of House Arryn, who continually expanded the hot spring gardens within, facilitating warmth against the cold. To mitigate the influence of Lysa Tully on his brother Robin, Artis arranged for Nestor to bring Robin to reside in the hot spring gardens of Moongate Castle. After concluding a strategic meeting with the lords of the valley, he entered the hot spring gardens. While referred to as gardens, not every corner was enveloped in the steamy embrace of hot springs, nor was there a constant serenade of soft music. The hot spring existed solely in the heart of the garden, a warm pool encircled by stonework. The source of this warmth was a mystery, reminiscent in nature to the springs of Winterfell, yet Moongate Castle's spring was considerably smaller in scale. As Artis traversed the corridors, distant howls of the ice wolf Namelia intertwined with the laughter of Elia, and Robin reached his ears. Elia was teasing Robin with a purple flower plucked from a cliffside, exclaiming, "You don't." Robin, eager and animated, bounced behind the wolf girl, appearing to have improved significantly under the care of Bachelor Keeman, displaying enthusiasm without the affliction of his previous seizures. "Robin," Artis called from behind him. Clearly, the boy was oblivious, chasing Elia as she scampered further away. Robin, the attendant, pale-faced, glanced apprehensively at the approaching Artis, bowing apologetically. "Your Grace, young Master Robert is exceedingly lively." Arthys furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Chapter 67, The Assault on Saltfield Town. Fishing nets were entangled around the charred mast, the other end affixed to a protruding wooden post at the ferry. The acrid scent of charred remains wafted across the water as Sir Militang of the Derry family silently observed the billowing black smoke. The flames at the port had begun to diminish. Yet, with the final crackling of a wooden plank succumbing to the fire, the small harbor of Saltfield Town facing the sea was entirely consumed by flames. Soldiers from the Riverland shoved fishermen aside, seizing their last remaining wooden boats for survival. Resembling a flock of frantic birds, the cries, prayers, and curses echoed relentlessly in Sir Militang's ears. The harbor of Saltfield Town had been reduced to ashes. One of the knights beside him remarked. Militang gazed at the distant wails of the townsfolk, gently caressing the necklace of the Seven Gods warrior's sword around his neck, hoping that the Seven Gods would assist them through this tribulation. He kissed the necklace and observed the black ducks raised by the residents of Saltfield Town, flapping desperately, shrouded in black smoke. "The Seven-Star Sanctuary is just across the river. You could go and pray now," the knight beside him scoffed. Having grown weary of the hypocrisy associated with the Seven Gods, Militang shot a determined glance at the knight, his eyes reflecting steadfastness. The outsider would be born from this inferno of death, claiming the souls of the sinners. The knight snorted derisively, turning his gaze toward the opposite bank of the Green Fork River, disinterested in engaging with these zealots. He had heard tales of this rogue, who spent his days in the beggar's den of Derry City, teaching children to wield wooden swords and build strength, a ridiculous endeavor. If it were him, he would have long since indulged in a restful slumber at an inn. Militang continued to watch the dissipating gray smoke in the distance. A habitual melancholy and compassion veiled in his eyes. "Hurry, cut down that old hag, and take the boat," a soldier from Riverland bellowed, drawing his long sword to strike at the grotesque, gnarled hand clinging to the edge of the wooden boat. The severed hand fell to the ground, bloodied. The soldier kicked aside the fisherman protecting his mother, brandishing his sword at the riverbank, shouting to his comrades, "Get the boat into the river." The wooden boat rocked unsteadily as it floated down the river, and only then did the soldier from Riverland exhale a sigh of relief. Militang abruptly rose, knocking an arrow to his longbow, furious and poised to shoot at the soldier from Riverland. The knight beside him quickly restrained him, cursing, "Have you lost your mind? With that energy, you might as well confront the valley people." The soldier from Riverland stood frozen on the boat. The soldiers yet to disembark momentarily halted, as if trying to confirm whether their ears deceived them. The mournful call of the bugles suddenly intensified, and those still on the shore could sense the ground trembling beneath them. "Quick, get on board." The previously chaotic harbor now erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 68, Twin River City. North of Ruby Beach to Twin River City, there exists no ferry along this stretch of the Green Fork River for travelers to cross, Robart informed Arthys. "The army faces the same predicament," Lynn Cobry added. Athos spoke little throughout the journey. As the vanguard led by Joran Royce and John Greaves approached the city of Twin Rivers, scouts dispatched from the vanguard reported that numerous villagers still inhabited the surrounding areas. It appeared that the inhabitants along the eastern bank of the Green Fork River, from Ruby Shore to the vicinity of Twin Rivers, had not been significantly affected. Fields and workshops continued to see laborers at work. Athos ordered that the main army should not disturb the normal farming activities of the Riverlanders, instructing his men to refrain from pillaging and violence along the route. Upon receiving the command, the scouts swiftly mounted their horses and headed north. Duke Athos, Lyn approached, noting that such restraint was somewhat effective for knights, yet the levies from the valleys, who fought fiercely, expected recompense. Observing the duke's silence, he continued, "Should local militias resist us, our valley soldiers will need some amusement." "Patience," Athos replied, offering no further commentary as he spurred his horse forward. Lyn furrowed his brow. Seemingly unsatisfied, Robert moved closer, urging him to dismiss his thoughts and heed the Duke's orders. Nevertheless, Lyn shook his head, asserting that the brutality and savagery was the natural state of armies, and in times of war, one could not solely pursue the ideals of chivalry. Robert found merit in the words of the coterie, yet he chose to remain silent, aware that Athos had his own considerations, and thus followed in the Duke's wake. Lyn Coterie muttered to himself, "Have the Royces lost all conviction?" He observed the exchange between Athos and Robert, realizing the depth of their connection. He knew well of Athos' childhood travels between Moon Gate and Stone Castle, where he mingled with many nobles, primarily the Royces and their vassals. Initially, he believed the Duke of the Vale relied heavily on the Royces, seeking their counsel in all matters. However, it now appeared that the Royces were the followers, while Athos presented himself as a still surface concealing immense power beneath. Although he would always solicit the opinions of his vassals and subordinates, none could alter his final decisions. Lyn Coterie spat on the ground and urged his horse onward. From north to south, past the Neck, west of King S Road, and east of the Green Fork River, nearly all the lords had pledged their fealty to Twin Rivers. John Greaves expressed his concerns, his gaze fixed on the distant city, which lay less than 70 miles ahead. Lady Fry stood at the head of the bed, her pallid complexion reflecting a dazed gaze upon the framed painting on the wall, a pink heron standing on one leg, gazing across the river. An ugly head, adorned with sparse hair, leaned closely against the lady's bosom. Old Ward's voice was hoarse and drawn out, akin to a weasel stealing chickens at night, as he bit into Lady Fry, indifferent to the pain he inflicted upon her. "Look at you," he said, raising his head and instructing her to lie back down. Lady Fry obediently reclined upon the bed, her eyes reflecting a profound emptiness. "My lord, Joshua Sandford," she murmured. Old Ward grasped the lady's wrist with his fingers. "The noble knight." "Eh?" He leaned in closer to her face. "What would your esteemed knightly father think of you marrying this 90-year-old man?" "Marrying Marquis Fry is a glory for the nobility of the Riverlands," she replied numbly, these words having been extracted from her nearly every night by Old Ward. A repugnant laughter erupted from him, echoing throughout the chamber. "It is fitting, indeed, that you highborn, hypocritical, self-proclaimed noblemen should endure such a fate," Old Ward said with a sinister smile, inching closer to Lady Fry. "Knock, knock, knock." A sound resounded from outside the door. "May the seven hells be filled with you wretches." Old Ward cursed as he dragged his aged body from the bed. He flung open the bedroom door. "This better be of utmost importance, or I shall plunge your head into a cesspit." The visitor was Ennis Fry, the third son overseeing the defenses of Castle West. His watery, red eyes fixed upon Old Ward. "The troops of the Vale are encamped beyond the hills east of the Green Fork," he reported. "Scouts have informed us of at least 5,000 men, with reinforcements advancing along the King's Road towards River Run, approaching 7,000 more, making a total of over 12,000. If that is all, your head deserves to be buried in the cesspit," Old Ward scoffed, dismissing the news as inevitable, not requiring Ennis to deliver it personally. Ennis then revealed a more pressing matter. At the forefront is Bronze John of the Vale, who has sent word indicating a desire to negotiate passage across the river. "Very well," Old Ward responded with a satisfied smile. "Why not? A mutual benefit, indeed." His weasel-like visage contorted into an unseemly grin, for this was already part of his original scheme. Ennis observed Old Ward wave him off and promptly closed the door behind him. Old Ward, in a fit of nervous energy, paused momentarily before breaking into a dance before his youthful wife. Chapter 70, River Run, 3. As dawn broke with a chill that penetrated to the bone, John Royce stood at a distance on a hill, admiring the grandeur of River Run through a thicket of trees. "If only we could launch oil barrels and fire arrows," he murmured to himself. John Grafson, accompanied by 4 knights from the Vale, stood at the gates of the eastern fortress of River Run, gazing up at the imposing castle entrance. Gold dragons, status, prestige. John Grafson mused, contemplating what thoughts occupied the mind of Marquis Fry. The drawbridge slowly descended, settling upon the shore and crushing the grass beneath. The oak and iron gates creaked open to reveal an elderly man, nearing 60, standing at the center, flanked by dozens of Fry guards. Steve Fry, the eldest son of the Marquis of River Run, John Grafson whispered to himself. Steve raised his arms expansively, welcoming the esteemed guests of the Vale to the Twin Rivers city. He approached Graf's son, greeting the envoy of Duke Ats, while Marquis Foley had long awaited in the great hall, with bread and fine wine prepared. "Please, follow me," Steve said, inclining slightly as he gestured towards the castle. Jon Graf's son bowed his head in acknowledgement, appreciating the Marquis's courtesy. Yorn observed from a distance as the young man from the Grafson family entered Twin Rivers City, before he turned and mounted his warhorse, returning to the barracks. As Jon Graf's son entered the inner sanctum of Twin Rivers City, he took careful note of his surroundings. The military training ground leading from the city gates to the courtyard boasted over 100 soldiers in rigorous drills, with long swords and armor meticulously arranged, each quiver brimming with arrows. Even within the castle, craftsmen were seen constructing catapults for defense in the open air. The short man with a black beard beside Steve frequently glanced back at Jon as he observed the city's military preparations, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Jon, having witnessed such displays of prideful bravado too often in the mixed company of Seagull town, paid it little mind as he approached the grand entrance of the hall. Honored guests of Twin Rivers City, the eldest son of the Grafson family, Jon Graf's son. Old Ward's voice echoed within the hall. Jon lowered his head and solemnly addressed Old Ward, saying, "Esteemed Marquis Foley, I extend my respects on behalf of Duke Atis of Eagle's Nest, the guardian of the Vale, and the eastern protector of the Seven Kingdoms." He then raised his gaze to gauge Old Ward's reaction. Unlike the previous visit of the Grafson family to Twin Rivers City, when Old Ward had been reluctant even to exchange pleasantries with Jon's father, immediately launching into a high toll for crossing the bridge, this time, Old Ward listened patiently to Jon's respectful words, a smile gracing his face as he regarded him with a hint of excitement. With a slight clap, Old Ward revealed a somewhat yellowed set of teeth, smiling at Jon Graf's son. "It would be preferable for young Lord Robert to be sent to Twin Rivers City, as my adopted son, fostering a lasting goodwill between our families. Should the Vale face supply issues in Flowing City, Twin Rivers can safeguard the supply routes. In exchange," Old Ward chuckled, "my heir is numerous. Whichever pleases Duke Atis may accompany him to Eagle's Nest. A few more would not matter at all. Ha ha ha." Steve raised his cup slightly in a toast to Jon Graf's son, while Ennis cast a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Just as Jon was about to respond, Old Ward interjected. "Of course, should Duke Atis harbor any concerns, we can discuss further. After all, the Iron Throne will not show leniency towards Flowing City. The conflicts in the Riverlands arose from the folly and deceit of the Tully family. If they are punished and weakened, the legacy they leave will not diminish the loyalty of the Riverlands lords to the rightful laws of the Iron Throne." Jon Graf's son replied. Steve Lannister extended his arms before him, acknowledging the thriving Fry family, while young Lord Arryn was destined to enjoy a splendid childhood here, ultimately to choose his own match, entirely at his discretion. Jon Graf's son took a slight sip of wine, the crimson liquid moistening his parched lips. The dwindling numbers of House Arryn were an unspoken truth among the lords of the Vale, yet most nobles regarded this as a mark of aloofness, which Arryn embraced. After all, the flock of eagles is no different from the famished vultures, and only the solitary eagle can perch atop the mountains, surveying the valleys and ridiculing the timid. Jon Graf's son set down his goblet, contemplating, "I fear I cannot make this decision alone. It must be reported to Duke Atis." Old Ward nodded, fully aware that the envoy had likely not anticipated the Fry family would present such a condition. "Forgive my premature departure. I must convey the Marquis's stipulations to Duke Atis." Graf's son rose, offering a slight bow to Old Ward. "Very well," Old Ward replied without unnecessary pleasantries. "Black Ward, escort Sir Graf's son." The stout, bearded man stood up, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Graf's son. "Come along, knight." As Graf's son exited the great hall, he gazed up at the cold sky enveloped by the fortress, a faint sigh escaping his lips. Based on his understanding of the Vale's nobility, he surmised that this proposal would first be rejected by Count Joran Royce. The marriage of a branch of the Royce family to the Freys had been secured through Old Ward's cunning and deceit, resulting in Lady Royce's loss of virtue, which thus forced her into a lesser union. The Bronze Joran harbored deep resentment over this, and it was unlikely he would easily relent. This proposal would not pass with Count Joran. Indeed, the situation was dire. Chapter 72, The Battle of Twin Rivers. 1. Silence reigned within the camp, no one daring to utter a sound. Jon Graf's son sat quietly in the distance, while several officers exchanged anxious glances. The voice of Bronze Joran echoed within the tent. "This weasel's treachery endures. He has sullied the noble bloodline of our Royce girl, and now seeks to lay claim to Duke Atis's brother, Jon's son." Joren paced restlessly within the tent, his voice tinged with a tremor. Grafson understood that Count Joren was referring to former Prime Minister Jon Arryn. The noble eagles would not even grant the weasel a glance. This wretched spawn dared to push further, seeking to have Robin wed into their family. Hoping to claim a share of our Vale's land, Joren spat through clenched teeth. My lord, an officer ventured cautiously. The accompanying craftsmen are hastily assembling the siege engines on the hills behind us. The ladders are being constructed from local materials, and within 2 days, we shall be ready to commence the siege. At this juncture, Jon Grafson interjected, My lord, it would be prudent to consult Duke Edis regarding this matter first. Joren Royce continued to pace, eventually halting before the sand table in the tent, closing his eyes, enveloped in silence once more. The tent fell into another brief stillness. The atmosphere in Twin Rivers was thick with Joren's heavy breathing, as he struggled to suppress his anger and regain his composure. The city of Wanha, formidable in its defenses, is flanked by twin cities that can provide mutual support. Our forces lack the naval vessels to launch harassment from the river, and we have no allied troops on the western bank to collaborate and create a siege. The garrison in Wanha is sufficiently strong, and a direct assault would incur excessive losses. Let us confer with the Duke first, said Yorn, his tone laden with resignation. For crossing the river should not demand such a price. Grafson found himself momentarily uncertain as to which price Yorn referred. Was it the cost of an alliance or the losses from a frontal attack? At that moment, the mournful sound of horns echoed, 1 blast signaling the return of scouts, 2 indicating an enemy advance, and 3. A series of blue and white falcon banners fluttered in the distance, as troops of cavalry from the valley swiftly converged upon Yorn's encampment, only to slow their pace as they approached, entering in a disciplined manner. The Duke of Atis has arrived. The clamorous voices outside the tent rose to a thunderous crescendo. Yorn stepped out, intending to hasten to the entrance to greet him, but was met by the galloping Duke Atis and the formidable Lyn Cobry, adorned with Lady Valeria's steel sword. Enter the tent and inform me of Lord Frey's conditions. Count Yorn, Atis commanded briskly, dismounting and striding into the tent without further ado. Yorn Grafson and the assembled officers promptly knelt, only to be bid to rise and report the situation. Without hesitation, Grafson began to articulate their circumstances. Yorn's gaze fell upon the forces brought by Atis, and he noted with concern that, apart from the heavily armored knights of House Eileen guarding Atis and some pack horses bearing supplies, the troops were primarily infantry, all bearing blue kite-shaped shields emblazoned with the crescent falcon. Were the Duke's Valley cavalry? Yorn inquired of Lyn Cobry beside him. Since emerging from the Bloodgate, they have been dispatched incessantly, raiding various villages and towns in the southern region of the Green Fork. Aside from the useless vassals who annually pay tribute to House Frey, those lords loyal to Derry City and Helrenberg have suffered greatly, Lyn replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The Duke has heeded my counsel. Yorn furrowed his brow, realizing that the Duke's strategy was likely intended to send a strong signal to the city of Benlu regarding a major crossing at Ruby Beach. Marching westward along the river road, this thought caused a knot of anxiety to form within him. The situation for Ando would only worsen. Clearly, it was uncertain how Benlu would respond, and the northern lords in the Riverland to the west of Wanha would not easily retreat from their defenses. Lyn seemed rather pleased with this clever maneuver, reveling in his own perceived brilliance. Yorn shook his head, aware that House Frey played both sides. If he were to bet on both fronts, informing the Tully family of the main force's movements towards Wanha would render all efforts futile. A misconception, Lyn proposed. The Riverlanders hold a fallacy regarding the Valley's main force, believing it to be comprised of the valiant Valley cavalry. As long as we deploy scouts widely, if the cavalry is absent, they will not suspect the Valley's main force is present. Yorn scoffed derisively. It seems you have forgotten about the Blackfish. Having spoken, he turned and strode towards the tent of Duke Artis, leaving Lyn Cobry in a state of bewilderment. Within the tent, Duke Artis sat alone. His eyes closed as he listened to the distant clashing sounds of soldiers training with swords. Outside, Yorn called out with urgency, Duke Artis. Enter, Artis replied. Yorn stepped inside and, getting straight to the point, declared, Your decision to leave the cavalry in the southern part of the Green Fork River has indeed yielded results. The city of Benlu may divert additional forces to guard the Red Gem Beach, and the northern lords of the Riverlands will continue to remain in Benlu to defend against the Western Army. However, Yorn took a deep breath and continued. The most critical prerequisite is to swiftly pass through Twin River City and strike towards Benlu. Otherwise, it is merely an exercise in futility. Artis nodded slightly, in agreement with Yorn's assessment. The Red Gem Beach is a lethal threat to the Riverlands. Twin River City is a formidable fortress, unbreached for centuries. Even if the Tully family cannot see the marauding cavalry of the valley, they would still assume that a large army would attempt to cross the Red Gem Beach. Would that not be an exercise in redundancy? You're asked, puzzled. I have said. Artist pointed to the map of the riverlands. Chapter 74, The Battle of Twin River City, 3. Under the veil of night, Twin River City was shrouded in silence. The waters of the Green Fork sparkled, the gentle ripples resembling a magical mirror, smooth yet distorted in this moment. The firelight from the watchtower of Way River Tower illuminated the surroundings, while the colossal beast atop the tower remained dormant. Beneath the cloak of night, Way River Tower bore no trace of the grimness of war. Instead, it exuded a serene vantage point over the nocturnal landscape of the Green Fork. Rhys Frey stood atop the tower, gazing out through the arrow slits, humming a tune that spoke of knights pursuing maidens along the Green Fork under the moonlight, an old tale indeed. Frey soldiers were scattered at their posts, while Locke sat on the floor at the base of the tower, his eyes wide as he observed the weary Frey soldiers above. The grease from the pig's trotters stained the hands of the red-nosed mercenary, his eating sounds reminiscent of a pig vying for its feed. Locke swallowed the last piece of meat prepared for him by the Freys and inquired, which Frey is responsible for the East Castle's gate and drawbridge? I'll steal my Veda from Black Ward, the red-nosed mercenary replied with indignation. Locke then understood that the mercenary referred to the beautiful Veda. He nodded, knowing that Robert Royce from the Valley had reluctantly departed Twin River City at midnight. Thus Old Ward had not returned to West Castle, but remained at East Castle, awaiting the personal arrival of Artis Island the following day. The Valley folk were never keen on negotiations. Any noble lord with an insider like myself would not entertain the thought of negotiations, Locke mused, his gaze turning towards the mercenaries at the base of the tower, his expression growing increasingly fierce. The mercenaries comprehended Locke's intent and promptly ascended the stairs. Sir Rhys, from Locke's mercenary band, a Frey soldier addressed Rhys Frey. Rhys smiled slightly. Let the men from West Castle take over. My brothers need rest. Locke exited Way River Tower, casting a glance at the soldiers stationed on the bridge, echoing what Rhys Frey had previously announced to the bridge guards. Return to West Castle and rest. You fools, Locke chuckled inwardly. The bridge guards cast a glance at the mercenary Locke, their disdain evident in their eyes. Someone muttered before him, the drawbridge of West Fortress has been lowered. Are we blind, you vile mercenary? You shall soon encounter worse, Locke thought with a smile masking his true feelings. The guards, though somewhat anxious, lined up and approached the open gates of West Fortress. The moonlight was cool, mingling with the rippling waves of the river, sending a chill across the valley. Soldiers aboard the wooden vessel. Lyn Cobry lay at the bow, gripping the quiet Lady Valeria's steel sword tightly in his right hand, calmly gazing at the towering tower ahead. When the torches are thrown down, quickly ascend the bridge, Lyn reminded the soldiers behind him once more. Chapter 75. The handling of Frey. The mournful beat of war drums finally ceased, and the clamor of battle faded into silence. The gates of East Fortress had been reduced to ashes, leaving only the iron fittings smeared with soot behind. Joran Royce, accompanied by Robert and Lyn, exited the castle, their faces dusted but unable to conceal the joy within, broad smiles plastered on their faces. Duke Artis, we have completely taken both fortresses of the Twin River City. The Frey family, men and women alike, are indistinguishable in their wretchedness. I have stationed guards to ensure no one approaches, Joran declared. Lyn Cobry brushed off the dust from his clothing. For ease of movement on the boat, he had opted not to don heavy armor. Quite a number, akin to a den of weasels, he remarked. Laughter erupted from Joran and Robert at Lyn's analogy, and even Artis smiled, knowing the victory was hard won. Where is that lad Graf's son? Joran inquired of his son Robert. Sir John should be counting the Frey family's assets. I saw him heading straight to Bachelor Bennett, who serves Twin River City, with a ledger in hand. I suspect it contains a substantial sum, Robert replied. Let us enter the city first. We can discuss it later. A victory awaits us to celebrate, Lyn urged, his thoughts drifting to a red-haired boy within the city, causing a stir in his heart. Artis nodded, flanked by his elite guards, as they approached the battered city gates, where the bodies were being cleared by the Valley soldiers to a flat area outside the city, as customary, to be burned. Ensure the Frey family members are distinguished for burial, Joran instructed Robert, who nodded in agreement. Artis rode into Twin River City, and the soldiers cleaning the blood at the gates immediately recognized their duke. They rose excitedly, shouting, for Artis Arryn. The cacophony of voices halted all activity, for Artis Arryn. The roar echoed, and the somber dawn enveloping Twin River City seemed to cower beneath the weight of their cheers, bowing to the majestic flight of the Valley Eagle. Artist drew his sword from beneath his blue cloak and waved it before the soldiers, proclaiming, "For the valley! For the valley!" The soldier unsheathed his long sword, and behind him, Yorn, Robb, and Lyn Cobry followed suit, raising their voices in unison. "Where are the members of House Fry?" Adys inquired as he entered the main hall. Yorn glanced at Lyn Cobry, who replied to Adys, "Old Ward is confined in a dark chamber. The Lord of Eastwatch is none other than the eldest son of Old Fry, Stefflin. They are all secured in the dungeons of their home." "Damn, there are indeed many. Including women and children. I haven't paid them much heed, merely ensuring strict oversight." Chapter 76. Ambition. Lyn observed the red-haired boy half-crouching before him and gently brushed aside the lad's hair. "Whom did you serve before?" "Lord Innes, Sir Innes Fry." The boy mumbled. Lyn raised an eyebrow slightly. "The third son of Old Ward, my lord," the boy clarified. "Thus, you possess considerable knowledge of House Fry?" Lyn remarked appreciatively. "Indeed, Lord Innes insists I memorize it daily," the red-haired boy replied with a flattering gaze. "Good," Lyn commended. "Tell me," as he pinched the boy's chin. "The eldest son of Stefflin, his son, and his daughter." "At your command," the boy obediently answered. "Sir Layman has a daughter, Pia Fry." "How old is she?" Lyn inquired, tugging at the boy's red locks. "Just 17, the boy responded. "There's also a son, named," Lyn paused. "Peter, his name is Peter Fry," the boy hurriedly interjected. Feeling discomfort from Lyn's grip, Lyn suddenly burst into laughter, muttering, "Peter Fry? Just by that name, his fate seems sealed." He recalled Littlefinger. "Is the fair Miss Pia Fry lovely?" Lyn asked. "Quite presentable, if it pleases my lord. You should seek out the beautiful Wada." "Oh no. Wada has already been deflowered by Black Ward. The most beautiful in Riverrun is Miss Rosalind." The red-haired boy's words were abruptly silenced. "Enough chatter," Lyn commanded. "Pia Fry is a delightful name." The room was filled only with sounds of merriment. Locke shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at Robb Royce, his face devoid of the previous sycophantic demeanor towards House Fry. "Your Duke should remember that the capture of Riverrun largely relies on us." Robb frowned deeply. "The Duke will not forget the contributions of anyone. We shall not depart. This mere gold dragon will not suffice to dismiss us." Locke turned to John Glovers, standing beside Robb, contemplating that he could not abandon the beautiful girl from House Fry, having fought so hard for her. "Money can be negotiated, but the mercenaries must leave. Otherwise, I shall report back to Duke Adys." John Glovers fixed his gaze on Locke, reluctant to trouble the Duke over this matter. Yet exerting some pressure could be deemed appropriate. "Respected Duke Adys is my employer. Of course, we heed his command, but he is not our only employer," Locke replied defiantly, meeting Glover's stare without fear. John Grathson cast a glance at Locke. Chapter 77. Rosalind Fry. In the early morning, dewdrops fell upon the flat ground west of the Green Fork, nourishing the soil. The peasants outside the castle gazed towards the Weeping Tower on the Long Bridge, where the familiar banners of House Fry were no longer visible. Instead, an unfamiliar blue and white flag ascended, fluttering in the wind like a soaring falcon. Suddenly, the gates of the West Castle resounded with a thunderous boom, prompting the farmers of Twin Rivers to bow their heads and tend to their fields. The soldiers of House Fry sometimes perceived the farmers' glances as provocations and would seize them under the pretext of unpaid tolls. Yet these farmers had always lived on the western bank of the Green Fork, having never set foot on the bustling eastern shore. Save for occasional glimpses of the crowds crossing the bridge, they buried themselves in their fields, fearful of further harassment from the Fry soldiers. As the gates slowly opened, the sound of hoofbeats approached from afar, growing ever closer. The farmers pressed their heads lower, striving to make no sound. Robb Royce, clad in armor, stood at the forefront of the formation, followed by 2,000 light cavalrymen. The night's rain had softened the earth, causing the hooves to sink slightly with each step. The crescent falcon banner, symbolizing House Arryn, advanced rhythmically in the hands of the standard-bearers, resembling a grove of blue and white trees. Jon Royce stood atop the castle walls, quietly observing his son lead the vanguard into battle. His mission was to swiftly assault the territories of the northern lords of the Riverlands, ensuring the safe passage of the main force of over 8,000 men from Twin Rivers. Jon Royce was not overly concerned about the perils his son faced, for the majority of the northern lords' forces were indeed occupied by the Tullus at Riverrun and Ruby Ford, leaving them little time to direct their attention northward. Should news of their castle's fall reach them, the demoralized Riverlands army, led by Edmure and Harold, could be easily manipulated. He clenched his fist and struck the parapet with force. Just last night, the jailer had discovered that Peter, the third son of Lyman Fry, had vanished from the dungeon. He and Lyn Cobry had searched the castle inside and out for the entire night, ultimately finding Peter's lifeless body by the muddy banks of the eastern Green Fork. This meant that, Following the demise of Old Walder, Lyman Fry's first heir was now left with only one daughter, the recently matured Pia Fry. Jon found no indication of concern in the Duke of Audis's expression. Peter was reeking of the foul stench from the sewers. He and Lynn could only speculate that Peter had attempted to escape through the drainage system, only to meet a watery fate. Damn it, Jon cursed, striking the parapet once more with his fist. He disliked when circumstances deviated from his control, when unexpected events transpired. With the turmoil created by the Riverlands army, the rightful heir of House Fry had perished. If the Seven Kingdoms were to learn of this, how would their honor withstand such a blow? Watching the cavalry gradually recede into the distance, Jon reluctantly released his tightly clenched fist and departed from the parapet. Chapter 78. Omen of the storm. A gentle rain nourished the farmlands of Twin Rivers, yet the water level at Ruby Ford continued to drop. The Wymer Royce longsword was plunged into the damp earth at the water's edge, the waterline receding slightly. The enemy forces across the river had diminished significantly. Last night's raid nearly breached their defenses, Harold Hutton remarked, revealing his dimples, his sandy blonde hair glistening in the sunlight. The cavalry of the Weirwood, Belmore, and Malco families, totaling 2,000, had been stationed downstream of the Green Fork River by Duke Addis, and they were hastening towards our position, Harold Hutton continued. My dear brother was nearly toppled by a single thrust from Sir Jason Mallister, the Earl of the Seaboard City, yesterday. Were it not for the swift intervention of Sir Michael Redford, he might not have returned today, Wymer expressed with trepidation. He gestured toward the water's surface, noting the significant drop in water levels at Ruby Beach, along with a corresponding decrease in enemy strength. It was time to consult with Sir Andar regarding a full-scale assault. Wymer turned, patting his robust warhorse behind him, and vaulted onto its back. Harold followed closely, adhering to his long-standing strategy of fragmented assaults. Was it truly time for a general offensive? Wymer nodded. The city of Twin Rivers had already been occupied by Duke Addis. According to previous arrangements, the northern castles of the Riverlands would be targeted by our forces, with the defense of Ruby Beach entrusted to Earl Jason of the Seaboard City, whose troops largely hailed from the northern Riverlands, with only a small contingent of conscripts from the Brecken family, posing minimal threat, concentrating all cavalry here. Over 6,000 riders gathered at Ruby Beach. Continuing guerrilla tactics would squander such a formidable force of heavy cavalry, Wymer elaborated. His hair had not seen proper grooming in quite some time, appearing rather disheveled, as if tangled in a thicket. Days of relentless cavalry skirmishes had exhausted both the enemy and himself, having fought alongside Addis for an extended period. From the Longbow Hall suppression to now being sandwiched between Addis's northern and southern forces, Wymer Royce had matured considerably. Moreover, he had the responsibility of mentoring Harold Hutton, the third heir of the Valley, in the art of warfare, necessitating the demeanor of a seasoned veteran on the battlefield. Harold Hutton, far stronger than Wymer had been in his youth, displayed humility in seeking counsel when uncertain. Though not particularly esteemed in Stonehaven, Harold's cheerful disposition was endearing. The cavalry behind Wymer brandished their whips, stirring up clouds of dust as they galloped toward the encampment of Andar Royce. Tyrion reclined against a tree stump, his disproportionately large head tilted back, observing the trout banner fluttering forlornly in the wind. The mercenary Boron deftly manipulated a dagger, his actions of peeling an apple appearing more graceful than those of the maidservants attending to his elder sister. Chapter 79. The contest. The dark, cracked, towering walls loomed like silent giants, standing resolute before them. The thousands of Valley cavalry remained utterly silent. The intertwined emotions of fear stemming from cursed rumors and the pride of stepping into and claiming the largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms swirling within each rider's heart. How many people does Lady Riverpeace have in Harrenburg? Andar Royce inquired. Wymer gazed upward at the imposing city wall before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Regarding this wall, he pointed to the scattered sentinels atop the Harrenburg fortification, estimating that there were scarcely 100. Has Count Jason's army not retreated to Harrenburg for defense? Harold Hutton inquired, puzzled. Observe, Harold, Wymer replied, feeling a twinge of unfamiliarity with his own identity. Previously, he had been guided by others. Yet now he found himself in the role of the guide. His father and Atis would surely be pleased. He turned to Harold, saying, Our previous encirclement has effectively blocked the forces of Hudgian from fleeing towards the Divine Eye Lake, compelling them to retreat along the Hudgian Avenue towards the city of Benlu. Count Jason would not opt for Harrenburg, not merely due to the fires raging in the rear, but because, despite its grandiosity, Harrenburg stands isolated and vulnerable. If we were to seize control of the Ruby Beach, a steady stream of reinforcements could cross the Green Fork River. Should we then encircle Harrenburg? he and his men would find themselves utterly trapped. Andorois interjected. Harold nodded thoughtfully. Send a messenger, instructing Lady Hien to surrender the city, Andar commanded. No sooner had he spoken than the gates of Harrenburg roared open, revealing the mysterious depths beyond to the world. What is happening? Harold hesitated, his gaze fixated on the opened gates. For the knights who dwelled in the shadow of the Mingyue Mountains, Harrenburg was merely a passage in an epic saga, a fragment of text. Most of the populace had only heard tales of its dreadful curse, never having gazed upon its true visage. Weimer's hand gripped his spear tightly, his eyes locked on the gaping gates. Although previous analyses had not suggested the possibility of a heavy garrison within Harrenburg, it was not beyond reason that such a vast fortress could conceal numerous secrets. A few riders burst forth, each bearing the yellow and black bat insignia of the Hien family. Weimer relaxed his guard. There was no army behind the gates, only a solitary woman. Harold pointed at the figure ahead, asking, "Who is that?" "Most likely Lady Hien, the sorrowful widow, guarding this haunted castle," Andar replied, furrowing his brow. The terrifying legends surrounding Harrenburg gave him pause, causing him to hesitate about entering the fortress. Weimer glanced at Harold Hutton, signaling him. Chapter 80. The kneeling horse. Tyrion was acutely aware that Count Brecken's spirits must be exceedingly low at this moment. Duke Horst could hardly endure such a long journey, particularly given the treacherous mountain paths stretching from Golden Tooth City to Keong City, the ruggedness of which he was well aware. He cast a glance back at the Lannister scarlet-cloaked lions that had accompanied him since Golden Tooth City. He had given them this moniker. Upon arriving at Golden Tooth City, his brother Jaime was absent, having personally led the scout cavalry to investigate the retreating Hajian forces, stopping several miles back. Advance. Tyrion was quite vexed. His brother, though admirable in many respects, was a reckless and impulsive soul. Who could forget that time by the cliffs near Casterly Rock, when Jaime leaped without a second thought, only to be confined later by our esteemed Lord Tywin? "Halt!" roared Earl Brecken, cracking his whip against the stubborn stones by the roadside. "Duke Horst needs to stop for water." The advancing procession gradually came to a standstill, with Tyrion astride his noble steed, walking alongside Podrick. "You underestimate this old duke," Podrick remarked, glancing at the movements within the carriage, evidently confident that they would reach Casterly Rock. Tyrion cast his gaze toward the carriage, worry flickering in his eyes. "Indeed, I do hope so. Let us swiftly quell this war. Look at the weather. Why does it feel increasingly frigid? Only mercenaries like me, who wander the Seven Kingdoms, would sense the chill. You, a man of stature, likely pass the winter in the warmth of your hearth, my Lord Tyrion," Podrick replied. Tyrion pouted in jest. "Those who scorn the Lannister lord's mercenaries rarely meet a favorable fate. I have traversed the north, even urinated at the summit of the wall. I assure you, should you stand at the wall, you would see my frozen stream." Coughing emanated from the carriage, prompting Tyrion to turn his horse and approach. "How much longer?" came Duke Horst's hoarse voice, though Tyrion had yet to catch a glimpse of his visage. "A few hours more, my lord," the voice of the detestable Earl Brecken interjected. "Very well." Horst's head peered out momentarily before retreating, the carriage's curtains drawn. With a sigh, Earl Brecken turned and caught sight of Tyrion on horseback. "Little imp," he huffed, hurriedly passing by Tyrion, clearly disinclined to engage. Tyrion could only muster a resigned smile. He had long since exhausted his wit regarding the temperamental Earl. Within the curtain, Horst evidently recognized Tyrion, extending a hand out, his voice weak. "Tyrion Lannister." Tyrion swiftly dismounted, grasping the horse's saddle, and leapt gracefully to the ground, his agility even eliciting admiration from Podrick. Chapter 81. The Lion's Fangs. The lion would not tolerate provocation. Maester Pycelle appeared as if in a stupor. While the Iron Throne granted the Vale considerable autonomy in enforcement, though perhaps granted was too lenient a term, the members of the royal council seemed oblivious, maintaining their previous postures. Some bowed in silence, others reclining on their chairs in repose. Previously, Jaime Lannister had led the forces of the Westerlands out from Goldtown to ambush 2,000 soldiers stationed at the mountain pass in the Riverlands, resulting in the death of the Earl of Vance and the capture of the Earl of Claymont. The entirety of the Riverland soldiers perished. The eagle and the lion simultaneously tore at the trout. With 3 dukes engaged in battle, could the trident still meet its tax obligations? At that moment, Varys appeared to assume the role of treasurer, his concern palpable. Varys evidently reminded everyone of the Iron Throne's financial obligations, asserting that the ambiguous relationship between the Iron Bank and Tywin Lannister was the principal reason for the Iron Throne's hesitance regarding actions in the Westerlands. The rapid accumulation of wealth in the royal treasury during the early days of the Mad King was directly linked to Tywin Lannister's efforts to reconcile the financial disputes between the Iron Throne and the Iron Bank using the gold mined from the Westerlands. Pycelle shook his head, acknowledging that the realm's finances were inextricably tied to the Westerlands and to Lord Tywin. Since the Riverlands had taken on law enforcement duties following the attacks on the Vale, the Westerlands naturally held the same rights. "Prime Minister," said Renly, "if the Iron Throne does not intervene now, if it fails to impose penalties on the offenders per the laws of the realm, the Trident may indeed erupt into flames of war. Should winter arrive unexpectedly, it would spell utter calamity. Prime Minister, action is imperative. I cannot rely on my good brother." Renly continued, "Only by punishing the Tullus, including your lady wife, as she is at the heart of this matter, can we quell this impending conflict." A heavy silence enveloped the small council, lingering longer than it had in previous meetings. "What does the king think? What shall his majesty say?" "That is what piques our curiosity, my lord Eddard," Varys inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. Eddard recalled Robert's words, feeling no anger whatsoever. "Look at what folly the heir of House Tully has committed," Robert bellowed, his mouth smeared with meat as he drank deeply from his tankard. "If he does not see consequences, he shall never mature. Since Aegon has taken troops beyond the Bloodgate, let him teach Eddard Tully a lesson. Once he suffers enough, I shall send him to negotiate. Anyone who wishes to fight can contend with me," Robert declared, slamming his hand upon the wooden table, which trembled under the force. This brought Eddard's thoughts to Cersei's expression. "You must time the announcement perfectly. We must bring this matter to a swift conclusion." Regaining his focus, Eddard addressed the esteemed members of the small council, rising to declare that the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and the Vale must cease all hostilities. Any party that dared to reignite the flames of war would be deemed traitorous by the Iron Throne, which would rally the realm against them. Chapter 82. Conspiracy. The boar's tusks plunged viciously into Robert's chest, while his warhammer struck the beast's flank, visibly embedding deep into its flesh. Blood gushed forth as both Robert and the boar collapsed into the pool of blood, the royal and beastly lifeblood mingling together. A deep crimson horror imprinted in the eyes of all present. "Your Grace," came the trembling voice of Barristan. Lancel Lannister, clutching his cup of wine, sat terrified upon the ground, the liquid spilling onto the earth, its crimson hue befitting the scene. The fallen leaves lay mottled upon the ground, soaked in mud, as Robert's face struck heavily against the foliage. "Damn it, cough cough." Blood streamed from Robert's lips. In his fading vision, the boar let out one final squeal before collapsing, never to rise again. "Seven hells, I've slain this beast." Robert's voice grew dimmer. A vision of long black hair appeared before him. A familiar face filled with youthful vigor, even if only a blur. "Lynna, alas, I cannot recall Lynna's face, I cannot remember." A white cloak burst into Robert's line of sight, and he helplessly closed his eyes, letting out a gentle sigh. Behind him, in the midst of a boisterous crowd, stood Amory Lorch in his golden robe. He cast a glance at the thoroughly closed-eyed King Robert before withdrawing his gaze with a sense of relief. With a sharp sound, the rope binding the lady was torn apart by exposed fangs, and the dire wolf broke free from its restraints, darting out of the room. Arrows fell like shooting stars at the lady's feet. She nimbly sidestepped, her nostrils flaring slightly as she searched for the scent of the girl. The metallic tang of blood filled the air, and the lady extended her neck, embodying a sense of perplexity that the direwolf's movements aptly conveyed. A cacophony louder than usual erupted around her, and the lady dashed forth, the familiar sky of the Red Keep still encircled by its buildings. The courtyard, where she usually roamed and played, was now filled with both familiar and strange faces, people bearing the insignia of her kind, the direwolves. The clash of swords rang out, the jarring sound of metal grating against metal, and the lady did her utmost to evade these noises. If her sisters were present, she would have feared them not. "By the seven, it's that wolf!" exclaimed a stranger, fear breeding upon his countenance. The lady bared her sharp teeth, recalling the sensation, the blood of the northern wilds boiling within her. Fear was the expression of the prey, and she, indeed, was the great wolf of the icy plains. "Don't come closer. Curse it, run." The stranger fled backward, and the lady lunged forward, the sweet taste of fresh blood coursing through her fangs. "Well done, Naemilia," a familiar voice chimed, belonging to one of the sword-bearers by the girl's father. Chapter 83. Melisandre. The distorted, grayish sky loomed near yet felt like a distant shore. The immense black city stood within this warped space, resembling a mountain range of neatly stacked black stones. The captain of the Greenbeard ship gazed intently at the receding city. his flamboyant personality subdued in the presence of this greatest city on earth. Volantis, still basking in the longest summer days, appeared shrouded in gray. The most reckless youth from Volantis shattered the tranquility on deck. His earlier silence upon entering the port of Ashaya was born of the ominous atmosphere and the captain's coercive persuasion. The crew turned their gazes toward him, and the captain of the Greenbeard tugged at his lower lip, his large hand grasping the boy's collar as he leaned in to whisper, "Go to the cabin, Bame, and bring up the remaining squabs." The boy, listening intently, was suddenly struck on the left cheek, causing him to turn and dash into the cabin, sobbing. The previously tense and silent atmosphere aboard the Greenbeard was finally replaced by levity. The crew resumed their usual banter, alleviating their solitude as they sailed the vast sea, the deck once again brimming with energy. A red-robed woman from Ashaya stood at the bow, her thin red robe wrapped around her. As the tumultuous waves crashed against the ship, the captain rubbed his palms together, exhaling a breath of warmth into the frigid air. "It is rather cold outside. Perhaps we should retreat to the splendid cabin within." The woman in the red robe regarded the captain with her crimson eyes, her hand reaching to caress his cheek. A gentle warmth emanated from his face, and he awkwardly nodded before turning away. The lingering, subtle fragrance that wafted from her robe seemed to stem from her very warmth rather than the perfumed scents one might encounter on a long voyage. "Captain, are we really just transporting a single passenger without any cargo? We toiled to journey from Volantis for this?" A sailor grumbled while securing the ropes. "If you could procure me 3 full chests of gold and silver, I might even dare to venture to Valyria." The captain sneered, chewing thoughtfully, the sweet taste lingering on his lips. "Everyone can boast." The sailor laughed, swiftly dodging a flurry of the captain's whip. "You scoundrel," the captain retorted, biting down on his chew with a playful scolding. After several days at sea, the Greenbeard sailed away from the dark nights of Ashai. Baimu navigated the cabin, a tray in hand. "Good heavens, more fruit?" a voice inquired, reaching out to grasp some. Baimu swiftly swatted the outstretched hand. "Do not touch that. It is for the lady in red." Ignoring the sailor's curses behind him, Baimu rushed deeper into the cabin. Chapter 84. Prophecy. A deep rumbling sound echoed. Machiro gulped down the drink handed to him by a small boy aboard the Greenbeard, relishing the refreshing sensation. Baimu glanced fearfully at Machiro's exposed abdomen, adorned with fearsome fiery tattoos. "It has been so long since I've tasted wine. All that remains of the funds Beniro gave me was meant for boarding. Yet here I encounter a servant of Lawler," Machiro mused, blinking at Melisandre. "Everyone is a servant of Lawler," Melisandre replied, her voice now clear and devoid of the previous chill. Machiro bit into the meat pie Baimu had brought. "Did the Lord of Light send you a prophecy about me?" Melisandre offered no reply but smiled and beckoned. "Follow me." She stood and turned toward the cabin. Machiro swallowed the pie and patted Baimu on the head. "Thank you for your hospitality, young lad," before following her. Baimu watched the figure clad in black like pitch trailing behind the woman in red, feeling as though his heart were shattering like glass. "The Lord of Light must have a purpose in bringing me to you." Melisandre turned to Machiro. He brushed his fingers over the candle on the table, ash lingering there. "I have heard of you, Melisandre of Ashai," Machiro stated. Melisandre nodded gently. "Machiro of Volantis. The High Priest likely did not intend to send you here. The will of the Lord of Light." Machiro furrowed his brow. "I have not heard of the Lord of Light being so preoccupied. Time is of the essence, Machiro of Volantis. The dark, long night from the west is slowly encroaching. And the Lord of Light will surely warn the world," Melisandre declared. Machiro gazed at her beautiful face, pausing in silence. "What did you see in the flames?" As the long summer concludes, the stars weep crimson tears, signaling an increasingly frigid world, shrouded in darkness that envelopes every navigable vessel. The prophesied prince, wielding a sword ablaze, is destined to dispel the shadows. Melisandre murmurs, her words reminiscent of a poetic incantation or an ancient spell. Maester Meryn, accustomed to such utterances, shrugs, recalling similar proclamations made in Volantis, and he remains ever mindful of the Lightbringer's teachings. "I have witnessed, with my own eyes, the boiling mountains and the rising steam. As a beam of light descends upon us, revealing the prophesied prince before me," Melisandre asserts. Maester Meryn ignites an oil lamp, the flickering flame reflecting his breath as he exhales warmth. The followers of Lawler act hastily, seeking forgiveness from the Lightbringer. "Let us observe," he coughs, "for within the flames lies the truth. Should the Lightbringer grant me the sight of you, he shall provide a sign." Meryn rests his robust arms upon the table, his head leaning against them, intently gazing at the feeble, dancing flame. Chapter 85. Turbulent waters in the courtyard of the Red Keep. The piled corpses of golden-robed men have become small hills, engulfed in flames. Jory's face, smeared with dust and blood, leans against the wall as he closes his eyes to gather his thoughts. The weary soldiers from Winterfell, brought forth by Eddard Stark, huddle together, listlessly observing one another. Eddard sits upon the charred steps before the Tower of the Hand, stroking the massive blade, ice, in his grasp. He has yet to comprehend the situation fully. Eddard desperately recalls that fateful day when the golden-robed men escorted the long-absent Janos Slynt for judgment. Yet, during the trial, the golden-robed men allied with Janos in a sudden uprising. These men were unfamiliar to him, their faces strange, clearly not part of the usual cadre frequenting the Red Keep. Eddard thinks of the 300 golden-robed soldiers who had accompanied Janos Slynt on his campaign against the brigands. Damn it, Eddard curses, feeling pain in his trembling palm as he glances at the bandages wrapped around it, crimson stains seeping through. Where's Robert? During his confinement in the Red Keep, thoughts of Robert's whereabouts have consumed him. And Sansa? Where's Sansa? Sansa's dire wolf, lady, approaches Eddard, her paws retracting their sharpness as she steadies herself against his knees, affectionately licking his face while emitting soft whimpers. Thank you, my lady, Eddard murmurs, encircling his arm around the dire wolf. Were it not for Sansa's wolf, he might have perished alongside the charred remnants of the Tower of the Hand. My lord, Jory approaches, carrying a bucket. The well at the Red Keep remains untainted, fortunately. Those wretched golden-robed men did not poison the water. I shall fetch some with a few men. Eddard surveys the weary warriors he brought from the north, their exhaustion etched upon their faces. Yet, upon meeting Eddard's gaze, they muster their spirits and nod in respect to the Lord of Winterfell. Jory, take a few men. I shall accompany you to fetch water. Eddard rises, embodying the Stark family's ethos of leading by example. Jory nods and calls upon the guards to lift the buckets as they follow Eddard deeper into the Red Keep. The rhythmic dripping of the well echoed resoundingly through the narrow, damp corridors of the Red Keep, as the light before Eddard Stark and his guards gradually dimmed, engulfing the surroundings in shadows. Eddard halted, unsheathing his longsword and aiming it forward. Jory and the others likewise set down their water buckets and drew their swords, vigilantly surveying the darkness ahead. In the obscurity, a figure stood with their back to Eddard, cloaked in brown. The figure turned, removing the hood, revealing Lord Varys. My Lord Stark, you have suffered, he remarked. Eddard focused intently, furrowing his brow. Varys? What brings you here? In that moment, Varys no longer bore the obsequious demeanor he had displayed in the council chambers. Chapter 86. Dilemma in King's Landing. The sound of hooves rising and falling stirred the dust beneath the azure sky as the cavalry of the Vale galloped along the King's Road. Ser Wyman observed the path ahead with a grave expression, his steed racing forward. We are not far from King's Landing, he pondered inwardly. The crescent moon and falcon banner waved proudly as the Vale cavalry surged along the King's Road, resembling a blue whirlwind. Atop the castle walls of King's Landing, Count Tyrell of the town of Duskendale stood vigilant, a line of archers in formation, anxiously gazing toward the billowing clouds of dust in the distance. Robb? Eddard felt a whirlpool of confusion in his mind, a wave of dizziness washing over him. I regret to inform you, Lord Stark, that Prince Joffrey has already been crowned by the High Septon in the Great September, becoming the new king, Varys said. Sorrow etched across his face as he looked at Eddard. Impossible, Eddard shook his head. Robb often fought wild boars alone. Even the massive creatures in the Moon Mountains could fall to his warhammer. How could it be? The king drank too much wine, Varys lamented, shaking his head. I have been protecting the king, yet failed to do so at this critical moment. Those in golden robes, the Red Keep? Who are these conspirators seeking to kill me? Was the king betrayed by them? Eddard pressed forward, his gaze fierce and resolute. Varys took a step back. My Lord Stark, there is no need for such tension. The spider concealed his hands within the long sleeves of his robe, lowering his voice. Your daughter, Sansa, where is she? Eddard demanded. You are far too anxious. Varys retreated a step, exasperated. Your daughter Sansa is in the hands of Queen Cersei. She wishes for you to confess, Lord Stark. Former hand of the king. What crime? Former hand. Eddard struggled to grasp the implications of Varys's revelations. Everything seemed to transpire beyond his awareness. Prince Joffrey has been crowned king, appointing Lord Tywin of the Westerlands as hand of the king. Varys continued, shaking his head. Strangely, Queen Cersei believes you are guilty. She accuses you of conspiring against the king and attempting to seize control of King's Landing, manipulating Prince Joffrey. At this, Eddard nearly laughed, incredulous. Absurd, utterly absurd. He turned away, his teeth clenched tightly. It is most regrettable. She has your daughter. She hopes for your confession, Varys concluded. Then you, Eddard turned to Varys. Since you can enter, you can also lead me out of King's Landing. Eddard gripped his sword tightly. I have always been with you, Lord Eddard, Prime Minister. Varys seemed oblivious to Eddard's sword. Chapter 87. Stannis' strategy. Countless black stone dragons, sculpted with grandeur, loomed around the castle, some poised to take flight. Others bearing their fangs and exhaling flames, while a final dragon, standing like a sentinel, glared with fierce eyes. These were the 4 towers of Dragonstone Castle, merely carved in the likeness of dragons. Stannis stood before the parapet, its uniquely shaped gargoyles setting it apart from many other castles in the Seven Kingdoms. His face was taut as he gazed at the surging waves beyond the castle, his deep blue eyes, akin to a dark ocean, remained still as if painted on a mural. We must make a choice, Davos Seaworth spoke, gently adjusting the pouch around his neck containing his own fingers. His liege had lingered here for quite some time. Shireen, Stannis finally uttered. Where is she? Upon hearing Stannis mention Shireen, Davos smiled gently. The lady is inside reading. I envy her literacy. Is she teaching you? Stannis turned to Davos. A Song of Ice and Fire? That tome on the history of House Targaryen, Davos nodded, admitting he could scarcely comprehend what Shireen deemed a simple history book. Indeed, I have attempted to learn some letters, yet it proves quite challenging, he coughed. Stannis made no reply to Davos's self-deprecation, fully aware of his liege's reticence. Stannis was taciturn to the point of being somber. Yet, one could not deny that he possessed the gravitas befitting a ruler, the stern justice of a king, which, to Davos, was of utmost significance. Are you aware of the situation in King's Landing? Stannis inquired. It was a matter of great import, shaking the Seven Kingdoms. Should we involve Maester Crescent and Maester Pycelle? Davos felt unqualified to discuss such matters, hoping merely to execute Stannis's rightful decisions. I am asking for your opinion, Ser Davos, Stannis insisted. Davos inhaled deeply. With King Robert deceased, Joffrey ascended, and Eddard Stark's rebellion, it all sounds rather suspicious. A wretched scheme by Cersei Lannister, Stannis replied. Joffrey and his 2 other bastards are Cersei's illegitimate children, not trueborn. The lords of the Seven Kingdoms ought to recognize me as king. Davos expressed no dissent. Stannis had previously shared these thoughts with him upon arriving at Dragonstone, even before Maester Crescent was aware. In the High Court, Renly united the lords of the south and summoned the troops. In the west, Tywin divided his forces, with the regicide leading 15,000 men to confront the 20,000 troops of the Blackfish at the Flowing City, while the Old Lion himself commanded a full 20,000 soldiers advancing towards King's Landing, encroaching upon Herrenhol, controlled by the Vale. I surmise he intends to strike at dawn. Chapter 88. Trust and choice. The soldiers brought by Lord Renly, weary and dispirited, clutched their spears and gazed apprehensively at the imposing, sealed gates of the Red Keep, the rust-like sheen dissuading all arrows and crossbows. Sir Alys Karstark stood behind Sansa, draped in a light woolen white cloak, adorned with a golden scarf bearing the oak emblem of House Karstark at his neck. His light brown hair framed a face that, in this moment, appeared quite handsome. Sansa, observing the fierce countenances of the city guard and Renly's soldiers, trembled as she took her first step forward. Fear not, my lady, Sir Alys spoke gently, his tone far kinder than that of Ser Meryn Trant. I am a member of the King's Guard and shall protect you. Sansa timidly nodded, choosing to place her trust in Alys as she gazed at his somewhat handsome visage among the throng. Alys drew his longbow and loosed an arrow into the Red Keep. King Robert was slain by a boar. How could it possibly be the doing of Lord Eddard Stark? Questioned Peter Baelish, standing before King Joffrey and Queen Cersei, his confusion evident. No one knows my husband better than I, Ser Baelish, Cersei replied, her gaze fixed upon the white knight before her. I do not contest that, Your Grace, but such a claim warrants scrutiny. Peter paused. If I may be so bold, it lacks any substantial foundation. My father, wielding his warhammer, was unmatched. How could he have fallen to a mere boar? I must ask you, where were you when my father was murdered? Joffrey erupted, rising to his feet, nearly shouting at Peter. Peter lowered his head, kneeling on one knee, his white cloak trailing upon the ground, now stained with ash and soot. This is my failure. King Joffrey, the aged knight's voice trembled with shame and helplessness. This is your failure, Joffrey retorted, leaning forward as if bowing, his face flushed with rage, interrupting Cersei as she prepared to speak. Peter, lips pressed together, rose slowly, retreating silently to the side. My apologies, Ser Baelish, Cersei, delighted to witness Peter's submission to Joffrey's authority, feigned a smile as she addressed him. My husband met his untimely demise at the hands of Eddard Stark, who sought to dismantle his kingdom's legacy. Prince Joffrey requires your service. Peter inhaled deeply. Serving the king was the duty of the King's Guard. yet he glanced at Cersei, believing that the king should not exploit a young girl to achieve his aims. Cersei understood he referred to Sansa, and before she could speak, Joffrey interjected, "Sansa? Enough. Any means are justified against the traitors of the realm, against the Starks." Joffrey glanced at the silent archbishop beside him, raising an eyebrow. "I am not mistaken, am I?" Chapter 89. Daenerys Targaryen. The marble pool gushed with a melodious sound, while the statue of a bear boy stood within, handsome and graceful, wielding an assassin's dagger. Viserys was perpetually uncertain whether this dagger was genuine or a mere replica. It wasn't until he delicately touched the blade with his fingertip, drawing blood, that he realized the dagger's lifelike quality was not merely the result of the sculptor's exceptional skill. Daenerys observed her brother, seated beneath a cherry tree encircling the marble pool, pinching the chin of a golden-haired courtesan, as if issuing a veiled threat. She recalled the moment Viserys had touched the dagger, the blood drawn from his finger provoking mockery from the servants surrounding him, and the sight of her brother's frantic rage. The unworldly male courtesan of Illyrio. The beggar king. Countless epithets were thrust upon her brother. Initially, Viserys bore these with restraint, tenderly stroking her silver hair despite the ridicule that echoed behind them, murmuring reassurances that she need not fear, for he would always protect her. This promise dissipated, however, after Viserys sold their mother's crown. From that point on, as they wandered and eventually settled in Pentos, Viserys adopted an unyielding demeanor befitting a king of the Seven Kingdoms, confronting all, including her, with a stance that brooked no defiance. To Daenerys, the phrase King of the Seven Kingdoms served as a veil for Viserys' arrogance and his manic fury to outsiders. It appeared as nothing more than reckless pride and unhinged anger. The wrath of the sleeping dragon was a phrase Viserys only uttered when directing his ire at Daenerys. She had never witnessed him express such fury towards another. This seemed unjust and filled her with fear, often leading her to weep and plead for mercy from Viserys, who would smile, relishing the power to dominate others and grant her reprieve. The corpulent figure of Illyrio came into view, prompting Daenerys to rise. "My lord Illyrio," she greeted, maintaining her decorum. Illyrio regarded her petite form with an appreciative gaze, finally resting his eyes upon her face. This was admiration, Daenerys mused. Lord Illyrio had taken them in. A benefactor without ill intent. "Your Highness," Illyrio inclined his head slightly. Thus, Viserys stood and approached, inquiring, "Illyrio, when may I expect my army to conquer Westeros?" Daenerys trembled slightly. They were about to broach this topic once more. The Dothraki tribe of Khal Drogo is not easily found across the vast Dothraki Sea. "I can only follow leads, Your Majesty," Illyrio expressed with feigned regret, bowing his head and maintaining a humble posture before Viserys. Chapter 90. The strategy of Blackfish. Jaime Lannister thrust his long sword towards the throat of a soldier from the Riverlands, blood splattering forth, as the soldier's mouth bubbled with crimson. For Casterly Rock, the cavalry of the West marched forward with fervent shouts, charging towards the formation of the Riverlands troops. "Steady your ranks," roared Corell Vance, as the anxious spearmen of the Riverlands cast wary glances at the approaching cavalry. "Slow down," James commanded, brandishing his spear as they neared the phalanx of Riverlands soldiers. The West's cavalry immediately reduced their speed, retracting their spears before swiftly turning their steeds. "Second wave, charge," commanded the leader of the second echelon of West cavalry, swinging his longsword forward. The West cavalry surged ahead, their lances aimed directly at the Riverlands formation. "Hold steady," Corell Vance bellowed again. As the frontline shield bearers fell like wheat before the first charge of the West's cavalry, the wave of riders relentlessly cutting through the ranks of infantry. "Archers, take your positions." Corell Vance turned his attention to the archers behind him. The West skirmishers raced in from the flanks, their dense volley of arrows blotting out the sunlight as they rained down upon the Riverlands soldiers. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as Corell Vance shouted, "Draw back your bows." The longbows were drawn taut, aimed at the assailing cavalry. "Release." The arrows spread from the Riverlands formation, ensnaring the unsuspecting West cavalry, sending them tumbling from their saddles. Amidst the hail of arrows, the spear formation of the Riverlands began to falter, the relentless wave of West cavalry rendering their once impenetrable phalanx weak and vulnerable. James narrowed his eyes, swinging his sword. "Light cavalry, disperse. Central cavalry, form up and charge." He turned his horse back towards the central cavalry, issuing his command with fervor. For Casterly Rock, the iron horses of the West thundered across the soft earth of the Riverlands, splashing through the puddles formed by the recent rains, charging into the yielding formation of the Riverlands troops. "Raise your shields, hold firm," Corell Vance shouted, as the soldiers of the Riverlands were sent tumbling into the air. their lifeblood spilling forth, dinted armor clinging to the fallen. Corell Vance raised his shield to the front, feeling the hooves crash against it like boulders, his arms suddenly numb. Before the sound of splintering would reach his ears, darkness enveloped him as he plunged into the soft earth. James Lannister watched as the soldiers cleared the battlefield. Stripping the armor from the bodies of the Riverlands troops, Corell Vance's corpse lying motionless. In the distance, waves of meteoric arrows surged towards the walls of King's Landing. The night and the dark waters of Blackwater Bay obscuring the vastness of Stannis' fleet, slowly approaching the walls perched atop Dragonstone Hill. This morning, the cavalry had just departed from the old city gates when Stannis' fleet from Dragonstone arrived at King's Landing, arriving at a most opportune moment. Ser Davos Seaworth's eyes, filled with trepidation, gazed through the shroud of darkness towards the distant sky. Sir Balon Swan remained silent, with the decaying red keep looming behind him. The soldiers of the castle guard shouted from afar, 1, 2, push. The massive trebuchet, akin to a colossal beast, rumbled forward slowly. Within the Red Keep, where a significant portion of the stone wall lay in ruins, countless corpses were strewn about, the sigils of the direwolf and the lion now reduced to mere slaughtered livestock. Entangled in flesh and blood, the hand of the King's pin, a charred visage. Could it be the late Prime Minister Eddard Stark? The spidery Varys followed behind Baelish. Expressing his regret, Baelish turned to Varys, his eyes harboring profound implications. Varys' little birds had discovered Eddard's body deep within the Red Keep, charred as if by flames. While the guards from Winterfell met a similar fate, their faces unrecognizable, blackened bodies barely saved from becoming ashes by the intervention of a golden-clad figure. Furthermore, it was Varys who proposed the assembly of craftsmen to expedite the construction of trebuchets and siege towers. Once the Queen adopted the suggestion, it swiftly encountered challenges. The Red Keep perched upon Aegon's Hill made the transportation of siege engines exceedingly arduous, especially with the wooden barricades erected by the countless inhabitants of King's Landing obstructing progress. Soon, a sea of flames engulfed the surroundings. King Joffrey commanded the fires to be set ablaze. Baelish felt transported back to the era of the Mad King, years prior. Burn them, burn them. The hoarse, terrifying voice of King Aerys echoed, long, sharp, bloodied nails caressing the edges of the Iron Throne. The defiant citizens of King's Landing succumbed to the spears and swords of the golden-clad soldiers, becoming wailing souls consumed by the flames. Baelish stepped over the remnants and rubble of the Red Keep, choosing to rest beneath the solitary black weirwood tree in the courtyard, where verdant shade still lingered, and sat in silence. He removed the silver scabbard and laid it upon the stone steps, bowing his head, unwilling to gaze upon the devastation of the Red Keep. As the inferno blazed, the citizens of King's Landing streamed forth, many even rushing towards the Red Keep, aiding the soldiers from the north as the boulders rained down upon the castle. Varys folded his hands, lamenting. Baelish chose not to respond, disinterested in engaging with the spider's insincere demeanor. In Chapter 92, the Eagle of Riverrun, a light drizzle fell upon the surface of the Green Fork, the water rippling in waves, the sound resembling a harmonious symphony resonating before Atris Arryn. Can any bard sing the rain bestowed by the gods? Edis inquired, gazing at the incessant droplets cascading from the window. Maven Belmore, appointed by his father as the captain of the guards at the Eyrie, had previously been stationed there to watch over Lisa Tully and was now summoned by Edis to Riverrun. The captain, clad in full armor, wore the splendid attire favored by the Knights of the Vale, a blue cloak embroidered with the crescent moon and falcon of House Arryn billowing behind him, while the purple and silver bell emblem of House Belmore adorned his chest. I was fortunate to hear bards at the Eyrie sing of the tempest that heralded your birth, as well as the rare thunder, Maven Belmore remarked. Edis gently closed his eyes, contemplating the sensation. Marwyn furrowed his brow, seemingly engaged in deep recollection. I believe, Marwyn began. The rhythm of the singer's drumming bears a striking resemblance to raindrops and thunder, your grace. Upon hearing this response, Atis smiled, expressing a desire to hear the bard sing the very song Marwyn spoke of. Sensing the pleasure his answer had brought to the Duke, Marwyn felt a surge of joy. He continued, I've heard that the bard is currently in Lannisport. If you wish to listen, I can certainly arrange it. Atis remarked. Freys have nurtured many singers in the Twins. Their performances are quite commendable. Marwyn nodded, realizing the Duke's inclination toward hearing the singer's melodies, and decided to inform the servants of the Twins during dinner. Engage, Atis said, as he and Robert are cleansing the King's Road of the marauding river bandits, your grace. Marwyn replied. Atis nodded, rising to clear the space for incoming guests. He moved toward the Grand Hall in trance, with Marwyn following closely behind. Scholar Bennett rushed in, exclaiming, "Duke Atis! Duke Atis!" His plump visage appeared quite greasy. Scholar Atis replied flatly. Bennett served the twins and, following the decline of the phrase, promptly disclosed the accounts and logistics of the twins, as well as correspondence from the Fry household, to Atis, who thus allowed him to continue his service there. "Very well. First, we have letters from Riverrun," Bennett panted, handing an unopened letter to Atis. Glancing at the black trout wax seal, Atis recognized it as a letter from Brynden. "It seems so, my lord," Bennett managed to say. Atis handed the letter to Marwyn Belmore, casting a glance at Bennett. "Is there something more?" he inquired, noticing Bennett held more than one letter. Chapter 93, Trout, Dire Wolf, and Eagle. The curtains slightly parted, casting a warm orange hue across a corner of the room, akin to golden dust falling upon Rosalind Fry's lashes as she nestled in Atis's embrace, revealing her smooth back. Atis tenderly kissed the forehead of the lady in his arms, trailing down to her nose, and then further still. Rosalind sighed softly, her arms encircling Atis's neck and back, gently lifting her waist to press her delicate form against him. "Atis," Rosalind whispered his name, her lips silenced by his finger, while her eyes remained closed. A surge of passion igniting once more. The chamber resonated with the sounds of Rosalind's joyous gasps and cries. A rosy blush spread across her cheeks, reminiscent of petals. As her warm face nestled against Atis's neck, their embrace tight. "You are the fifth daughter of old Walder, Rosalind?" Atis inquired, with her eyes still closed. She found a comfortable position entwined with him. "Indeed, my lord." "Lady Bethany Rosby," Atis recalled hesitantly. "She is my mother," Rosalind replied, her petite lips brushing against Atis's Adam's apple, eliciting a delightful tickle. The corners of Artis's mouth curved upward as he playfully toyed with Rosalind. "Indeed. Old Ward had far too many wives and children. Do you not like it?" Rosalind softly inquired, her bright gaze fixed upon Artis's face as she opened her eyes. "The nobles of the Riverlands often referred to us as weasels, a family of mischief." Artis remained silent, simply observing Rosalind. "Even my mother once secretly scolded Lord Fry as a weasel, occupying the nest of Twin Rivers and stealthily stealing the chickens of passing travelers." Rosalind lamented with a hint of bitterness. Artis's smile deepened. Had Rosalind not been present, he would have laughed aloud. "My father." Rosalind's voice lowered slightly, cautious in her speech. "Why has Lord Linkabry sought you out, my lady?" Artis interjected gently, pinching her petite, delicate nose, gazing into her eyes. Rosalind seemed oblivious to the suddenness of his inquiry, stammering and unsure of how to respond, fearful of uttering the wrong words. "Lord Link sought my father." "My father sought me, and you have sought me." "Yes, my lady," Artis replied with a smile, as if amused by the girl's fluster. Rosalind's cheeks flushed deeper. She bit her lower lip, organizing her thoughts. "Lord Link believes I am young and susceptible to beauty, hoping to curry favor with me, perhaps even intending to use you to influence me. Is that not so?" Chapter 94, Trout, Ice Wolves, and Eagles, 2. Caitlyn's impassioned vow received no response from Artis. And this interlude did not disrupt the course of the evening's festivities. The heir of the Iron Islands, Theon Greyjoy, raised his goblet high, his right hand striking the long table of Twin Rivers in rhythm with the beats of the Fry family's minstrels, dancing with abandon. This Ironborn appeared no different from the surrounding northerners, albeit clad in more lavish attire. He was the most vivacious at the banquet, striving to integrate himself into the conversations of the valley's nobility. Edmure swallowed the morsel of minced meat in his throat, his impatience difficult to contain as he watched Artis merrily drinking with Lord Tydo's Blackwood. That exceedingly rude Lord Linkabry seemed to be enjoying a lively conversation with his guard, Patrick of House Melisandre. Edmure pressed his fork with slight force, the minced meat on his plate breaking apart with an audible crunch. He could not spot Lord Ward or his heir. Only a minor figure named Weta Fry lingered beside his sister, cautiously glancing around at the gathering. Edmure Tully's thoughts drifted back to the crescent falcon banner atop the walls of Twin Rivers, his frustration rising like water in a well, surging uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. Duke Artis. During a brief lull in the din of the banquet, Lord Lothar Bolton's soft voice emerged as he raised his goblet, seated at the table. Artis inclined his head slightly, his goblet suspended in midair. "Lord Bolton." He surveyed the liege lord before him, his remarkably pale eyes first capturing Attis's attention. The north and the Vale, ice and mountains, Roose Bolton rose, slightly elevating his voice, having united with others. The Lannisters, likening themselves to lions, found themselves facing wolves. Roose directed his goblet towards Robb, and as he turned it towards Attis, He could only yield to the winds of fate. Without awaiting a response from Attis or Robb, Roose declared, "I shall drink first. In honor of Lord Eddard." Big Jon of House Umber slammed his palm upon the table, immediately rising. "For Lord Eddard," he proclaimed, tilting his head back to drain his cup. "For my father." Robb stood at the high table, his voice resounding. "For Eddard." A familiar voice rose from below the dais. It was Jon Royce, standing beside Big Jon, his goblet aloft. Attis stood as well, raising his own cup. "For Duke Eddard." The wine, upon his lips, bore a slight bitterness. "I have not seen Lord Walder Frey." Eddard Stark expressed his fury before Caitlyn. Caitlyn shook her head slightly. "I know, Eddard." Chapter 95, Trout. Ice Wolves and Eagles. 3. The early hours in Riverrun were eerily quiet. The servants had already stoked the hearth in the great hall. Warmth gradually spreading within the closed doors, dispelling the chill. "Where is Duke Robb Stark?" Attis hesitated slightly, inquiring. "Forgive me." Roose Bolton inclined his head slightly. "Lord Robb has just learned of his father's passing." Attis nodded, understanding that feeling. Compared to the vast plains surrounding Riverrun, the Eyrie offered only the harsh winds to momentarily cloud one's mind to alleviate the pain. Here, at least, one could ride across the plains to dissipate their rage. Yet, Attis felt a flicker of anticipation. He observed the northern lords seated in the hall, gauging their expressions. Although sorrow dominated the atmosphere, a subtle impatience simmered in the eyes of many nobles. Lord Rickard Stark bore an expression tinged with embarrassment, for, in strict terms, the lords of the Vale and Riverlands had gathered in the great hall, yet their own liege lord was absent. He needed time, but time was invaluable, especially now. Just as when he had assumed command of the Eyrie, Attis sipped his red wine, gazing at the tightly shut main doors, eagerly awaiting Robb Stark's entrance, which would undoubtedly influence his judgment regarding the forthcoming negotiations. "My sincerest apologies, Duke Attis." Unexpectedly began Edmure Tully. "My sister, Lady Caitlyn, has not slept the entire night, weeping throughout. I suspect my nephew has endured the same. Such is natural, my lady. Robb Stark, Duke of Winterfell, would never easily succumb to the affections of kin." Big Jon unflinchingly dismissed the words of the River Lord, frowning as he stared at the closed doors of the hall. "I believe," Attis interjected to advocate for the newly inheriting Duke Robb, "that Duke Robb will, like Lord Eddard, be strict with himself and will soon fulfill his duties as protector of the North." Jon Royce nodded solemnly, taking his seat on the stone chair while casting his gaze upon Attis, who sat alone on the high dais. The heavy doors of the main hall slowly creaked open, allowing a radiant light from the heavens to illuminate the faces of those present. The newly appointed Duke of Winterfell, the North's guardian Robb Stark, entered the hall, wielding a battered longsword, evidently marred by relentless strikes against blunt objects. Attis noticed traces of tears on Robb's face, not entirely wiped away. Rising from his seat, he descended the dais and addressed the Duke, expressing his condolences. "I am deeply sorrowful for your father's fate. Lord Eddard and I shared a profound bond." Attis gazed at Robb, reflecting his genuine thoughts. Robb's tone, however, exuded determination as he replied, "My father served as a ward to your esteemed father for many years. The friendship between the Starks and the Arryns has been forged through generations." He inclined his head slightly from his position on the opposite side of the dais. The gates of the twin fortresses of Riverrun quietly swung open, and the pale, gray banner of the Ice Wolf slowly passed through the gates, treading upon the long bridge, while the sound of the Green Fork's waters gurgled beneath the belly of the Ice Wolf. "Attis, Duke." Robb's voice resonated from behind. Attis did not turn, waiting for Robb to stand beside him before he spoke. "Duke of Winterfell, I wish you triumphant success. Battling the Lannisters is no small feat." Robb nodded, surveying the flow of northern soldiers emerging in succession. Tywin's army could only impede them at the Green Fork. He would not stray far from King's Landing and the Crownlands. Logically, he ought to retreat with Joffrey back to the west, concentrating his efforts on the enemy. Attis remained unmoved, but he mused that the lion was indeed ever ready, its gaping maw awaiting him. "Indeed," Robb replied, casting his gaze towards the expansive plains between the rivers. "My mother's kin, the proposal for peace from my uncle, which you did not accept. The Karstarks, the Hunts, and countless lords of the Vale are reluctant to see their liege assist the Tullus. My only means of aiding the Starks, of assisting Lord Eddard, was to send Bronze Yorn to march with Roose Bolton towards King's Landing." Attis did not shy away from articulating the sentiments of the Vale's nobility. Even absent the notion of vassalage, he could not simply dismiss the Tullus. Robb nodded slightly, well aware of his father's esteem for honor. He understood the stain his mother's lineage had cast upon the Arryn family's reputation. Questioning the legitimacy of the Lord of the Eyrie implied scrutiny of Attis's rightful guardianship of the Vale. Such allegations were indeed more severe than the act of arresting the Lannisters' youngest scion, Tyrion. Had the Arryn family wished to advance further, they likely would have already divided the Riverlands with the Lion and raised a toast in the halls of Riverrun. Robb felt a flicker of relief that such a scenario had not unfolded. I intend to split our forces, one contingent, led by Roose Bolton with all infantry and the Vale's soldiers you have allocated to us, will march south along the Green Fork, while I shall command all northern cavalry to strike directly into the Westerlands, aiming to vanquish the usurper and capture as many Lannister prisoners as possible in preparation for Sansa's rescue. Robb declared, his piercing blue eyes fixed intently upon Attis. Attis gazed upon Robb, who stood as tall as he could manage, clad in ill-fitting armor, and spoke. If you seek my assurance, I affirm that your strategy is sound. He is still but a boy, much like I once was, Attis mused. Robb seemed to exhale slightly, declaring, I will lead the charge into battle. Just as you once quelled the rebellion at Longbow Hall. I did not engage in such a grand conflict upon my arrival. Nor did I command so many on my first foray into war, Duke Robb. Attis gestured toward the seemingly endless ranks of northern soldiers, who resembled fish awaiting slaughter. Attis lightly dipped the tip of his quill into black ink, diligently reviewing a letter sent from Eagle's Nest, containing matters that required the direct decision of the Duke of Eagle's Nest, carefully selected by Maester Keeman. The appearance of a red-robed woman and a black-skinned red-robed monk attempting to leave Seagull town for the Vale elicited a soft chuckle from Attis. Such occurrences were rare in the valley, where wandering heathens typically dared only to operate in the port of Seagull town, let alone venture into the more conservative Vale. It was fortunate they had not met a grim fate. Strict vigilance was advised, urging them to depart. Attis gently inscribed this thought, deeming it too unusual to warrant a report to Riverrun. A soft knock interrupted his musings, followed by the voice of Caitlyn. Attis set down his quill and turned. Please, come in, Lady Caitlyn. Thank you, Duke Attis. Caitlyn replied as she entered the room, her gaze immediately drawn to the tidy writing desk. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude on behalf of my son, Robb, for your military assistance and the opening of the Long Bridge at Riverrun. Perhaps initially, this task would have fallen to Lord Walder Frey, a vassal of your father. Do you believe the phrase would allow your son passage across the bridge? Attis extended his left hand, indicating a nearby armchair. Caitlyn settled into it, remarking, my father referred to him as the late Frey. He may grant Robb passage, but surely at a steep toll. Indeed, Attis nodded, a hefty toll for passage. However, I have exacted no fees, and even dispatched troops from the Vale to accompany your son's vassals, advancing toward King's Landing, all for the sake of Lord Eddard, for my husband. For justice and fairness as espoused by the faith of the Seven. Caitlyn's eyes widened as she regarded Attis. This woman, quick to respond, Attis contemplated. Perhaps she is not as foolish as I had imagined. He refrained from an immediate reply, rifling through the envelopes on his desk until he retrieved a letter, presenting it to Caitlyn. Your sister, Lisa Tully. Caitlyn swiftly took the letter, her blue eyes widening in shock. Lisa is gravely ill. I wish to visit my sister. And to see my daughter, Arya. Attis remained silent, folding the letter, his fingers tracing the slightly roughened envelope. Please, for the sake of my husband, Lord Ed, allow me to enter the valley and visit my kin, Caitlyn implored, her posture slightly bent in a gesture of supplication. After a brief silence, Artis replied, Lisa is a sinner, and you and your brother are foolish creatures. The servant closed the door behind him, his gaze falling upon Lady Caitlyn, who lingered with an air of hesitation. The door was adorned with a carpet of golden trim, complementing the opulent decor of Twin Rivers. Standing on the carpet, Caitlyn suddenly inquired, My lord, what is your impression of Duke Artis? I am not a lord, Lady Caitlyn, the servant responded. Caitlyn observed the servant's fiery red hair and asked, Where do you hail from? From the Dornish borders, as Lord Artis refers to my homeland, Angry replied. Duke Artis. Caitlyn murmured, appearing somewhat dazed. Lord Artis is a valiant knight, a wise commander, close to his subordinates, and mingling with his soldiers. He is indeed the eagle of the valley, Angry proclaimed, his freckled face lifted in earnestness. Caitlyn smiled, albeit with a hint of reluctance, at the warrior's perspective. She turned away, ceasing her inquiries, and walked into the distance. Artis's gaze drifted to the banks of the Green Fork River outside, where the castle's shadow danced upon the water's surface, shimmering with the gentle ripples. Caitlyn's words echoed in his ears. As the daughter of Tully, the wife of Stark, I shall not acquiesce to your terms. However, should you allow Robb's army to cross the Green Fork, Then we may discuss negotiations. This action is unmistakable, Atris Arryn. Artis remained silent, gazing into Caitlyn's cerulean eyes, reminiscent of the resolute gaze of Robb Stark as he marched southward, brimming with determination. This woman is not so foolish after all. I am but a mother. Of course, I shall agree to your conditions, Duke Artis. This is a debt owed by Tully. A debt to the former Prime Minister, Caitlyn expressed, sorrow etched upon her face, her gray-green gown trailing despondently upon the ground. As long as you can, her voice nearly pleading, ensure Robb's safety, ensure Arya's safety. Artis returned to the present, high as glory. He murmured softly, Ongui, calling for him. Ongui entered. My lord, how may I serve you? Summon John Grafton and Lynn Cobury, Artis instructed, his tone slightly hesitant. Yes, Ongui nodded in acknowledgement. Mother? Artis voiced in confusion, as if questioning the already departed Caitlyn, or perhaps himself. John Grafton and Lynn Cobury soon arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, John knelt upon entering. Duke Artis, he said, lowering his head to gaze upon the brown-gray floor. Lynn Cobb raised her gaze slightly. Before her stood the Duke, unadorned. The fierce winds swept across the verdant slopes, slicing through the grass like blades, while the howling gusts drowned out the hurried advance of the Western cavalry. The Brecon infantry had divided into 4 battalions, seemingly intent on crossing the Red Fork River, a reckless endeavor indeed. The forces of Blywood and Mallister clashed, retreating several leagues, leaving the defenders of the Tungsure River with merely 400 archers, remnants of the Blackfish. Sir James urged his troops to attempt crossing the Tungsure River, and victory seemed all but assured. The defenders were weak, the Tullis so, and Brecon scarcely fared better. Triumph was within reach. The lieutenant whispered to calm the restless Western cavalry nearby, assuring them that with Sir James leading, they would emerge unscathed. The cavalry nodded in agreement, their whips cracking with renewed vigor as they closely followed the advance of the Western Lions. The anguished cries of scattered Brecon soldiers echoed around them. As the merciless lances of the Western cavalry pierced through their ranks, blood splattering upon the lush greenery and moist earth beneath their hoofs. Sir James swung his long sword through the air, severing the heads of the Tungsure soldiers, their golden hilts glinting in his grasp. The blade spinning crimson as several nearby Tungsure cavalrymen fell from their mounts, wails of despair filling the air. How many is this now? Sir James observed with annoyance the dwindling groups of Brecon soldiers scattered along the banks of the Red Fork. They had indeed crossed the river, but it was akin to marching to their doom. The 4th group, sir, the lieutenant replied. Did the scouts not report that Brecon's forces had only 4 battalions attempting to cross? Sir James struck the lieutenant's back with the flat of his sword, sending him tumbling to the ground. Clutching his helmet, the lieutenant clumsily stood up. Perhaps the Brecon forces, upon crossing, had immediately dispersed, fearing your renowned reputation. They might have fled in all directions. Sir James smirked disdainfully, mounting his steed. We waste precious time. I require you to take a squadron of cavalry. We shall split our forces, annihilating the Tungsure soldiers who dare to cross. He galloped over the bodies of fallen Tungsure soldiers, his horse's hooves crushing those still clinging to life, blood erupting from their mouths as they implored for mercy, their faint whispers escaping their lips. First squad, follow me. The rest shall follow your beloved lieutenant, and root out the remaining Brecon rats. Sir James commanded, his sword pointed downward. The plea for mercy from a Tungsure soldier was abruptly silenced by the blade's swift arc. The iron hooves of the Western cavalry thundered upon the earth by the banks of the Red Fork, leaving tremors in their wake. Arrows rained down like a storm, hundreds striking the surface of the Tungsure River, creating splashes akin to trout leaping from the depths. For the glory of Casterly Rock, the blue banner of the New Moon Falcons dominated King's Road as they made their way toward the Bloodgate. Attis did not ride alongside the soldiers, but rather reclined within the carriage, cradling a thick tome of ancient texts in his hands. He had initially intended for the bookbinder of Lonhigh City to restore this precious volume, yet the reasons for its failure were utterly unforeseen. The bookbinder was illiterate and lacked any understanding of the craft. Even Bachelor Benet was of no assistance, as he was unfamiliar with the hands-on skills that could easily soil one's hands. At that moment, Attis could not help but feel disdain for the nouveau riche nobility who disregarded scholarly pursuits. He overlooked the fact that among the storied military aristocrats of Westeros, those who valued academia were indeed few and far between. Intellectual endeavors were often left to the scholars, and the management of the castle's library tower was solely their concern, with most nobles showing little interest. With utmost care, Attis turned the pages of the ancient book, diligently copying important passages. At that moment, he did not resemble the valorous guardian of the Vale, but rather an earnest scholar delving into history. What is this book? Rosalind inquired, her hands gently resting on Adys's back. You've been at it for quite some time. She offered him a slice of apple. Adys bit into the fruit, savoring its sweetness. It is high as glory. The Eagles of the Undulls by Bachelor Colin, he replied, his words somewhat muffled by the fruit. Rosalind leaned against the plush seat, the carriage swaying gently. I have heard of him, Bachelor Colin. Adys smiled softly. Forgive me, my lady, but how do you know of Bachelor Colin? He is not particularly renowned among scholars. Rosalind gazed at the profile of Adys as he read, her smile warm. I adore his poetry, particularly those that depict the eagles and the knights of the Vale. Adys closed the book and set aside his writing materials. Ah, indeed, he is quite famous for that. The blessing of the seven-pointed star, the knight upon the giant eagle, the decisive victory of the spear of the giants, the true lord of the Vale crossing the sea. Rosalind softly recited, her voice resonating like a gentle whisper of the mother. Adys wrapped his arms around Rosalind's waist, the eagle's descent. The love of the children of the forest, the tears of the fishwood no longer flowing in the valley. Rosalind leaned closer to Adys, her lips brushing against his ear. The reconciliation of the old and the new gods, a shared him, Adys Island, she murmured. The Knight of the Vale claims he is the Falcon Knight soaring with wings of two, while folklore depicts him as the Eagle Knight riding the giant eagle. Is it not a tale to long for? Adys embraced Rosalind, kissing her lips. Why read this book? The journey is long, and there are countless more intriguing pursuits to indulge in, are there not? Rosalind's hands ventured into Adys's fine attire, only to be gently restrained by his grip. Chapter 101. The fugitive lion morning dew dampened the grass roots, rendering the soil slick. A gopher peeked out from the dense underbrush, only to be swiftly enveloped by a looming shadow. Jaime Lannister seized the gopher, ruthlessly striking it with his iron gauntlet, crushing its jaw and tearing through flesh. So cold. Jaime shivered, pressing his right arm against the ground, exhaling white mist as he moved toward the tree roots. His back leaned against the tree roots, and his weary gaze wandered aimlessly as Jaime closed his eyes in a daze. Lucien, my squire, have you kindled the fire? Jaime's ears seemed deafened. He was aware that he shouted, yet everything around him felt eerily silent. Lucien Lannister trembled as he replied, My lord, your voice is too loud, it might attract wolves. Jaime, with his iron gauntlet stained by the blood of a gopher, struck the young squire on the head. I know. Be silent, and light the fire, quickly. I am starving and freezing. Although he did not voice it, the sentiment echoed the complaints that his squire had uttered daily. Lucien's golden hair was damp, resembling a layer of golden sludge clinging to his scalp, utterly wretched. Jaime ran his fingers through his own golden locks, chuckling bitterly. We are both in quite the sorry state. Lucien blew on the makeshift tinder he had prepared. Gray smoke began to rise, and the faint glow of embers became visible. Jaime exchanged a glance with his squire. The Kingslayer nodded affirmatively. The smoke might attract the Stark army, but they could not afford to wait any longer, lest they perish from hunger on their journey to safety. Lucien took the gopher's carcass from Jaime and, wielding a broken spear, forcefully pierced its mouth. The dagger clumsily sliced through the gopher's fur in Lucien's hands, tearing it apart to reveal the tender, smooth flesh beneath. This creature is not old, my lord, Lucien remarked as he drained the gopher's blood and removed its innards, spreading the carcass over the flickering flames. Jaime lifted a wineskin, greedily licking the liquid clinging to the interior. Is there any wine left, Lucien? He set down the wineskin, tilting his head back against the tree roots, gazing up at the canopy overhead. None, my lord, Lucien replied, turning the broken spear in his hands, swallowing hard as he fixated on the roasting gopher. Damn it, Jaime cursed, the back of his head thudding heavily against the tree roots. The soldiers of Bracken were easily dealt with. He swiftly cleared the pathetic soldiers attempting to cross the Red Fork. However, news soon arrived from scouts that Riverrun had opened its gates to the enemy. Just as he led his cavalry back, the Bracken banners he thought he had vanquished reappeared from behind, followed by the banners of Tully, Blackwood, and even Meryn. Tyrion stroked the protruding battlements of the walls of King's Landing, gazing into the distance at Stannis' fleet retreating from Dragonstone. Torches flickered around the walls of King's Landing, yet they provided little comfort against the pitch-black sky and dark waters. Even the keenest-eyed guards atop the walls could not discern the whereabouts of Stannis' fleet. Take down the body of Eddard Stark, Tyrion instructed his squire, Podrick Payne. The 12-year-old Podrick hesitated, staring at the charred, indistinct face of the former hand of the king, now teeming with maggots. Tyrion consoled him, saying, I assure you, Pod, in the days to come as you work alongside me, the most diminutive hand of the king in the annals of Westeros, you shall encounter countless things far more repulsive than maggots. This is your trial, Pod. He gently patted Pod's hand, and offered him a faint smile. Pod nodded, donned his gloves, seized the steel spear bearing a severed head, and strode towards the opposite side of the wall. I have taken a liking to him, the mercenary Bronn remarked, chewing on the fruit pilfered from the markets of King's Landing. An honest lad, he would make a loyal squire. I concur, Tyrion replied, casting a glance at the slowly advancing figure of the squire, and then towards Stannis' fleet, pondering their intentions for battle. Each raid was executed under the cover of night and mist, which was, to be frank, quite astute. But do you comprehend the scale of the fleet under this king's brother? Bronn spat out a bitter fruit seed over the battlements, his face contorted in disgust. Quite substantial. The fleet from Dragonstone has always served as the Royal Navy, Tyrion remarked, noting that it had been so even during King Robert's reign. Indeed, it is considerable, Bronn replied, stepping onto the parapet to gaze at the distant, shadowy vessels. Their logistics will be exceedingly difficult to manage. They have lingered here far too long. You mean to suggest? Tyrion inquired, his brow furrowing as he turned his mismatched eyes. This appears rather favorable for us. One must grasp at any glimmer of hope amidst a plethora of dire tidings, Bronn shrugged, dismissively. Yes, indeed. One might find a flawless egg among a pile of rotten ones, Tyrion sighed. Perhaps the seven have smiled upon us. We are indeed fortunate. Maester Cresson stood solemnly to one side, observing as Lord Ethelstan meticulously perused the letters. The young wolf? Ethelstan murmured. Indeed, my lord, Maester Cresson nodded. The forces of the wolf and the fish refer to him thusly, and the remnants of the Lannisters do likewise. Any news of Ser Jaime Lannister? Ethelstan inquired. It is said he has been sighted near the Red Fork, but no further information has surfaced, Cresson replied. In the chambers of the Red Keep. Cersei reclined in a circular chair, the head of the lioness held high, her narrowed eyes cast down upon Tyrion. Where's father? He ought to be safeguarding King's Landing, she stated. Tyrion leaned forward to grasp the bottle of red wine on the table, inhaling its sweet aroma. A smile creeping across his face as he savored the flavor. He made a sound of appreciation. Noticing his sister's growing impatience, Tyrion finally spoke. Jaime is missing. Robb Stark's forces, along with those from the Riverlands, pose a threat to the Westerlands with nearly 30,000 men. The affairs of Casterly Rock are overseen by Ser Kevan Lannister. Cersei frowned, her golden curls cascading over her pink shawl. I speak of father. His army in the Westerlands should be stationed in King's Landing. It seems you care little for your brother, my lord, Tyrion replied, his brow furrowing. You are utterly unaware. Cersei rose, her face etched with fury. You have no idea how many nights I have prayed in anguish, wept in silence. You know nothing. Tyrion adjusted his posture, pondering her words. Prayed in anguish? Wept in silence? He gazed at Cersei with disappointment. It seems we share a common bond. We both love Jaime. He recalled the candid confession of Lannister, yet he could hardly believe that his sister would endure such torment while her golden-haired lover entered and exited her chambers nightly. Cersei scoffed, turning her back to Tyrion. You still have not explained why father is absent from King's Landing, she remarked. Tyrion sighed. Allow me to clarify a fundamental principle for you. Numerical comprehension. What? Cersei sneered, glancing at her diminutive brother with derision. Let us see what wisdom you can impart. The queen's laughter dripped with disdain. Tyrion raised 3 fingers. 30,000. That is the total number of troops the Westerlands can muster. Father commands 20,000. While Casterly Rock can barely summon an additional 10,000. He then raised 4 fingers. 40,000. That is the strength of Robb Stark's alliance. With 30,000 posing a threat to the Westerlands, and 10,000 marching toward King's Landing. He lifted both hands high. And guess this, 100,000, Renly's forces. Cersei's poised stance faltered, and Tyrion noticed her hand tremble slightly as she raised her cup. We shall prevail. The gods will bless the rightful king. The Mad King was also a legitimate ruler, yet he fell to your husband, Robert Baratheon, Tyrion countered. Cersei moved to the edge of the bed, bending slightly, her hand caressing the surface as she sat, momentarily lost in thought. Try to draw the bow, young Lord Robin, said the silver-haired Vardis. Robin furrowed his brow, attempting to look back. Duke Addis is behind you. Stop searching, young Lord Robin, Vardis stated, his expression impassive, intuiting Robin's thoughts. Oh, Robin said, somewhat vexed, as he lifted the bow with one hand and pulled the string back with the other, straining to draw it. The taut sound of the bowstring broke the air momentarily before it slackened after a few breaths. You need to build your arm strength, young Lord Robin, Vardis remarked, still wearing his indifferent demeanor. Addis sat on the bench behind them, and the winds of the Eyrie were unusually mild, a perfect day for a knight's training. Robin drew the bowstring again, releasing an arrow that barely flew forth, akin to a fallen sparrow. Vardy's frowned slightly, preparing to speak, but Addis's voice broke through from behind. Well shot, Robin. Robin bit his lower lip, glancing back with delight. Addis approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. With practice, you will surely become an excellent knight of the Vale, Robin. Really? Robin's eyes sparkled. Can I be as skilled as you? Vadisigan, who was typically reticent and seldom smiled, chuckled softly. My dear Robin, aspiring to be a knight of the Vale is one matter. Yearning to become an eagle of the valley is quite another. I know, Robin exclaimed, raising his voice. I need a great eagle to become a knight of the Falcon. The Falcon Knight, Atris Arryn. He fashioned his hands into wings, mimicking the calls of birds. In my limited experience, I have never encountered an eagle that makes such sounds. Robin, Atris remarked, ruffling Robin's hair with a smile. Robin, came the voice of Arya, the young wolf girl. Turning around, Robin exclaimed, Arya? His eyes sparkled with a mixture of delight and apprehension. He lifted the bow in his hand, declaring, I am practicing the skills befitting a knight of the Vale. Arya approached Robin, asserting, this is not something only boys can do. Lady Arya, Duke Atris is present, Caitlyn reminded from behind Arya. Quickly, Arya performed a somewhat awkward curtsy. No need for such formalities, Lady Arya, Atris replied, inclining his head slightly. Observing Robin's eager demeanor, wishing to play with Arya, Atris nodded, go on and play. At his words, Robin sprang forth like a lively squirrel. Watching the two retreat into their playful frolic, Atris was reminded of his own youthful days with Mia. Chapter 105. The Feast of Golden Tree Castle. Upon the red rooftops hung the golden sun, perfectly aligned with the pinnacle of Golden Tree Castle. Garland Tyrell, the second son of House Tyrell, gazed quietly at the sunlight, resembling a serene prince. Do persuade our king, Loras, Garland suggested, as his younger brother was amusing himself with a mace. What? Loras asked, slightly furrowing his brow, as he feigned a strike with the mace, which swung to the right before unexpectedly lunging towards his sparring partner's helmet, causing the opponent to falter and collapse. Ha! Loras laughed heartily, his jovial laughter attracting the attention of the knights in the surrounding bay. Garland steadied Loras by the shoulder, saying, follow me. The halls of Golden Tree Castle stretched endlessly, and entering the main hall felt akin to stepping into a resplendent labyrinth, reminiscent of the botanical maze between the outer wall and the second wall of Highgarden. Loras followed Garland through the various chambers, entering one of the many septs of Golden Tree Castle. Unlike the grand and imposing septs found in King's Landing and elsewhere, these were modestly built within the castle, appearing more like sparrows in comparison to dragons. The septs were intricately designed, complete with all necessary elements, and scattered throughout the castle, allowing anyone desiring to pray or confide their thoughts to do so with ease. Only you can persuade our king, Loras, Garland told his younger brother. Persuade him to do what? Loras asked, bewildered. Garland let out a soft sigh and spoke gravely to Loras. The Northerners and the Lions have been locked in battle for months, while we have lingered too long in the Riverlands. His Majesty first hosted a banquet at Highgarden, and now he is holding another in Old Town. I recently heard that he wishes to organize a tournament at the Weeping Bridge. That's not so dire, Garland, Loras shrugged nonchalantly. Our king is waiting for the wolves and lions to bleed each other dry before he makes his grand entrance as the ultimate terminator. This is indeed a wise strategy. I beg to differ, Loras, Garland replied with notable seriousness. 100,000 troops are stalled on Rose Avenue, depleting the surrounding villages of nearly all their provisions. Much of it squandered. Our most urgent need is a decisive strike against King's Landing, to deliver a resounding blow, and then we can contemplate further schemes. Your counsel mirrors what you advised the king last time, brother, Loras remarked. Garland shook his head. I even sent our sister to persuade the king, evidently. Marjorie's words bore little fruit. If the queen cannot sway him, how can I? Loras looked at Garland with a mix of confusion and hesitation. Garland locked eyes with him, and slowly Loras began to relent. Very well, I shall give it a try. Though night had fallen, the banquet hall in Old Town was as bright as day. From the cracks in the firewood, a wisp of gray smoke vanished into the air. The soldiers of the West tread lightly over the pile of wood, scattering black ash across the ground. The soldier revealed his graying temples, a seasoned veteran. We'll freeze to death out here without a fire. Someone in the crowd near the great tree spoke up. The Westermen huddled closely together, shivering, and another voice chimed in, let us kindle some flames, old man. The veteran paid no heed to the scattered remnants of the shattered ranks, who had been driven together by the cavalry of the young wolf, among them even a knight. What is your name, old man? A knight in the crowd inquired. The veteran turned his gaze toward him. The knight's armor was marred with mud, and the insignia on his breastplate barely resembled that of a scorpion. The Locke family. That scoundrel Amory Locke's relative, the veteran thought to himself. In answer to Sir Lawrence's question, "It is Murray," the old man replied, humbly bowing his head. Years of service had ingrained this demeanor and habit within him. Sir Lawrence lifted a waterskin to his lips, taking a few swigs. "It's too cold. Let us start a fire." His squire shook off the cold from his armor and stood. "Fire will attract wolves, my lord." Murray raised his hand, unwilling to let the squire approach. "We are too near to the burnt city. There are no enemies here." Sir Lawrence shrugged tightly, his teeth chattering as he spoke. "The young wolf's cavalry is elusive, and there are indeed wolves about." The veteran cautiously eyed the knight, offering a word of caution. "There are no cavalry." Sir Lawrence replied impatiently, pressing his lips together. "There are no wolves." The squire drew his sword, stepping aside. "Clear the way, old man." He pushed Murray aside and retrieved an object from his pocket, striking it against the twigs atop the firewood. Once more, sparks ignited, causing the pile to emit a cloud of gray smoke. The veteran silently distanced himself from the flames, instinctively curling up against the cold, observing the ragged remnants of the west that surged forward, as if to devour the fire. The squire, basking in the knight's praise, raised his eyebrows in delight, cradling the waterskin bestowed upon him by the knight, and drank heartily. The veteran paid no heed to these oblivious fools. Among the crowd was a 13-year-old boy, an age meant for carefree play in the streets, akin to his own grandson. Yet he had left his home to venture into this wretched place. "Come warm yourself, my lord." The Na'vi boy dared to address him. "I am no lord," Murray snorted. "I am not cold." He stifled his chattering teeth. Chapter 107. The lioness predicament. Lisa Arryn has withdrawn her thousands of cavalry, Tywin remarked, his finger tracing the map. "Stannis has left a false fleet in King's Landing. It is a ruse." Kevin Lannister watched his brother, the truth of Tyrion's speculation weighing heavily upon them. A complex sensation stirring within the heart of the West's lion. "This could be advantageous for us," Kevin suggested. Tywin turned, his tone growing irritable. "Jaime, my son. Where is he? What news?" Understanding the need for composure in such tumultuous times, Kevin focused on tempering his brother's simmering fury to restore rationality. "At least he has not fallen into the hands of the Northmen," Kevin said calmly. "If Robb Stark had Jaime as a hostage, we would likely have received word from the North by now. Perhaps it was the fate of desperate exiles, bereft of their homes. Or perhaps it was the wretched deserters defeated by the Northmen." Tywin paced the table, gritting his teeth. Kevin sighed inwardly, gently caressing the cool surface of the long table. "If we continue down this path," he spoke with difficulty, "we may face utter ruin, brother." Tywin stood immobile, like a statue. "Jaime," Kevin clenched his fists, realizing that even Jaime seemed less significant in the face of the current predicament. Watching Tywin remain unresponsive, he pressed on. "Davin has informed us that he launched a night raid on the previously occupied city of the Northmen, but found no trace of them, save for signs of arson." Tywin, exposing his back to the others, closed his eyes upon hearing this. These lands had rarely been laid claim to by foreign foes. Casterly Rock had served as a formidable bulwark against most invaders, yet now it was ensnared in the jaws of the wolf. A sense of tragic melancholy enveloped Tywin. The honor of his house, to which he had devoted his life, now felt relatively insignificant. The proud guardianship of the West had diminished to the point where thoughts of mere survival had begun to surface. The scouts dispatched to the Cliff City did not return, leading Devon to speculate that Robb Stark was preparing to rendezvous with the vanguard of the North, the formidable Jon Arryn. Kevin interjected, and Tywin turned to him, inviting him to speak candidly. "Brother." Kevin was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since Tywin had referred to him in such a familiar manner. "Our forces are scattered," Kevin remarked. "King's Landing is too distant from Casterly Rock, and the front lines have been stretched too thin. King's Landing lacks supplies, and our army is equally bereft." Tywin grasped the essence of Kevin's concern and turned to face him. "Abandon the Crownlands? Abandon King's Landing?" Kevin nodded in affirmation. In the chambers of the Eyrie, a letter penned by Robb Stark lay upon the table, its silver-gray wax seal depicting an ice wolf broken. Robb's handwriting was elegant and fluid. Hades, having seen the scribbles of others like Bronze Yon and Anderob, noted that none possessed the meticulousness and artistry of Robb's script. In this regard, it resembled correspondence between a noblewoman and a scholar. Robb had acquiesced to the terms of the Vale, agreeing to the betrothal with Jon Royce. The marriage between Arya and Robin would naturally await their coming of age, while Robb's union with Jane would likely be postponed until the conclusion of the hostilities. Hades rose and instructed Angui to display the maps of the Westerlands and the Riverlands upon the wall. He leaned against the wooden pillars at the corners of the bed, scrutinizing them intently. Robb's original strategy entailed a swift convergence with the cavalry of Great Jon, capitalizing on their mobility to traverse the mountain paths back to the Riverlands. However, the steadfast Devon Lannister, stationed in the Westerlands, harbored his own schemes. He was the eldest son of the late Steffan Lannister, brother to Lady Joanna, responsible for training 1,000 new recruits in Casterly Rock. He had gathered the remnants of the Westerlands forces from Goldentooth and the Riverlands, fortifying various strongholds to leverage the terrain against Robb's cavalry. A rigid defense would confront the agile and mobile cavalry, and success would hinge upon the commander's intellect. Clearly, with only a few thousand Riverland troops under Blackfish to support Robb, the majority of the Riverland nobility were preoccupied with reclaiming their lands and arranging marriages with the surviving scions of the great houses. The strength of the 20,000 Riverland troops had dissipated almost instantaneously after Robb's victory over Jaime. Devon's strategy proved effective. Robb Stark was in dire need of reinforcements. Aedys focused, calling softly, Angwy. Angwy perked up. Yes, my lord. Please summon Maester Corman. Angwy nodded in acknowledgement and departed the chamber. Moonlight poured through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon the floor, the blue-veined patterns shimmering like stardust. The hour was indeed late. Corman pushed open the door. My lord, you summoned me? My apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour, Aedys said. I was perusing the manuscripts left by Maester Collagen. I fear the Citadel has overlooked yet another genius. I wholeheartedly concur with his insights. Thankfully, he has served the illustrious Arryn family, ensuring that his talents have not gone to waste. Corman smiled, seemingly unfazed by the late summons. Atis smiled faintly, suggesting that you and the Bachelor of Cologne surely share many common interests. Indeed, Common reflected, during my service in the Eagle's Nest City, I have developed a profound understanding of the Bachelor of Cologne's works, though it is regrettable that we were not born in the same era. Common suppressed his sentiments and waved his flowing sleeves, asking, My lord Atis, you summoned me in the dead of night. Is there something of great importance? Chapter 109. The Old Wolf and the Spider. The sound of dripping water echoed from the opposite wall. Drip, drip. The wall was a dark, indistinct mass, and pressing his forehead against it provided a strangely soft comfort. He wished he could sink into it, ideally passing through the wall to escape. A faint glimmer of light seeped in through a pitifully small round window. Though it seemed not to be the sunlight of day, it perpetually shone. Devoid of the cycle of day and night, the stark contrast between light and dark, Eddard had long since abandoned any hope of escaping this place. The small window was made of smooth, pristine glass, a craftsmanship never seen in the north. Perhaps it was from the old town, Bravos from the eastern continent, or perhaps from distant Karth in the west. He recalled hearing from the scholars of Winterfell about the glass of the citadel. Those scholars were elderly and frail. What was the name of the one he remembered? Eddard shook his head, unable to recall. Was it Bowen? No, it was Maester Luwin. He remembered now. The devoted scholar who served House Stark and Winterfell. Was he still in the Red Keep? Eddard's thoughts spiraled chaotically. He had lost track of how many days had passed. All he knew was that the last person he had seen was Varys, the eunuch, the bald one. Ice. Where was his Valyrian steel sword? Sansa. Had he forsaken her? All for that damned honor and duty. He had abandoned his daughter. Where was she? Still in King's Landing? Still in the Red Keep? Lady, the little wolf. The dire wolf that fought desperately for him. Where was she? Would she come to rescue her daughter? He should not have journeyed south. Eddard struck the wall with his fists, the softness yielding no pain, yet the wounds within his heart found no solace or means of healing. A shadow flickered past the smooth round window, followed by a soft click as a thin cord wrapped around a wooden box containing simple food. Eddard opened the box, the iron chains on him scraping against the ground, the enticing aroma wafting around him. I know you are Varys's man, he declared. I am the Duke of Winterfell, the protector of the North. As long as you assist me. Eddard gazed toward the shadow beyond the round window, reigniting the flicker of hope for escape. The window was soon closed, the figure making no sound, leaving Eddard's heart heavy as he lowered his head and shut his eyes. Varys removed the gray cloak that had obscured his face, peering through the blurred round window at the despondent Eddard Stark. He made no sound, striding purposefully toward the door. A small bird had delivered news from the faraway eastern continent. The army of the Horse Lord was nearing Pentos, and Khal Drogo would soon come to see his future bride, Daenerys. As for whether Drogo will choose Daenerys, both Varys and Illyrio are quite certain. The beauty of the Targaryens is renowned across the realm. In Chapter 110, at the cliffs of Castle Rock, the Northman cavalry, invigorated, shouted excitedly. Brave men of the North. Jon Umber raised his longsword high, declaring that the Lannister dogs lay ahead, ready to plunder their gold, seize their winter provisions, Take their women. Attack. Pointing his sword, Jon commanded as the cavalry surged forward like a pack of wolves racing across the fields, spurring their steeds to gallop swiftly along the flat shore. Within the coastal encampment, the Lannister Red Cloaks anxiously observed the charging Northman cavalry. "Raise your spears," shouted an officer of the Red Cloaks. Rows of spears were plunged into the ground, angled toward the advancing cavalry. "Protect the flanks," the Lannister officer bellowed again. Shield bearers quickly moved forward, while archers gathered behind them, knocking arrows and tensing as they focused on the encircling Northmen. The archers' gaze remained fixed on the Northman cavalry, which drew ever closer to their flank. "Draw," commanded the officer. The Northmen brandished their swords and spears. "Loose," the officer signaled with a flag. "Kill." The Northmen roared as they charged into the Lannister camp, their shield bearers standing resolutely together, bracing against the assault. Arrows fell like rain upon the charging cavalry, and cries of anguish pierced the air, providing a flicker of confidence to the Lannister shield bearers. "They cannot breach us," the shield bearers silently prayed. The warhorses crashed into the shield wall like battering rams against a city gate, as if daggers were swiftly plunged into flesh. The Lannister shield bearers, drenched in blood, were sent flying by the impact. "Slow down," Jon commanded, slicing through the spears that blocked their path. He swiftly turned, as another group of cavalry behind him similarly decelerated. The spears were thrust forward, causing a stir in the Westlands formation, but it was quickly quelled by the seasoned officers. The flanks faltered, unable to withstand the cavalry's heavy onslaught. The Red Lion grew increasingly gaunt, as a silvery whirlwind enveloped it, leaving bloodstains in its wake. Jon swung his long sword, cleaving the head of the Red Cloak officer in an instant. Though Castle Rock lay nearly in ruins, the defenders remained resolute. Rickard Stark looked anxiously at the Northman soldiers pressing forward against the arrows, while Robb Stark, surrounded by his guards, gazed gravely at the suffering Northmen collapsing beneath the walls of Castle Rock. Theon Greyjoy squinted slightly, pointing at the walls, observing that the defenders were unreasonably numerous for a castle that was destined to fall. In Chapter 111, during the night raid on Casterly Rock, warhorses, frothing at the mouth, collapsed by the stream, their eyes partially open. James tumbled into the stream, drinking the water greedily, only to be choked moments later, coughing in despair like a dying man. The water blurred his vision as he lay upon the shallow rocks, cursing under his breath. He recalled the name of the servant he had wronged. What was it again? Lucien? Damn, he had forgotten the boy's name. James pushed aside his damp golden hair, which, in truth, was now indistinguishable from the muck that coated his body. The once resplendent Lannister sigil now resembled excrement. There was an old saying, wasn't he there? For some reason, he thought of the folk tale that Lord Tywin's excrement was made of gold. Huh. James stifled a laugh, finding the humor fitting. He gazed at his reflection in the clear water, his expression a blend of sorrow and mirth. Turning his gaze to the dying warhorse nearby, he noted its lifeless form, utterly exhausted from the journey. This was the servant's horse, Lucien? No, it was Lucien, the son of Damian Lannister, the acting lord of Casterly Rock, a cousin to his father Tywin. At last, he remembered the servant's name. James removed the gauntlet that clung to his arm, rinsing it in the water, stained with too much blood. Scattered throughout the jungle were soldiers, fleeing Westermen, and marauding bandits wreaking havoc along the riverbanks. He had even dug a grave for a little girl he encountered, her wounds indicating the horrors she had endured. Whether it was guilt for Lucien or an innate compassion for such tragedies, he used his sword to dig the earth, laying the frail body to rest. Then he continued his frantic escape, like a solitary lion cast out from its pride, left to fend for itself. He was unaware of how long he had been running, but he intended to make a wide detour southward before returning to Casterly Rock. Casterly Rock was the gateway of the West, its walls unassailable. The Northerners could never breach such a stronghold. Historically, Casterly Rock had rarely fallen. Even Robb Stark's cavalry would find little success against the West's mountain passes and fortifications, while the soldiers of the Riverlands were demoralized and of little use. James let out a chilling laugh. He had never felt so wretched. The dense jungle around him rustled with noise, and he sprang up, alert to his surroundings. A deer darted from the underbrush. He exhaled softly, shaking the water from his trousers as he stood and made his way toward the forest's edge. He needed to traverse this jungle swiftly to return to Casterly Rock. Stannis steadied his longbow, squinting as he observed the scene. In the midst of it all, the young wolf lady, Janie, looked anxiously at Robb. I'm sorry, but the Westermen around me all refer to you this way. Robb glanced at the white bandage on his shoulder, the scent of ointment wafting into his nostrils. Did you bandage me? He asked, his heart stirring slightly as he regarded Janie's heart-shaped face. Ahem, my lady. He endeavored to maintain his composure. The young lord, merely 16 years of age, had grown accustomed to the tumultuous storms of conflict, yet he seldom found himself in the company of girls. With her head bowed, Jaime observed Robb as he slightly shifted his injured arm and shoulder, urgently exclaiming, "My lord, it would be best if you refrained from moving." Her lips pressed together. Her fingers lifted to point at his shoulder, which had just been bandaged. Approaching the bedside of the young Stark lord, Jaime half squatted before him, her expression more anxious than that of the injured Robb. She breathed heavily, her eyes beseeching. Robb understood her implication. "You possess medical knowledge. I shall heed your advice." He nodded gently, feigning relaxation as he turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. "Thank you," Jaime whispered, her hands touching the bandage, gingerly adjusting it. "You are Jaime of House Westerling?" Robb inquired. "Indeed," Jaime replied. Her chestnut curls emanated a subtle fragrance, and Robb discreetly assessed her delicate, pretty face as she leaned slightly against the bed, her figure slender. "I believe," Robb swallowed hard, "that such matters should be attended to by a maester from the crag." Jaime appeared momentarily taken aback, her brown eyes locking with Robb's. "A maester? I apologize, my lord, but Maester Dennis fled crag with valuables before your arrival." She regained her composure and secured the bandage. "However, I have followed the maester and acquired some medical knowledge, so I beg your pardon, my lady." Robb waved his left hand dismissively. "I am not questioning your abilities. I merely—" He noted Jaime's attentive expression, her brown eyes reminiscent of a fawn. "I was merely inquiring. Nothing more." Jaime released a sigh of relief upon hearing this, a slight smile gracing her lips. She was about to respond when the door swung open, prompting her to rise hastily. Robb, Theon Greyjoy stood at the threshold, a hint of surprise on his face as he regarded Jaime, a smile playing upon his features. "Perhaps I should." He gestured towards the door. "No need," Robb interjected, understanding his brother's insinuation. "You may converse here." Lowering her head, Jaime walked past Theon towards the exit. "I apologize for intruding," she murmured. Theon watched her retreating figure, raising an eyebrow unconsciously. Chapter 113. The petition from Seagull Town. The numerous members of House Arryn's branches throughout the valley had caused considerable turmoil. Lord Atris. Maester Coleman reprimanded Grand Maester Nestor Royce for the letter dispatched from Moondor Castle to Eagle's Nest, his expression somewhat grim. Atris rested his chin on his left hand, surveying the various sigils of the castles and families inscribed on the letter. "Why are there so many branches of House Arryn in the valley?" "Well, that has much to do with history." The main branches, Coleman shrugged, uncertain whether to elaborate. "It is indeed a curious matter. The main branch is often lacking in progeny. Yet the side branches are quite suspicious." Athos listened intently as Keeman recounted a series of tales regarding the Arryn family, akin to the courtly secrets, the historical chronicles of the Academy, and even the folklore of the common folk. A smile graced his lips as he relished the narratives. "We have strayed from the topic." Keeman, a scholar, lamented somewhat. "The boundaries of the canyon territories are perpetually ambiguous, especially among the landed knights. Most branches of the Arryn family have proudly become knights of the canyon, while a few have ventured into trade and exploration, such as the Arryn family of Seagull Town." The notion of adventure reminded Athos of his previous all-night discussions with Wymer Royce in Runestone City, where his aspirations revolved around traversing the world. Their emotions soared as they plotted journeys to Ashar and the exploration of the ruins of Illyrio. Fond memories washed over Athos as he caressed the fish leaf wood throne beneath him, once the seat of the King of Valleys, now the seat of the Duke of Eagle's Nest. The cool sensation spread from his fingertips to his palm. "What counsel do you have regarding the conflicts between various branches of the Arryn family and other knightly territories, Keeman?" Athos inquired. Keeman furrowed his brow, adjusting his long sleeves. "This issue has lingered in the valley for quite some time," he mused, pausing before offering his advice. "Your father, Duke Jon Arryn, was diligent and proactive in his youth, visiting the estates of the landed knights personally to resolve numerous issues. The situation in the Seven Kingdoms is such that I cannot resolve these knightly disputes as my father did." Athos shook his head. "That approach is far too time-consuming. Duke Donal Arryn once attempted to delineate the territories of the landed knights in the valley, but the process was fraught with difficulties and ultimately fell by the wayside due to various conflicts." Keeman reflected on the history of the Arryn family. Should a battle ensue, these conflicts would, in theory, dissipate temporarily, allowing them to return to their homelands to embrace the glory of the seven gods. Yet they find themselves entangled in disputes over their fiefs, Athos murmured. "I recall there being a record by Scholar Colin in the library, detailing the genealogy and fiefs of the landed knights of the valley." "Indeed, there is, my lord Athos." Keeman nodded. Scholar Colin's contributions to the Vale and the Arryn family are truly remarkable, evoking my envy. The silent, unassuming sponge was a rare sight. As boundless black waters bore the unrecognized raindrops that fell upon the sea's surface, salt water mingled with the sea breeze, or perhaps it was the sea breeze carrying the salt water. Scene stood at the bow of the ship, savoring the raindrops and the invigorating gusts of wind. The sea appeared to move slowly beneath his gaze. Akin to the waves crashing against the hull of the vessel, he scarcely noticed the frothy white bubbles stirred up by the turbulence. Only the inky waters surged with seemingly casual ripples, concealing tremendous power as they struck the ship. For Scene, this force was profoundly evocative and pleasurable. He was a sea monster, a drifting northern wolf, yet ultimately the heir of the Iron Islands, a fearsome and dreaded marauder of the seas. In the cabin sat a nun, and with a single glance, Theon discerned she was no devout sister. The Seven Stars Bible lay carelessly in a corner, and she responded to his playful teasing with a light chuckle. Theon could not ascertain her age, 20? Too youthful? 30? Uncertain. Yet, it mattered little. This lengthy voyage offered scant distractions, and he intended to indulge himself with her that very night. The seven gods. Who cared? He was a devotee of the old gods. A pure ironborn, while the faith of the Southerners was hypocritical and convoluted. Theon gazed upon the nun's tall figure and her fair, lovely face. An insatiable desire surging within him. He recalled Robb's counsel. Cavalry. We cannot storm the castle, but we can certainly feign an assault. Robb Stark had described it thus, as Winterfell's lord was his brother, and he, in turn, was regarded as an elder by Robb. Such a position would surely earn the fealty of all Iron Islands denizens. The fleet of the Iron Islands was unmatched by any in the Seven Kingdoms, and to simulate an attack on Casterly Rock required a pretense of assaulting Lannisport. This was your solo performance, Theon. Robb's gaze was unwavering, filled with trust. Darvon has stationed heavy troops throughout the mountains. We must create the appearance of a breakout. The armies of Goldtown, the Vale, and the Riverlands must coordinate effectively. Darvon will surely hold his ground, confident that I will attempt to break through to the Riverlands. This confidence would dissipate when news of distress reached Casterly Rock, Robb asserted. But you do not wish to capture Casterly Rock, Theon interjected, observing Robb's self-assured demeanor. Seizing Casterly Rock is always the final step. I cannot risk an assault on it with the cavalry's destruction looming. Robb replied. Yet Darvon will believe himself outmaneuvered. He will do everything to rectify his mistakes. Theon smiled. Robb nodded appreciatively, preparing to lead his forces back to Casterly Rock in an attempt to rescue it. He pointed to a location on the map, tracing the road from Lannisport to Casterly Rock, declaring that their true objective was not Casterly Rock, but rather a return to safety. In the depths of the forest, Whitey kissed the exposed hand of the blacksmith, Donal Noy, her warm tongue teasing his palm. He likes you. Jon Snow placed the Lord Commander's Valyrian steel sword Longclaw upon the blacksmith's wooden table, its surface marked by faint burn scars. Donal Noy regarded Longclaw thoughtfully. The bare-headed hilt was charred, yet Valyrian steel was true steel, impervious to flames. Jon Snow offered no reply, lost in thoughts of the brotherhood sworn to him. Resurrected from death, that pale, cold visage, had it not been for Whitey's intervention, he would have perished there. You deserve it, Donal Noy murmured, stroking the blade of Longclaw. What? Jon Snow inquired, unable to catch the words. Nothing, Donal Noy replied, taking the Valyrian steel sword indoors. I can feel your heart, lad. Upon his arrival at Castle Black, Jon Snow would have vehemently objected to being referred to as a bastard or boy, unable to endure such terms for even a moment. However, at this juncture, he had already sworn his oath as a brother of the Night's Watch. What heart? Jon Snow inquired. Focused on Castle Black. Focused on the Night's Watch, Donal Noy turned his back, busying himself with some task. You are a man of the Night's Watch, Jon Snow. Jon Snow stood by the hearth, feeling its searing warmth, reluctant to ponder the implications of Donal Noy's words. You have matured considerably since you first arrived, Donal Noy paused. Unlike myself, who had arrived at the wall already pot-bellied, having turned into a man indifferent to all. Jon Snow furrowed his brow slightly. I heard you were a blacksmith at Winterfell. Not a blacksmith, Donal Noy replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, but a proper soldier, loyal to King Robert. He turned around, gripping a hammer, striking an object with a resounding clang. An unnamed foot soldier following Stannis in a battle, yet Stannis indeed remembers my name. Donal Noy swung his arms, the muscles in his sturdy arms taut as the hammer struck the misshapen object. He recalled the names of everyone besieging Winterfell. Even the lowly squire tasked with hauling stones to the walls. The entire castle had been mobilized, he recounted. There was no food in the city until Ser Davos brought a shipload of provisions, allowing us to survive. I remember Stannis was the last to eat. Waiting for the soldiers to fill their bellies first, he said. By the Seven, back then, he fought for Robert, now he fights for himself. Further north lies the seat of House Velaryon, Driftmark, one of the few castles in the Stormlands nestled within deep woods. Renly rode atop a grand steed from Highgarden. Reins in hand, gesturing northward. Beyond the hills ahead, we shall reach the ancestral stronghold of House Baratheon, Storm's End, the castle said to be warded by magic. Loras Tyrell, a blade of grass in his mouth, whistled along the way. Stannis will surely retreat to the sea. He will not engage you in battle, your grace, he said, bowing slightly with an aristocratic grace. It is quite peculiar, your grace, remarked Lord Mathis Rowan, frowning. Not one noble from the Stormlands has provided the necessary provisions and supplies. This is not the conduct of vassals. Renly noted Mathis Rowan's puzzled expression, yet he was acutely aware that he had just depleted House Rowan's stores. He signaled discreetly to Alistair Florent beside him. Alistair understood well the king's thoughts. The Stormlands had been drained of supplies when the army was mobilized, and most troops had followed Ser Garland Tyrell to the Bitterbridge, leaving the castle undefended. Stannis's impending arrival would not compel a hasty welcome for the king. Mathis Rowan shrugged slightly, accepting this rationale. A tremor echoed from the distant hills as Ser Balon Tarly galloped to Lord Renly's side. We must hasten our passage over these hills, your grace. The water sources here are scarce, and there are no signs of rain. This bodes ill. Ser Loras removed the wineskin from his saddle. We may lack water, Lord Balon, but we have wine to quench our thirst. This remark elicited laughter from the surrounding knights. Yet Lord Renly raised his hand to silence their mirth. I heed your counsel, Lord Balon. Ser Balon Tarly nodded slightly, recognizing the commendable qualities of his sovereign. He commanded his retinue. Did you not hear the king's order? Quickened our march. Yes. The attendant raced to relay the command throughout the ranks. Ser Loras, having relinquished his jesting demeanor, returned the wineskin to its place upon the saddle, silently observing as Balon Tarly raced off to the rear. Lord Balon is a man of great industry, Loras remarked, the most valiant vassal in my father's service. This is precisely why I keep Lord Balon close, Renly replied, gazing at the undulating hills in the distance. I was but an infant when Stannis waged war. His experience far surpasses my own. Anxious. Loras smiled slightly, taking in the handsome profile of Renly illuminated by the sun. Stannis seeks to ambush Storm's End, but the Seven do not favor such a dull and humorless man. He will certainly avoid a direct confrontation with us. His presence at Storm's End is merely a fanciful notion of kingship. His strength is far too feeble. I command tens of thousands of troops, Renly declared, though the relentless sun beat down upon them like a barrage of arrows, obscuring their path. Loras pressed his lips together, his expression betraying discomfort as he surveyed the open ground ahead. The rare flat terrain of the Stormlands hills allows us a brief respite, Loras suggested to Renly. We could establish a temporary camp here. Lord Balon urges us to march swiftly. Renly hesitated, noticing the weariness of the cavalry behind them, their mounts led by attendants, and some knights clad merely in light, tattered garments rather than armor. Is there a water source nearby, your grace? Inquired Ser Alistair Florent. His lips cracked like those of the other knights. How much water do we have left? Renly did not respond directly to Florent, instead turning to his ever-present companion. Maester Mervyn. Mervyn pinched his withered waterskin. Not much. Aside from what we carry, most has been escorted by the supply trains. Lord Balon had noted this, recognizing that each supply train was accompanied by 2 mounted guards, yet the numbers were certainly insufficient. Can we not traverse this accursed hillock more swiftly? He crudely drained the last drops from his waterskin and hurled it into the distance. The attendant, momentarily bewildered, stood frozen in place. Go fetch it, you fool. Mervyn snatched the cloth from the attendant's hands, wiping the sweat from his brow as he cursed. The attendant hurriedly scurried to retrieve the discarded waterskin, stumbling awkwardly and looking quite ridiculous. Yet the humor of the scene was lost on those around them, for they were all parched. This place does not resemble the plains of the Riverlands. We ought not to extend such a vast range for our march, Alistair Florent remarked, his frustration evident as he addressed Balon. No one responded to him. After all, this was the arrangement of House Tarly. The supply train consisted mostly of attendants, trailing behind the knights, who formed the cavalry formations nearby. The heat of the day was oppressive, and the undulating terrain of the hills caused many units to become stalled in various locations, leading to a prolonged separation between knights and their squires. Fortunately, Stannis was foolishly besieging Storm's End. Otherwise, they would find themselves in dire straits. Mattis Florent wiped the sweat from his brow, impatiently tugging at the reins as he moved forward. Let the soldiers rest, Balon suggested, gazing toward the open ground ahead. They were not far from Storm's End, and Lord Tarly was at the vanguard. They might have already traversed the hills. Alistair surveyed the distant expanse, sensing an unsettling foreboding. The Knights of the Riverlands, once numbering nearly 10,000, were now scattered, with an estimated count of only around 6,000. The weary squires led their horses behind the knights, who were sipping the last drops from their water skins, while the squires tended to the fodder, as the warhorses exhibited reluctance. Their need for moisture was no less than that of their riders. In the great hall of Eagle's Nest, Nestor Royce and his son, Elbert Royce, looked up at the figure seated upon the falcon throne of Fishbone, the Duke of Allen. "My lord," Nestor spoke, his demeanor weary. "You summoned us for a matter of great importance?" His son, Elbert, had only encountered Duke Allen during the assembly of the knights after the Battle of Longbow Hall. And though the Duke frequently visited Moonstone Castle, fortune had not favored him with an audience. Excitement flickered in his eyes as he regarded Duke Allen, the young protector of the Vale. Duke Allen descended from the dais. "Master Nestor, the reconstruction of the primary roads in the Vale and the logistics for the forces beyond the Bloodgate largely depend upon your efforts. I appreciate your hard work." Nestor smiled, nodding slightly. "It is my honor and duty to serve House Arryn, my lord." With Baron Yon leading the cavalry to engage Tywin's 20,000 Lannister troops, and Robb Stark facing off against Dyvon Lannister in the Westerlands, the impending defeat of the Lannisters was becoming an undeniable reality as the Vale's forces advanced westward. Duke Allen shared his analysis with Nestor and his son. Nestor nodded. "It was evident." "Indeed, my lord. The Lannisters are doomed. This is the consensus among most nobles. Over 10,000 from the Vale have joined the war against the Starks and Lannisters, an alliance of wolf, fish, and eagle. The lions stand no chance." "I need to ascertain the situation at Storm's End," Allen declared. "There is an important mission I must assign. I require an envoy to proceed to Storm's End, to accompany Balon's storming forces of the Riverlands and engage in his battles, followed by the conflict with Stannis, and ultimately against the Lannisters." "You have chosen King Balon?" Nestor inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. Athos fell into a moment of contemplation, refraining from providing a direct response. "I require an observer to monitor the true and false movements of Lord Renly's vast army and report back to me at any moment." Nestor glanced at his son. With matters in the Vale still unresolved, he could not possibly extricate himself. The Duke had summoned both himself and his son, and the intent was unmistakable. Albar, not lacking in intelligence, understood the Duke's purpose for calling him forth. He spoke up. "Duke Athos, I have previously accompanied Lord Renly on hunts at Storm's End and King's Landing, and I am somewhat familiar with the terrain. I believe I am well suited for this task." Nestor observed Albar in silence, subtly nodding in agreement, directing his gaze toward Athos to indicate his stance. Athos's lips curled into a smile, his admiration for Albar Royce evident. He addressed him, "Sir Albar, in the name of the Guardian of the East, I hereby appoint you to represent the Vale, represent Eagle's Nest, and represent House Arryn in your journey to Storm's End. You shall accompany Lord Renly's 100,000-strong army as an envoy of the Vale." The azure sea resembled a blue gemstone, cradling the beautiful Isle of Tarth within its depths. The refreshing sea breeze gently caressed Albar Royce's face as he stood at the bow of the ship, sensing the subtle sway of the merchant vessel. The pale cerulean sky and the drifting clouds mirrored the profound depths of the sea, akin to two lips, with a breathtaking island nestled in between. Reminiscent of the enchanting lands of Oz, where forests and river bends lay hidden, and the pastures upon the mountains and waterfalls within the woodlands flourished. Upon entering the shipwrecked bay of Tarth, the tempestuous winds of the storm had evidently subsided. The beauty of Tarth seemed to repel even the fury of the storm from desecrating its shores. As the vessel docked, the harbor appeared poised to transform into a town, its specifications and facilities nearing that of a settlement. Yet perhaps due to Stannis's fleet, few merchants dared to tread here. Albar was met by the steward of Tarth, whose rotund figure attested to the wealth of the land. "I convey the highest respect from Count Selwyn Tarth to you, to the Royce family, and to Duke Atris Arryn." The steward offered a slight bow, flanked by two guards sporting the Eastern Continent style of beards, likely mercenaries hired from across the narrow sea. Albar nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude to the steward as he followed the portly figure toward the Hall of Twilight. In the harbor town, bathed in the golden hues of sunset, laughter resonated through the streets, the air infused with the scent of sea salt, and the delightful aroma of pastries wafted through the atmosphere. Albar stood momentarily astonished at his surroundings. The side of the town adjacent to the harbor boasted orderly stone stairways, with carriages parked along the roadside as the steward invited him to take a seat. Venturing further inward, the semblance of order persisted, and along the way, Albar could witness the Count's men distributing food and fresh water to beggars. Throughout the journey, the steward said little, his attention fixated on the ledger, his countenance, aside from a courteous smile, marked by furrowed brows of concern. As the sun began its descent, Elbert finally encountered the evening star, the lord of Tar's Island. Count Selwyn Tars. The Count, adorned with a light blue cap, bore the marks of age yet remained slender and handsome, his azure eyes gazing upon Elbert with a faint smile. It is my honor to receive the envoy of Duke Atisselin. Selwyn inclined his head slightly, expressing respect for Sir Elbert of the Royce family. Elbert bowed his head. I am grateful for your hospitality, Count Tars. It is but a small courtesy, Selwyn replied, shaking his head as he looked towards the distant sunset, the afterglow illuminating the ground. You are indeed fortunate to witness the sunset of Tar's Island upon your arrival. Elbert furrowed his brow slightly, clearing his throat. The sun is quite large, rather beautiful. Selwyn displayed a courteous smile. In the stormy aftermath, the Dornish warriors were as numerous as sand. Oberon rode upon a Dornish steed, murmuring softly. Illyrio lay on the horse, clasping Oberon's waist, swaying gently as she nestled against the horse's back, her eyes sparkling with allure as she sang sweetly. Oberon grasped Illyria, listening intently to her calls. Can you win? Illyria's voice hinted at concern as she spoke in a whisper. This was part of the plan. How could we possibly lose? I have awaited this moment for so long. Oberon replied with a smile, urging the horse forward, prompting Illyria to scream with excitement. After a tumultuous encounter, Illyria gracefully dismounted from Oberon's steed, stretching slightly with a light laugh. I find you different from before. Time seems shorter. Oberon smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by her jest. In places like the Bay of Rivers, most men cannot withstand the pressure, he scoffed, waving his whip dismissively. But you are a red viper, concealing venom beneath. Illyria's hand ventured towards Oberon's lower body, a smile gracing her lips, only to be captured by his hand. Inform the troops behind us. Once we cross this mountain, we will reach the Horn of Doom. Oberon's gaze shifted from jest to seriousness. You know what this signifies. Illyria's smile faded as she nodded slightly, mounting her Dornish steed with determination. Oberon squinted, retrieving a glass vial from his pocket, filled with a clear liquid. What a pity. Perhaps I should consult Scholar Malvin on this matter. It is far too little. In just 4 or 5 years, it has been exhausted by the obstinate king, he mused, pocketing the vial and gazing into the distance. To the east of the mountains, the dazzling sunlight reflected off a metallic shield, blindingly bright, shimmering alongside their golden-scaled armor. Most Dornish people bore a brownish-gray complexion, their heads wrapped in half-helmets, as this marked one of the rare occasions for a large-scale collective expedition. Dornish warriors are as numerous as sand, Oberon murmured, spurring his horse onward. The shattered sword of Timon was already soaked in blood, and all around lay the lifeless bodies of countless soldiers from the Bay of Rivers. Have you seen the false king, Bran? Andrew Ismond stepped forward, piercing the heart of the beseeching soldier from the Riverlands with his spear. The cavalry of Alistair Florent had fled far beyond our reach, leaving us no choice but to slay the isolated soldiers we encountered along the way. Timon spat upon the bloodied fragment of a sword, waving it gleamingly in the air. We must hasten to sever the head of the false king, Renly. Andrew Ismond cast an anxious glance into the distance. Timon smiled slightly, dismissing the concern. Our numbers were far too few, even if only Alistair remained. In the depths of the dungeon, the sound of trickling water echoed once more, accompanied by a foul stench that swiftly ascended. Machiro, wrapped in his robe, pinched his nose to stifle his breath, though his stomach churned with discomfort. Yet another inmate had succumbed to the wine, a fool who had clung to his liquor yesterday. The stench of his vomit was unbearable. Machiro's large hand delved into the folds of the red robe, crushing the lice that had long plagued him. It was time to send them to hell. Damn it, vomit to the side, he exclaimed, kicking the drunkard to the ground, while the others recoiled in fear of the red-robed monk, inching back cautiously. Gods above, wherever he went, the scoundrels would tremble before him, Machiro thought disdainfully. The drunkard continued to heave towards the crevices of the floor, the acrid odor of alcohol pervading the dungeon like the scent of unwashed rags. Machiro leaned his head back against the rough wall, its uneven surface providing a strange comfort to his skull. He had always excelled at finding joy amidst suffering, a lesson often imparted by High Priest Ben Nero. Closing his eyes, his pitch-black visage turned towards the prison's ceiling. Machiro reflected on how he had ended up in this wretched place, the damned prison of the Shet family in Seagull town. He recalled his act of valor, reminiscent of his travels across the great city-states of Essos. Upon witnessing an injustice, he had intervened, never anticipating that both the nefarious and the oppressed would flee in terror at the sight of his red robe and dark skin. Frustrated, he was soon apprehended by the guards of the Shet family and brought here. The King of Light had led us to this valley, steeped in the fervent worship of the Seven, a stubborn canyon ensconced by mountains, truly difficult to comprehend. With a creak, the prison door swung open, allowing a whiff of sea salt to infiltrate the damp, foul atmosphere. Machiro lifted his gaze, only to find not the familiar visage of the prison guard, that wretched toad. Melisandre revealed her beautiful heart-shaped face, her pale skin and red eyes glimmering with a scrutinizing gaze. "Remember me?" Machiro remarked, tinged with a hint of bitterness. The striking beauty of the red woman stood in stark contrast to the dungeon's stench, leaving the drunkard and other inmates in awe, unable to suppress their gulps. "It is time to go, Machiro of Volantis." Melisandre approached him, seemingly oblivious to the damp stench of the dungeon. She extended her hand, resembling a benevolent guide for the lost. Rhaegar had indeed sought the right person in her. Maegor grasped Melisandre's arm, his limbs stiffened from days of torment. And as he emerged from the prison, his legs trembled beneath him. In a daze, he followed Melisandre onto a carriage. Chapter 122. The situation. Cormund scrutinized the letter in his hands, repeatedly glancing at it, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Bewildered, Cormund gazed at the report from Elborough, noting that the cavalry of the Riverlands and Stormlands, numbering nearly 30,000, had been defeated by Stannis' mere 5,000 sailors. Nestor frowned, troubled, as the Dornish forces of the Red Viper captured the scarcely guarded Castle Black and the Prince's Pass, splitting into two paths toward Highgarden. "Are there specific numbers?" Edis inquired, observing the escalating chaos. The scouts from Castle Black, well-trained, provided precise figures, stating that the Red Viper's men boasted nearly 4,000 cavalry. The reports from Castle Black were vague at best. Nestor recited the details to the assembly. Amidst swirling sands, the Dornish soldiers, akin to snakes lying in wait beneath the earth, surged forth in droves to assault Castle Black, leaving a path of devastation in their wake. "What nonsense is this?" The voice of the Castellan of the Vale grew impatient and urgent. "My son is yet to arrive at the camp of Renly. With all due respect, Duke Edis, while King Renly is indeed accommodating and willing to offer us considerable advantages, the Riverlands are currently under attack by the sworn enemies of the Dornish. He himself is besieged at Storm's End by Stannis, and the foundation of his previous dominance has crumbled, making the claim to the Iron Throne uncertain." Edis maintained his composure. "Are you suggesting we continue to await a better offer?" Nestor nodded, advocating for the alliance with the Greyjoys, asserting that continuing to strike against the Lannisters would keep them in a position of invincibility. "Before that, why make unnecessary promises and exhaust our military strength?" Cormund furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the loquacious Nestor, suppressing his inner unease. Though King Renly has suffered a setback, there remain nearly 80,000 troops in the Riverlands. The fall of Castle Black is attributed to the Dornish surprise assault and a strategic miscalculation on the part of the Riverlands, underestimating the alliance between the Dornish and King Stannis. Had the Duke of Highgarden reacted swiftly, far greater forces would have emerged. Inflated fish? Nestor raised an eyebrow, fearing he lacked the resolve to confront the Dornish, who harbored generations of animosity. Cormund shook his head. "Lord Nestor, I believe you must understand one crucial point." The voice of the Maester of Eagle's Nest rose suddenly. "What is it that enables the Riverlands to unite in support of King Renly at this moment?" Nestor, intrigued by Cormund's fervor, cleared his throat gently. "Maester Cormund, there is no need for such fervor. The result of Lady Olenna Tyrell's years of orchestrating noble unions in the Reach has yielded a stable coalition among the region's aristocracy." Common's speech was rapid. Upon hearing Nestor's words, he inclined his head slightly in a gesture of apology. "Historically, it is evident that the Dornish are formidable in battle." Evan Arryn exhaled a cloud of white mist, gazing in mild astonishment at Melisandre, who was clad only in a thin red robe. "Do your followers of the Red God not fear the cold?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his slightly parted lips. "Who says that?" Marcaro stammered, his lips trembling. "Damn it. Your lord resides atop such lofty peaks. Does he not fear the chill?" Swathed in a thick brown cloak, Marcaro's striking white beard was tucked securely within, not cascading outward as usual. Evan Arryn's face broke into a playful smile. "The hawk soars high, and naturally, the Eyrie rests upon the towering mountains." Melisandre did not engage in their conversation, but instead scrutinized Mia Stone, who was leading the ascent. Mia brushed aside the bothersome short hair that obscured her vision, feeling a pang of grievance as she neglected the group trailing behind her. Her previously unkempt hair had been neatly trimmed to ear length by a master at Moondor Keep, and the inhabitants of the keep praised her newfound adorableness. However, when her heart brimmed with joy at the thought of meeting Aegon, she learned that the Duke had found a new love. Clenching her fist around a shard of stone, she hurled it skyward. Mia glanced back at Melisandre, noting how even this woman might unwittingly be drawn to the allure of the red robe, curious about the figure concealed beneath its folds. Melisandre's crimson eyes met Mia's, prompting the latter to hastily avert her gaze, muttering, "Watch your step, my lords. I am not one of the noble lords of Westeros." Markero spoke in a thick Valyrian accent, clearly wishing to keep his words from Mia and Evan. "I am merely a servant of the Red God, a pitiful orphan taken in by the Red Priest." Evan Arryn's gaze fixed upon Markero. "Red Priest, I have warned you," he said in Valyrian. Markero looked at Evan in surprise. "You are quite the polymath, an apothecary, a master of disguise, and fluent in the languages of the Eastern continent. Are you a faceless man?" Evan Arryn offered no reply, simply moving ahead. "Please hasten, my lady. I see that dusk is fast approaching." Mia shook her head. "We cannot hasten, with nightfall drawing near. Let us rest at the castle ahead. I suspect you will not reach the Eyrie tonight." The setting sun cast its slanting rays upon the mountainside, enveloping the woods in an orange glow as the path, framed by trees, lay bare before the travelers. "We are nearing the crag. Climbing at night is perilous. It is prudent for us to rest here," Mia advised, standing at the bend of the slope, addressing the stumbling Red Priest behind her. "About time," Markero exclaimed, as if he had seen the guiding flames of Lawler, eagerly trailing after Mia. Chapter 124. The purpose of the woman in red. The long night stretches infinitely, fraught with peril. Melisandre's voice reverberates through the great hall, her shadow elongated in the flickering candlelight, resembling an evil spirit swelling within, occupying one side of the chamber. "Ethelyn, the long summer is nearing its conclusion. The stars are about to weep blood. In this moment, the struggles of the earthly realm will bear no significance. Should the long night envelop the land, both wolf and lion will become mere bones. The hides of deer will dangle from the branches above a pool of blood. Sea monsters will perish in the desiccated ocean depths, and even the most exquisite rose will wither. The vast desert shall transform into an endless glacier, and the mighty eagle." Melisandre approaches Ethelyn, and the eagle too shall lose its wings, plummeting into the abyss. Ethelyn gazes at Melisandre with indifference. "The legends of the long night?" he inquires. "Legends are but forgotten histories." Indeed, there is an unusual warmth radiating from Melisandre, enveloping him in a gentle current as she draws near. "The throne that dwells within your heart, should the long night descend, would merely serve as a sepulchre for mankind." Ethelyn observes the flames dancing behind Melisandre. Although the hall is undeniably warm, a chill penetrates his chest, striking his heart. "I have never yearned for anything," he declares firmly, watching the advancing woman in red. "There is no need for pretense, Ethelyn." Melisandre presses against his chest, lifting her chin to meet his gaze with her crimson eyes, confronting her desires. After all, she recalls the words inscribed on the stone pillar atop the mountain in the flames, or perhaps the family motto, "High as glory." Ethelyn pushes Melisandre away, asserting, "The valley is the abode of the seven gods, and Eagle's Nest is no exception. I am the guardian of the valley, and I shall uphold the dignity of the seven, not allowing heresy to defile this sacred land." He gazes with trepidation at Melisandre's beautiful heart-shaped visage, unwittingly revealing his innermost thoughts, especially following the phrase "high as glory." Melisandre collapses to the ground, yet appears devoid of emotion. "You need not view me as an adversary, Ethelyn. I shall assist you. The King of Light has guided me here to aid you, just as he once did in the flames. You are the prince foretold in prophecy, Ethelyn." Ethelyn regards Melisandre, whose conviction is palpable. "You claim I was guided by the Red God in the flames?" "Indeed," Melisandre replies, rising from the ground. "You are the prince of prophecy, and the King of Light will guide you through the fire, as long as you." Her wine-red lips part reverently. A light laugh escapes Ethelyn's lips, tinged with disdain. "Do you know what I gleaned from the flames?" he taunts, fixing his gaze upon the woman in red. "My father's death, Bran's fall. From the outcome, I see no assistance from the Red God. In fact," he pauses, "I feel he is conspiring against me." Chapter 125. A deceptive maneuver. Raindrops patter relentlessly upon the already drenched armor, the golden beard of Devon now matted with dust, as muddy water trickles through his winding golden whiskers, seeping into the soft earth beneath. The majority of the Lannister soldiers sheltered beneath their shields from the relentless rain, their leather boots deeply entrenched in the mud, with expressions of frustration echoing all around. Daven Lannister sat within a hastily erected tent, disregarding the cacophony of noise and rain outside, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the map of the Westerlands suspended before him. His father, Steffon Lannister, had retreated from the besieged Castle Golden Grove, accompanied by a ragtag remnant of soldiers, his right arm nearly rendered useless. Salvaged from the brink of death only through the desperate efforts of the camp physician. Steffon, clutching his aching right arm, bandaged and wrapped in white cloth that enveloped half of his body, gazed at the scene of raindrops splattering upon the ground with a pallid expression. Once more, he had retreated from Golden Grove, once more betraying the trust of Duke Tywin, and this time, he had also failed his own son. I should not have taken it upon myself to march on Golden Grove, Steffon lamented, his voice laden with despair and weariness. Daven remained silent, his focus unwavering on the map. I merely wished, Steffon continued, his hands supporting his temples, to seize Golden Grove while the Northmen were unprepared, to vindicate myself. He lifted his gaze, only to find his son still fixated on the map, prompting him to add, I did not foresee the sudden appearance of the Vale men. This is my fault. My error. The finest scouting party in the Westerlands had been decimated under his command, and he clutched the seven-pointed star necklace at his chest, muttering to himself, Do not blame yourself, father. Daven Lannister finally diverted his gaze from the map, looking at Steffon, his father. You ought to return to the city to rest, rather than linger in this tent. Steffon slightly parted his lips, pondering whether he could be of assistance. You have been studying that map for quite some time. Where's Robb Stark? Daven inquired. Steffon furrowed his brow. Aside from cowering in the Eyrie, what other options does he have? Daven rose to his feet, gazing out into the curtain of rain beyond the tent. Were it not for the ravages of war, such a view might be quite pleasant. In another time, he might have felt inclined to fish alongside his father. However, amid the turmoil of war, the dreary weather felt akin to a nightmare. I have sealed off the mountain pass east of the Eyrie. This morning, news arrived that there are approximately 2,000 troops from the Vale patrolling the Stoneford River. Presumably to support the Northerners, Daven murmured. Steffon wished to lean closer to the map, but the pain from his wounded arm prevented him, forcing him to remain seated as he listened to Daven's musings. After so many days, there should have been news. Meanwhile, Jon Grelfson counted the tolls for crossing the bridge, astonished by the increased demand for passage across the Green Fork now that the Riverlands had regained a semblance of stability. He perused the lengthy ledger, genuinely realizing the newfound confidence the Fry family had acquired as they flourished. What Jon found particularly enviable was that, compared to the revenue generated from port operations and trade negotiations at Seagull Town, the tolls from Riverrun represented tangible profit. The weighty golden dragons do not lie. Ever since Duke Addis entrusted him with the management of the Western Fortress in Twin River City, he has found himself revisiting the old trade his father had bequeathed him in Seagull Town, meticulously tallying the accounts. Yet, in contrast to before, his current responsibilities are limited to counting coins and thwarting the infiltration of spies into Longbridge. The inhabitants of the Riverlands are all too eager to covet the dominion of the valley over the Green Fork River. The landed knights who had initially fled to the west bank of the Green Fork, upon witnessing their lands being divided and handed over to the Canyon Knights, have become increasingly restless, and incidents of assaults and instigating peasant uprisings have become commonplace. Lyn Cobry has consistently opposed the continued opening of Long Bridge, yet his gaze, which often lingers on young boys, is now fixated upon the ramparts of the eastern fortress, scrutinizing the passers-by to discern whether any soldiers loyal to House Fry or the restless landed knights of the Green Fork are among them. However, the lucrative rewards prove too tempting for Jon Gregor's son to relinquish. The Valley is currently expediting the construction of the road connecting Vale to Bloodgate, and rumors abound that Duke Addis intends to establish a network of roads linking the various fortresses of the Valley centered around Moongate Fortress. If these rumors hold any truth, the amount of golden dragons required would be substantial. Learning from the previous experience of the Battle of Twin Rivers, the Valley's archers have taken turns manning the watchtower at Longbridge, resulting in a doubling of the guards compared to previous times. Even in the deep of night, the waters near Longbridge remain illuminated by the glow of torches. Jon exhales a faint breath of warmth, in contrast to the chill outside. The bonfire within the room provides a comforting warmth. He extinguishes the flame on the candle, a wisp of gray smoke rising from the wick, disappearing into the darkness. At the eastern fortress, Lyn Cobry presses his trembling hands against the crenellations, his gaze fixed intently upon the changing of the guard at Longbridge. His arrangement for the eastern fortress's guard shift to stagger from that of the western fortress has led to a dissonance in the soldiers' movements. While the guards of the western fortress have occupied one side of Long Bridge, the soldiers of the eastern fortress dawdle in reaching their posts. Shadows emerge from the water, slipping through the open gates of the eastern fortress and blending into the stronghold. Lyn Cabri breathes heavily, his eyes cold as he turns to depart. Common watches the cloaked Melisandre warily, his suspicions regarding her words growing. You claim to have seen a chaotic fortress in the flames, adorned with the banner of House Arryn. Common furrows his brow, staring at Melisandre's audacious proclamations. Chapter 127. The Struggle of Lions and Wolves. Stavros gazes at the flames in the hearth as they slowly dim until extinguished. He caresses the ring encircling his finger, while his other hand clutches the seven-pointed star necklace, silently praying for Devon beyond the city walls. He considers himself an inept commander. Yet Devon proves to be an exceptional general. He murmurs quietly, acknowledging that while he may not be devout, in the face of paternal bonds and the specter of death, nearly everyone becomes a fervent zealot. Outside, the full moon hangs low in the western sky, gradually descending, while the east is kissed by the first light of dawn, the horizon stitched with threads of gold. The mournful call of the war horn pierces the night, shattering Stavros's tranquility as he anxiously gazes out the window, contemplating the uncertain future that awaits his son. Daphne retained the visage of a lion with a human face, astride his steed at the forefront of the ranks. The war horse beneath him, groomed meticulously by servants the previous night, bore a coat of chestnut sheen, while Daphne's golden beard cascaded down like a waterfall illuminated by the dawn's embrace. The troops of the western realm stood in orderly formation. This assembly, comprised largely of fledgling soldiers yet to taste battle, exhibited a semblance of discipline. Though his father's prowess and leadership was somewhat lacking, he possessed a certain finesse in training new recruits. Daphne acknowledged the soldiers below with a slight nod, prompting a knowing soldier to sound the horn once more, not as a call to arms, but as a command to march. The native forces of the western lands resembled a lion roused from slumber, rising slowly to stretch its limbs before advancing. Daphne harbored a simmering resentment towards the cavalry of House Stark. He had not anticipated that Robb Stark, with his meager cavalry, would dare to split his forces, especially with the two armies positioned so far apart. Robb Stark was known for his unconventional strategies, Daphne mused. The cavalry of House Stark seemed merely a diversion intended to draw the attention of the forces at the city of Lannister, while Robb himself led the remaining cavalry southward along the coastline, like a swift thunderbolt aimed at the heart of the west, Casterly Rock. Had it not been for the timely intelligence relayed by the acting Lord of Casterly Rock, Damian Lannister, regarding the advancing forces from the north, Daphne might have unwittingly fallen into the trap laid by House Stark's cavalry, leading to a disastrous encirclement. Truly, Robb Stark was a master of cunning tactics. The north would be unable to seize Casterly Rock, yet he could ravage the villages and towns of the west along his path, even laying waste to Lannister's port. A grim expression settled upon Daphne's countenance. He had to rush to the aid of Casterly Rock. No Lannister lion would idly witness the emergence of a devastated and charred west. He galloped to the forefront of the ranks, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Casterly Rock. Baron Deddings called out the cavalry of House Amber, though such a title felt unnecessary. He had long since fled the ancestral lands of House Deddings, abandoning the crumbling fortress he had endeavored to restore, and the wealth accumulated over generations in salt pans was nearly depleted. In the depths of the burning Moon Mountains, dozens of warriors from various Highland clans sat scattered across a hillside, weary and supporting one another as they collapsed. Their tattered gear was soaked in blood, with traces of it visible on their arms, faces, and legs. At the forefront stood a wild woman, her foot planted upon a goat's skull nearest the slope, gazing upward to scrutinize the figures moving within the dense forest. The ascent was lined with numerous goat skulls, meticulously arranged, remnants of the ancient rituals of the burning tribe, which few Highland clans dared to disturb within the Moon Mountains. Charred marks from flames were prevalent on the slope, extending in a winding path toward the heights of the forested hills. The warriors behind the wild woman cast fearful glances at these scorched remnants. The legends of the Fire Priestess still resonated among the Highland clans to this day. In the depths of the forested hillside, shadows flitted about, finally breaking the silence. Syrah, the daughter of the Black Ear tribe, stood her ground, her voice resonating with strength and a hint of indignation. You dare to trespass? Are you here to challenge the Red Hand? From the thicket emerged a towering warrior of the burning people, adorned with the skull of a moose, casting an eerie silhouette amidst the foliage. Syrah raised her chin defiantly. I need not challenge the Red Hand, with but a single hand. I could topple the diminutive men of the burning people. She displayed her jagged teeth, her disdain palpable. Should you refrain from combat, it implies surrender and tribute. The Red Hand would be all too pleased to sow his seeds between the legs of the daughter of Zik. The warrior's lips curled slightly as he addressed the fierce Zira. That depends on whether the Red Hand is worthy of such a blessing, Zira replied, playfully licking her dagger. A light chuckle escaping her lips. As if summoned by an unseen force, the burning warrior raised his voice above the treetops, addressing the black ear fighters below. State your purpose, or face the flames of retribution. Zira, akin to a feral cat confronting a predator, bared her teeth in a fierce snarl. The iron cans of Atris Arryn have driven our warriors back to the mountains. I require the assistance of the Red Hand to raid those scoundrels who have encroached upon our ancestral lands. We have already reached out to the Milk Snake and Stone Pigeon tribes, and we hope the Burning People and the Painted Dogs will join us. Her voice echoed throughout the valley. The warrior from the Burning People retreated from sight, returning to the depths of the forest. Soon, a young man with a single eye emerged into view. Red Hand, do you possess the courage to join me in vanquishing the Undul invaders? Zira tilted her head, a smile gracing her lips. I wager you lack the bravery. Only the timid and cowardly are chosen as the Red Hand. The timid Burning People preserve the bloodline of their ancestors, the tribe. Red-haired, a girl of exquisite beauty, the slave trader bellowed, yanking aside the gray cloth covering a grim iron cage. Within, a naked red-haired girl cowered in the corner, rubbing her eyes. The long absence from daylight causing them to sting, even drawing forth tears. The slave trader, observing the delicate girl with tears glistening in her eyes, smiled with satisfaction. Most of his customers favored such pitifully beautiful maidens. The pity evoked stirring the primal desires hidden beneath the lavish garments of the nobleman. The aesthetic of cruelty. One nobleman had remarked to the slave trader. Red-haired girl, just 12 years old. The slave trader announced loudly, drawing a crowd. So beautiful. Someone murmured, their gaze hungrily traversing the girl's form. Too expensive. Lower the price, a brothel owner remarked, glancing at the cost. Look at her tearful visage. She's trouble. Likely a bastard born of some harlot. The onlookers scrutinized the girl's appearance, then her price, and finally her elusive background. The girl managed to open her eyes, gazing upon the imposing structure before her, within which she found herself. Towering walls loomed around her, and a colossal numeral 7 materialized in her sight. Indeed, the seventh slave trader is often a harbinger of misfortune, remarked an observer, recalling that the leading courtesan had originated from this very place. Their fragmented words enveloped her like a web, rendering her unable to escape. What is her name? Inquired a wizard clad in crimson robes, gaunt in form and leaning upon a staff. What? The slave trader failed to catch the question. What is the girl's name? Pressed the red-robed wizard. No one inquires about a slave's name. How peculiar, the slave trader retorted, turning to the girl. What is your name? Answered the gentleman, swiftly. The whip cracked violently against the iron cage, echoing ominously. The girl recoiled in fear, her back marked with the imprints of previous lashings. The slave trader's technique was unique. He inflicted pain while ensuring the wounds healed quickly enough not to damage his merchandise. Melee, the girl whispered, her gaze drawn to the approaching red-robed figure. Her nakedness momentarily enveloped in a warm current. She is no longer your slave, merchant, declared the red-robed wizard to the trader. What do you mean? The trader eyed the tattered crimson robe with suspicion. The wizard produced a cloth bag, the sound of clinking gold coins resonating within. She is not yours. Sir Shoshio, with a hint of curiosity, regarded the red-robed figure adorned with a half-helmet. His ashen skin starkly contrasted with the surroundings. Machiro had never been one to heed societal prejudices. He adjusted his padded armor, barely accommodating his ample girth, and proudly brandished his mace, far more imposing than the common soldiers under the governance of Volantis. Melisandre chuckled softly. The Lord will always protect us. You worry excessively, Machiro of Volantis. She remained clad in her thin, crimson robe. Shoshio's gaze lingered on Melisandre's graceful form, swallowing hard. The red-robed woman braved the chill of Eagle's Nest, her distant gaze towards the sun imbued with an air of mystery, which often sparked hushed discussions among the blue-robed guards stationed there. Though she appeared fragile, she volunteered to confront the notorious mountain clan. A feat made even more astonishing by the fact that the astute Duke of Eagle's Nest had granted her request, rendering the recent campaigns against the mountain clan almost farcical. Yet, since it was the command of Duke Artis, no matter how incredible it seemed, they would comply. After all, he was the first Duke of Eagle's Nest in millennia to lead the Valley's forces so deep into enemy territory, undefeated in battle. In the Valley, Amidst the disputes among the noble knights and the lesser aristocrats over lands and resources, the discord may be fervent, yet as long as the command emanates from Eagle's Nest. From Duke Artus himself, the devoted knights of the Gorge, who cherish loyalty and honor, shall unite beneath the wings of the mighty eagle, fighting for their lord, expanding territories, and claiming glory. Xiaofu inclined his head slightly towards the lady in red. My lady, we must take our leave. Sir Vardys has likely dispatched someone to wait for us in Ellen Valley. The blue-clad guards behind him appeared somewhat impatient, having squandered too much time as the red-robed warrior. Machiro deliberated over his weapons. Melisandre nodded and smiled in response. I await your orders, sir. Xiaofu raised his hand, signaling for departure. A company of over 10 individuals made their way down the steep mountain path. Look, Knights of Artis Ellen, whispered a warrior of the Black-Ear tribe, camouflaged amidst the dense branches, revealing only his keen eyes as he surveyed the distance. Zela peered ahead, baring his sharp teeth. There are only this few of them. Be cautious. This may be a ruse, cautioned the Black-Ear warrior. Do not forget how cunning Artis Ellen can be. Are you afraid, Samir, son of Sane? Zela mocked, a grin on his face. Let us not forget your father fell in that very ambush against Artis Ellen. Had I known, I would not have brought you along. You insult me, woman, the warrior named Samir retorted angrily. Machiro gazed longingly at Melisandre, who sat alone upon a sturdy rock, incessantly brandishing his long sword to test its balance. Melisandre's eyes were fixed upon the inky darkness ahead, resembling two flames dancing within her eye sockets. Are the red-robed priests of Ashar so reckless? Do they truly fear not death? Machiro mused aloud, sheathing his long sword and caressing his dagger in confusion. Melisandre withdrew her gaze from the distant moonlight mountains. The King of Light accompanies us, ever our protector. What do you fear, Machiro of Volantis? Machiro observed the striking brilliance of the ruby adorning Melisandre's chest, standing out starkly against the shrouded moonlight mountains. That ruby of yours is too conspicuous, he warned in a hushed tone. While I understand your eagerness to meet the Highland clans, those, shall we say, uncivilized ancestors, being captured and slain by their minions would be most unfortunate. He realized his voice had risen slightly, swallowing hard to silence himself. His ebony skin melded seamlessly with the night, yet Melisandre appeared as a bonfire ignited in the forest, visible to any attentive hunter. Melisandre approached Machiro and caressed his face, and he was taken aback by the heat radiating from her hand, its touch almost scorching. You. Machiro stared, astonished by the rigidity of Melisandre's expression. He knew the red-robed woman was unfazed by the cold, but at this moment, she resembled a vessel brimming with fervent energy, poised to erupt, akin to an imminent volcanic eruption. The biting cold wind swept through, prompting Machiro to tighten his red cloak as he trailed behind Melisandre. Please prepare some firewood for me, Machiro, Melisandre stated, her words disguised as a request, yet laced with an unmistakable authority. You must kindle the flames. Machiro's voice was barely audible, even to himself, as he turned to venture deeper into the woods in search of suitable branches and foliage. Before long, he had gathered an ample supply of twigs and leaves. Casting a glance at the red-robed woman fixated on the kindling, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. The ruby at Melisandre's chest gleamed ever more vividly as flames erupted amidst the firewood, sending plumes of steam spiraling into the air. Machiro parted his lips, his words seemingly lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. The long night stretches ahead, fraught with peril, Melisandre intoned softly, her voice imbued with an enchanting quality that made Machiro forget the chill enveloping his body, as if he were ensnared within her spell. The flames danced and gradually dimmed, rising into a cloud of gray smoke until they extinguished. All Machiro could perceive was the cave illuminated by the dying fire, where revelers gathered upon the hillside. Zira seized a tender piece of venison, her sharp teeth tearing through the meat, emitting a delighted hum. Let us teach these wretched curs a lesson. Sir Kofi Marco crouched down, the dark soil clinging to his palms, grains slipping through his fingers, leaving behind damp traces. I truly cannot fathom why Pancra holds the reins of the warhorse. Observing the delight on Sir Marco's face, the knights of Old Anchor come to Moongate Castle merely to curry favor with Lord Nestor, striving to secure a place in the Eagle's Nest Guard, while you, on the other hand, squander your days in the fields, like a mere baron. The weather grows increasingly frigid, do you not feel it? Kofi Marco half squatted on the ground, gazing at the endless expanse of black earth, where several streams converged not far off in the valley. The humid air within the river valley was well preserved by the dark soil, rendering a moist sensation to those who plunged their hands into it. Barley, wheat, Even rice, along with pumpkins and corn, Kofimarco murmured, as if conversing with himself. These are vital crops of the Aelin Vale. Following the long summer, a longer winter often ensues. Is it not prudent to survey early and prepare adequately? Pankra disdainfully curled his lip. Such tasks are for scholars and farmers, not for a knight. You nearly found yourself at the wall, had it not been for me. I am grateful for your kind words before my father, Pankra, Kofimarco replied, turning to him with sincerity in his eyes. I thank you on behalf of Lena. Pankra opened his mouth slightly, letting out a resigned sigh. Kofimarco's affinity for scholarly tomes and farming tools was one thing, but his affection for the daughter of a seaside fisherman, a girl whose virtue had been claimed by bandits, was quite another. He had even gone so far as to pay a significant sum to a monk to marry them. Yet, he had long been betrothed to the granddaughter of Lady Waywood. Had this news reached Old Anchor, the honor-bound Count Marco would undoubtedly have exacted a severe punishment upon Kofimarco, and the fisherman's daughter, Lena, would not have met a favorable fate. Fortunately, I once risked my life to rescue Count Malcolmberg and his lady during a great fire. Otherwise, how could a mere landed knight such as myself ever hope to converse within the grand halls of the Count? Kifo rose and gazed upon the distant babbling brook. Let us venture forth, Sir Pank. He mounted his steed, flicked the reins, and the warhorse galloped into the distance. Pank, frowning, followed closely behind. The wind pursued the two riders, and Kifo reveled in this scene, roaming through nature, enveloped in a carefree freedom akin to the breeze. Your father is the Earl of Old Anchor, commanding the second largest naval fleet in the valley, Pank called out. Kifo smiled slightly. Those dozens of decrepit vessels? Pank, observing Kifo's nonchalance, felt a surge of urgency within. I tell you, Kifo, had I not saved the Earl from the High Mountain clan years ago, he would never have granted you this final opportunity to come to Moongate Fortress, were it not for my father's intervention. As nightfall approached, Devon Lannister stood within the encampment, watching the rain gradually cease. Not a single hay mat was available for comfort in the tents, and the persistent drizzle had lasted for days. The tents and armor had not seen the sun for quite some time. As it seemed, the light remained stubbornly hidden behind the clouds, refusing to cast even a fleeting glance upon the lion. The scouts along the coastline had yet to return with news, indicating that the thousands of new troops under Devon's command had received no intelligence from the Northern Army. A sense of unease burned within him like a fierce fire, making it difficult for him to find calm. In the dim distance, the patrols of the Western New Army marched in formation around the encampment, appearing disciplined, yet their attention was not truly focused on the surroundings. His father's training had proven effective, at least instilling a semblance of order among the new recruits. Any further enhancement in such a short time was nothing but a fanciful dream. Devon sighed inwardly as he turned to face the dimly lit tent. Every corner of the encampment felt cold, and the damp air made it difficult to kindle a fire. In contrast, his own tent was as comfortable as could be. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the camp. Devon turned at the sound. Seeing the scout he had previously dispatched tumbling from his horse the instant he burst into the encampment, blood splattered across his face and leather armor. Several more scouts followed through the main entrance, exhaustion etched upon their faces. My lord, a servant rushed to Devon's side. Only one of the scouts has returned, the others. Summon the army physician, Devon commanded in a lowered voice, suppressing the excitement bubbling within him. His tone sounded somewhat strange compared to usual. Treat them well, and inquire slowly. He dug his nails into his own flesh, the pain pulling him back to reality. The scouts had been sent on a perilous mission, tasked with uncovering Robb Stark's whereabouts and determining the location of the Northerners based on their march towards Casterly Rock. He once again discerned the strategy of Robb Stark. Devon fixed his gaze intently upon the map, although Duke Tywin could still maneuver with the forces at Blackwater. Breaching the defenses and returning quickly to the Westerlands proved to be a far more arduous task. Thus, to alter the course of events, Robb Stark must perish in the Westerlands, causing disarray among the northern forces descending towards King's Landing, thereby granting the Lannisters a fleeting opportunity for respite. The entire army rested for the night, with plans to depart at dawn. Devon issued his command slowly, aspiring to embody the calm demeanor and unwavering composure of Tywin in times of peril, yet his impetuous nature rendered him incapable of concealing the subtleties of his expressions. The camp was silent save for the sound of patrolling soldiers' footsteps. In the distance, the banner of the dire wolf was raised by the northern cavalry. Grey Wind, the dire wolf, sniffed the ground with its nose, its eyes glimmering with a cold light against the night, gazing into the distance. Robb Stark sat astride his horse, accompanied by his sworn swords, most of whom had become accustomed to Grey Wind's presence, though they still dared not approach. Lord Jaime? The voice belonged unmistakably to the defenders of the Westerlands, who witnessed the disheveled Jaime tumble into the mire, the sigil of the Lannister lion emblazoned upon his chest. At long last, from the depths of hell, Jaime emerged from the muck, revealing a face barely recognizable to the knights of the Westerlands. "I have seen you." One knight hastily dismounted to assist Jaime, helping him back onto his horse. "I shall take you back to Griffin's Roost." Jaime's parched lips parted slightly, revealing crimson streaks that hinted at previous wounds. The knight promptly retrieved a wineskin, filled with the freshly brewed Dornish red. "My lord Jaime, this will surely please you." The sweet, yet slightly bitter wine slid down his throat, the long-lost sensation of coolness invigorating him as he tilted his head towards the sky. A nervous laughter escaping his lips, Jaime was reminded of his silver-tongued brother Tyrion. Had he been by his side, he would surely have cautioned him against the fangs of the dire wolf. The Dornish red was overly sweet, and Jaime felt a haze cloud his vision, as if tears were welling in his eyes. Cersei, he had not embraced her in far too long. He yearned desperately for a kiss from her at that moment. To hear her whisper, "It's all right, Jaime." He suddenly seized the reins offered by the knight, catching the look of skepticism in the knight's eyes, and declared, "I can still ride, sir. Let us proceed." Jaime raised the reins and galloped away. Beneath the walls of Griffin's Roost, Devon Lannister was bound upon his steed, his eyes shut tight. Crossing the valleys to the west of Griffin's Roost, a gentle rain fell, while beyond the valley, the harsh sun beat down, scorching his face and eliciting a hidden pain within his flesh. Styvar Lannister leaned against the battlements, his legs trembling slightly beneath him. Of the 10,000 newly trained soldiers, the majority had ventured westward with Devon, while a portion remained to guard against the cavalry of House Karstark. Within Griffin's Roost, fewer than 200 men defended the half-constructed fortress. Great Jon Arryn, wielding a spear, rode around the front of the castle, his face etched with disdain for the defenders of Griffin's Roost. He prodded Devon's back with the spear and shouted up at the castle, "Mongrel lions! Your army is utterly vulnerable. Your son has become a captive of the Duke of the North, and only through surrender can you secure your life. Otherwise, your castle shall be reduced to ashes." Lord Styvar gazed at his disheveled son, a bleak smile etched upon his face. The attendant behind him spoke up, "My lord, our lions of the West have fallen one by one to this callow youth. We must not abandon our last vestiges of spirit. A Lannister must repay his debts." Styvar pressed firmly against the weathered, coarse battlements, his golden locks fluttering gently in the breeze. The attendant beheld the indomitable spirit of a Lannister upon Styvar's countenance. Chapter 135, The King of the North Stannis? Bah! Lord Jon Arryn spat, his gaze filled with disdain as he looked upon the assembly. With an army of 100,000, Renly sits like a puppet in his ill-fated kingdom. Renly? A king who was thoroughly routed by Stannis? Bah! All of this is utter nonsense. None of these Southerners are worthy of our loyalty. Jon roared, his chest heaving with fervor. Lord Rickard Stark raised an eyebrow slightly. "Whom do you support?" "Joffrey." His words elicited laughter from the Northerners, as he arched an eyebrow in jest. Baron David Deddings sat glumly at the corner of the table, stripped of his lands by the Vale, devoid of the spirit to partake in the Northerners' revelry over victories. His own territory could only seek justice through the North against the Iron Throne, though he was uncertain how to proceed. Perhaps once the young Wolf Lord secures the West, he might plead for a fief. Ideally, it would be near the River Road or the Golden Road, not needing to be vast, but its location must be advantageous. The Deddings family had conducted substantial business over the years, and a convenient route would greatly ease the process. None of the Southerners deserve our fealty. Jon Arryn surveyed his surroundings, questioning, who among them can match our Duke? Who is stronger than we, the North? 10 Southerners cannot defeat a single Northerner. This is proven in the West. What do you propose? This is not a marketplace in Wintertown. We must choose a reliable ally, Lady Daisy Mormont interjected, failing to comprehend Lord Amber's ramblings. "We should adhere to the laws of the Iron Throne and pledge loyalty to King Stannis. He is formidable enough, as evidenced in Storm's End. That is because Renly is a mere faade, a king of no substance." Young Jon Arryn, son of Lord Jon, stepped forth to support his father. Laughter erupted among the Northerners, many seemingly in agreement with the Amber family sentiments. "We have surrendered for centuries, shackled by the cursed dragons and absurd legalities," Jon declared, drawing his sword and slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. "The dragons are long gone, and the laws are but the cumbersome rules imposed by the Southerners upon their iron thrones. Why should we abide by them?" The assembly exchanged glances, listening to Jon's audacious words, and found little resistance. The North had always engaged minimally with the Iron Throne and the South, generally adhering to the decisions from Winterfell. with little interference from the Iron Throne. The Amber family has consistently followed in the footsteps of the Stark lineage, whether confronted with the Targaryens' wretched offspring or the treacherous Baratheons. Amber has fought for the Starks, for the North. Great Jon raised his sword, and his son likewise unsheathed his blade. Our king has always been but one. It is high time to confront these matters. At that moment, Atris gazed at the contents of the letter, uttering the name inscribed upon it. The silver sigil of the dire wolf emblazoned at the letter's bottom was strikingly vivid. Atris grasped the dagger upon the table, gently touching it to chip away the solidified wolf's head. Standing nearby, Maester Keeman watched Atris, who sat quietly at the desk, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. He took a cautious step closer to the Duke of Eagle's Nest. The Maester spoke softly, "My lord, Robb Stark has declared himself king, yet the betrothal remains." Atris nodded slightly, intertwining his hands and burying his expression beneath them, lost in contemplation. He defeated Jaime Lannister, liberated Riverrun, yet he did not claim the crown. Athis's voice emerged from behind his hands, articulating a clear strategy for attack, to send Roose Bolton with 10,000 northern infantry to assault King's Landing, compelling Tywin to divert his forces to the Crownlands while he, with merely a few thousand cavalry, seized the gold mines and captured the castle towers. At that time, he too had not declared himself king. Maester Keeman listened intently to Athis's musings, attempting to decipher the Duke's thoughts. After utterly decimating Lannister's 10,000 troops, Atris had effectively fought 10-1, with his few thousand cavalry overcoming the 20,000 soldiers of the West, even exposing the very heart of the Westerlands to the fangs of the Northern cavalry. Only after reclaiming Winterfell did he declare himself king. Atris placed his hands upon the table, asking, "Do you comprehend what this signifies, Keeman?" Keeman pondered for a moment and shook his head. "It signifies that our young wolf lord is swelling with ambition, forgetting the pact made between us at Twin Rivers, and neglecting the vengeance sworn in Eddard Stark's name against the Baratheons." Athis's tone was deliberate and calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Keeman's brow furrowed in concern. "My lord, do you imply that he is invincible, brimming with ambition?" Atris closed his eyes. "Robb Stark may lose himself amidst successive victories, requiring someone to restrain him, to avert future, unforeseen indiscretions." Keeman found himself at a loss, devoid of any decisive opinion. Stark's actions had taken everyone by surprise, and he was uncertain of the appropriate course of action. But who can restrain a king? Atris inquired, as if questioning himself, or perhaps seeking Keeman's counsel. Perhaps his mother. Caitlyn Stark? Keeman ventured tentatively. A deep sigh escaped Atris. "Do you not perceive," he gazed intently at Maester Keeman, "that we are perpetually mending the cracks for the Starks?" Keeman stood frozen, taken aback by Athis's statement, unsure of how to respond. In chapter 137 of The Choices Before, Kofi Marco anxiously observed Duke Aetius reclining upon his throne of fish, his thumb anxiously digging into the seams of his chainmail, beads of perspiration accumulating in his palm. Sir Pank chose not to accompany Kofi Marco into the hall of the Eagle's Nest. Instead, he stood restlessly outside the stone doors, while Sir Vadis, the instructor of Eagle's Nest, remained steadfastly by his side, resembling an immovable boulder. "There is no need for such tension, Pank," Vadis reassured, observing the agitated pacing of Pank. "Kofi Marco is the heir of Old Anchor. Duke Aetius is the most reasonable of lords and will not impose upon his vassals." "I am not concerned about Duke Aetius," Pank replied, his gaze fixed on the crevice of the stone doors. "It is Kofi Marco's absurd and impractical ideas that trouble me. I fear he may provoke the Duke's ire." Vadis raised an eyebrow slightly. "Duke Aetius respects the opinions of all his vassals, regardless of how unworthy they may seem." He too furrowed his brow, casting a glance towards the stone doors. Aetius perused the lengthy scrolls before him, somewhat surprised by Kofi Marco's presence. He absently caressed the ring upon his finger, adorned with the crescent moon and falcon insignia, lost in thought. Just when Kofi Marco feared his proposal might have been dismissed by the Duke, Aetius suddenly spoke. "What is this place, the Deer Antler Ridge?" The fact that it can be cultivated by the Highland clan suggests the land is not barren. Kofi Marco exhaled deeply, realizing that the Duke had indeed taken his meticulously compiled data into account over several nights. Nestled near the Red Keep, in a valley concealed by the rolling mountains, livestock can be raised there, and even our ancestors devised terraced farmland, Kofi Marco explained. That tribe resembles the displaced villagers of Eileen Valley. It bears a striking resemblance to the previous case concerning Old Anchor. "I am aware," Aetius interjected, having noted these matters while reviewing the historical records of the Highland clan. "The arbitrary categorization of subjects by noble lords is not uncommon. Such occurrences manifest not only in the faith of the seven gods and the chivalric spirit of the valley, but are frequent throughout the north. In the riverbend, and in every corner of the seven kingdoms. Atris glanced at Kofi Marco, whose demeanor betrayed a hint of reluctance. One could surmise much about the character of this heir, whose every word and action exuded a practical essence. A fleeting expression of delight crossed the duke's face. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor. He folded the scrolls. Your proposal is to relinquish lands that nominally belong to the valley's nobility but are, in truth, beyond their control, as a means of establishing mutual exchange with the Highland clan? You also wish for your father and old anchor to be the first among the great nobles to take the lead. As he spoke, a smile graced Adis's lips. A blend of admiration and slight perplexity directed towards Kofi Marco. Kefumar nodded. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. The submission of the burning people to Eagle's Nest City signified a shift in power for the Highmount clan. The inhabitants of Shirtang Town confirmed this news. And Kefon observed the tightly clenched letter in Tywin Lannister's hand, a missive from Tyrion in King's Landing, indicating that Bronze Yorn had indeed not dispatched troops to follow. Tywin caressed his damaged chainmail. While traversing the banks of the Blackwater, he had faced a pursuit from the Valley Cavalry. Had it not been for his brother's timely intervention, the consequences would have been far graver than mere armor in disrepair. Tywin remained cautious, offering a succinct reply to Kefon. Nodding, Kefon stood, his expression slightly weary, preparing to depart the tent. No need, Kefon, Tywin interjected, noting the fatigue in Kefon's eyes. I have already dispatched someone for this task. You should rest. Tywin's tone remained somber, showing no hint of elation at the news received. Kefon Lannister hesitated to address him formally. Brother, you still harbor concerns. Tywin chose not to respond, but instead inquired, where are our vanguard forces? Kefon inhaled deeply. The mountain led the vanguard through Pink City, taking a brief respite before attempting to cross the river. Additionally, the detachment that took the mountain path from Deep Hole City should have arrived at Corner Valley by now. Did the Brecken family not obstruct their advance? Tywin's voice was laced with skepticism. Pink City surrendered without resistance. The Brecken forces are likely still holed up near their castle. Kefon noted with clarity. He had distinctly observed that since Jaime's mysterious disappearance, his brother's demeanor had become tinged with uncertainty and self-doubt. A stark contrast to the once formidable lion of the West. Concern etched on his face. He momentarily forgot his own fatigue. Tywin remained unfazed, fixated on the map before him, his brow furrowed in concentration. Kefon sensed an invisible weight pressing down upon Tywin's broad shoulders, rendering the atmosphere stifling even from his position nearby. Jaime, my son, Tywin spoke. Have you yet discovered his whereabouts? Kefon Lannister swallowed hard, nodding slowly. There has been no news from Casterly Rock, nor any word of Jaime being captured by the Starks. Tywin's shoulders sagged, as if the very essence of his strength had drained away, collapsing into the chair at the table. I should have retained Tyrion within the army. I should not have left him to fend for himself in King's Landing. Tywin pressed his lips tightly together, gazing at his brother. Kefon remained silent, merely observing Tywin. If I were Robb Stark, I would undoubtedly march towards Casterly Rock. Tywin exhaled deeply, confiding his insecurities to his most trusted kin, a trust that surpassed even that afforded to his eldest son. The dragons cannot breach Casterly Rock, nor can Loras or my queen. Where are they? The thirst is unbearable. Who is water? Alistair Florent gazed intently at the delirious Renly Baratheon, feeling as though he was ensnared in a swamp of the rainforest, grappling with an internal struggle. He preserved the cavalry of Florent, retreating westward with Renly. Upon passing through Summerhall, he received word that Prince Oberyn of Dorne had captured the Stormlands. He was unaware of the number of troops Dorne had dispatched, but this force was rapidly advancing towards the Tyrell stronghold. The remnants of Renly's cavalry, numbering over 10,000, scattered in disarray, rendered almost defenseless by the poisoned waters, and were driven to flight by Stannis' cavalry, lacking any semblance of discipline. Nearly 4,000 Stormland riders chose to pledge their loyalty, unburdened by any psychological conflict, as vassals of House Baratheon. Many among them were knights or squires, with several heirs of Stormland nobility present, and King Stannis, in his wisdom, effectively secured a significant portion of the Stormlands through this maneuver. In such a precarious situation, it was likely that everyone would assume the Florents would bend the knee to King Stannis, especially as they were kin to the Queen. However, Alistair made a different choice. He safeguarded Renly and continued westward, disregarding the plight of the cavalry from the Reach who were unfamiliar with the terrain. Brightwater Keep lay alarmingly close to Highgarden, the Old Town, and the Stormlands, placing Alistair at the very heart of the Reach nobility. He dared not abandon the honor of his southern lineage during such a tumultuous time in the Stormlands. For unless Stannis were to ascend the Iron Throne and grant the Florents considerable power and favor, their survival in the Reach would be exceedingly difficult. At that juncture, it was likely the Reach nobility would offer the Florents no mercy. Alistair took a deep breath, observing the incoherent Renly, feeling an acute anxiety regarding the delicate matters at hand. Should Renly perish at this moment, many in the Reach would likely view the Florents as regicides and traitors to Highgarden. Conversely, if he survived and returned to Highgarden, the Florents might be generously rewarded. However, at that point, the strategy of deftly navigating both sides, which Brightwater Keep had long adhered to, would lose its authenticity. The Florent family's precarious position rendered decision-making excruciating for Alistair, who sighed in resignation. Alistair Florent pondered the Thorn Queen residing in Highgarden, recognizing that his hesitance was not solely due to the Reach's stance, but also stemmed from a wary respect for the cunning of this formidable woman. The resplendent red and gold fox emblem emblazoned upon Alcan Florent's armament glimmered as he wiped the blood from his sword, the crimson stains resembling tears of anguish. Upon hearing news that a contingent of Lannister forces was advancing westward along the Gold Road, he felt an impending sense of dread. The Mountain, a colossal figure, stood defiantly against the raging current, wielding an oval-shaped shield strapped to his arm. Arrows rained down like a tempest, surrounding him amidst splashes of water and the fallen Lannister soldiers ensnared in blood. The Mountain roared in impotent fury, struggling to extricate himself from the tumult of the Red Fork, his sword sweeping down upon the lifeless bodies of soldiers from Storm's End, their forms collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Behind him, Lannister soldiers surged onto the shore, clad in damp red garments and capes, awkwardly wielding their swords to confront the foe. Previously, they had been struck with immense fear by the imposing figure of the Mountain, yet now, his massive form had transformed into a bastion for the soldiers of the Westerlands. Jason Mallister, the Earl of the Coastal City, watched with composure as the Mountain discarded his steed and waded ashore, his fingers tautly grasping the bowstring. "Archers, draw your strings." The taut sound of the bowstring reverberated in Jason Mallister's ears as he surveyed the crossing he was tasked to defend. The narrow waters of the Red Fork were choked with the carcasses of fallen horses and Lannister soldiers. The vanguard of the Mountain indeed comprised the elite of the Lannister forces, fearlessly advancing through the morass of bodies toward the western bank of the river. As Jason observed the approaching Mountain and the Lannister elite, he suddenly waved his hand. "Loose. Raise your shields." The Mountain bellowed. "Hold your ground." The Lannister infantry stumbled forward, shields raised above their brows, protecting their chests and heads against the rain of arrows that fell from the slanted sky. Arrows pierced the elevated shields, with unfortunate souls having their wrists or arms impaled, blood gushing forth as their desperate movements led to their demise beneath the torrent of arrows. Many were struck in the legs, collapsing to the ground, engulfed in pools of blood. The Mountain, adorned with a visor that concealed the disfigured visage he had sustained at the hands of Edis Ellen during the tournament, roared as he charged ahead, his shield riddled with arrows. The Lannister soldiers quickly huddled together, forming a wall of shields, their bodies pressed firmly against the barriers, gauging their direction through the gaps. Propelled forward by the throng of fellow Lannisters. "Draw your swords. Annihilate these Lannister bastards." Jason Mallister unsheathed his long sword, brandishing his round shield, and shouted defiantly as he advanced toward the ferocious Lannister soldiers. The Red Lion roared in a fierce melee with the indigo-hued Silver Eagle, the nascent shield wall disintegrating in an instant as Lannister soldiers and the forces of the coastal city grappled throughout the ranks, chaos reigning. Jason Mallister warily regarded the Mountain barreling toward him, evading the Mountain's crushing blow and deftly twisting to leap over a horizontal strike. Seizing the opportunity as the Mountain struggled to shift his weight, his long sword aimed straight for the visor. The mask fell away, revealing a ghastly wound and a disfigured face before the Earl of the Coastal City, causing Jason to momentarily falter, but the Mountain's shield sought him out. The blunt edge of the shield struck Jason with force, dislodging his long sword once more. Clutching his agonized arm, he gazed incredulously at the composed Edis Ellen before him. "Can you believe it, Edis?" he gasped, his arm trembling, pain radiating from within, rendering it nearly impossible to move even a fraction of an inch by sheer will. How could this be? Edis Ellen, sword in hand, grounded against the stone surface of the Eagle's Nest training grounds, questioned, "Do you submit, fiery leader of the Burning Hand?" From the onset of Melisandre's ritual, Edis had discerned that the leader of the Burning Hand before him was not truly willing to surrender, merely feigning submission out of terror for the Red Woman's command over flames and shadows. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Highland clan, particularly those of the burning sun, have long revered strength. Since Melisandre's ritual was insufficient to persuade this tribe, which prides itself on individual prowess, to submit to the Red Hand, there are alternative methods at one's disposal. For instance, a direct contest of arms. Even the formidable Mount Atris did not instill fear, let alone a clan characterized by its crude and unrefined combat style. "Take me to your cave," the Red Hand commanded. Atris approached the beleaguered Timmy, stating, "You have lost." Timmy bit down hard on her lower lip, casting a reluctant glance at Atris, remaining silent. They stood in a tense stalemate for an extended period until Timmy finally spoke. "You are my true king. You may go whenever you wish." Atris, observing the dimness in Timmy's eyes, inclined his head slightly and replied, "Let it be today." Gazing up at the slopes of the burning sun, countless goat skulls littered the path leading to the cave, and the charred remains seemed to blanket the entire hillside. Ongui, witnessing the strewn bones and the blackened earth, felt a shiver run through him. Yet, his lord remained unfazed and strode purposefully up the slope. The shadowy lynx, Adam, walked alertly ahead of his master, fur bristling, revealing sharp fangs as he sensed a foreboding presence nearby. Timmy watched Atris Ellen's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. Just moments before, the ancestors of the Highland clan had been preparing to unite against Atris Ellen's knightly minions, only to be informed that the very Atris Ellen they had resisted was the chosen of the Red God, the true king revered by their esteemed fire priestess. He and the warriors of the burning sun followed Atris Ellen and the guards of Eagle's Nest as they ascended the familiar mountain path. At the end of the slope lay a dense forest and thickets. Atris and his company encountered no obstacles as they traversed the underbrush. Beyond the slope, a wondrous sight awaited. Towering peaks loomed ahead, and a carved path led to a deep, shadowy cave. The entrance could accommodate a dozen individuals, and the warriors of the burning sun, armed and vigilant, watched the intruders closely. In Chapter 142, The Regret of Marriage, the father, the smith, Robb, and Ginny exchanged glances, their lips parting as they softly intoned together. The priest beheld the two, king and maiden, as they pledged their vows in the name of the seven gods. Warrior, maiden, young girl. Old crone, stranger, I belong to her, she belongs to me, I belong to him, he belongs to me. Following the ritual, Robb and Ginny recited their oaths. "From this day forth, until death do us part." The priest nodded slightly, the seven-pointed star scripture gently closing. "Your Majesty," he turned to Ginny, "and your Majesty." Robb and Ginny embraced in a lingering kiss, entwined in a moment difficult to sever. The priest gradually distanced himself from the lovers, weaving through sparse trees. The carriage concealed behind the chapel. He addressed the boy holding the reins, saying, "Hurry, head east, the farther east, the better." "Understood." The boy, as if trained in military etiquette, gave a slight nod to the priest. Without further ado, the monk entered the carriage, casting a nervous glance at the distant flag of the Ice Wolf. "Why must we leave the young wolf lord?" The boy chattered incessantly as the carriage rolled down the dusty road. "Because we are too insignificant, so small that the Father in heaven pays us no heed, and the Mother of Saints offers no compassion." The monk pondered, reflecting on the young wolf lord he sought for marriage vows, sighing inwardly, yet merely shaking his head. "I truly do not understand," the boy complained, though his skillful handling of the reins remained unwavering. "We travel eastward, stopping at the Castle's church. Fear not, for the knights of the seven gods guard Golden Tooth City. They shall not harm the monk as long as we reach the Riverlands, where we can find temporary safety." The monk murmured, aware that the young king might not grasp the consequences of his actions. Yet the subjects under his reign were acutely aware of the price to be paid. Outside the church beyond the branded city, Robb embraced Jane. "I swear, I shall take you to Winterfell, beneath the weirwood, under the gaze of the old gods, to renew our vows. The seven gods of the south do not belong to the north. It is all up to you, your grace." Jane smiled, enveloped in sweet happiness that would not fade. Rickard Stark stood before Robb, his anger no longer concealed. "Your Majesty, you truly are." Big John Umber furrowed his brow, as Rickard positioned himself protectively at Robb's right side, while his son, Little John, shielded Queen Jane behind him. "The Vale, your Majesty, have you considered the Vale?" Rickard's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have deceived us, your loyal subjects, to make marriage vows with that harlot? What about that bastard monk of the seven gods? I shall slay him." Chapter 143, The Free Falcon in the Maester's Tower of the Eyrie. A raven flapped its wings and soared against the fierce wind, landing at the window and cawing incessantly. The tempest raged on. "It is truly cold," Maester Coleman remarked as he opened the window, the gust of wind rushing in and billowing his robes. A letter from the young wolf lord. No doubt another victory. One after another, he chuckled. Coleman ushered the raven into its cage, offering it water and food. Noticing the prominent ice wolf seal on the wax of the envelope, he broke the seal and unfolded the letter on the table. Rubbing his hands together and exhaling warm breath, the heat from the hearth remained undiminished despite the recent chill. As he read intently, his movements suddenly stilled, and the scholar's mouth fell open. What is this? He staggered to grasp the letter, nearly stumbling to the ground. Spicer! Spicer! The young scholar's assistant rushed over, alarmed by Coleman's apparent distress. Quick, help me down! Coleman clutched the letter tightly, making his way downstairs. In Adie's study, remnants of Rosalind's previous adornments lingered. The Duke of Eyrie had not disturbed these arrangements. Bright yellow flowers adorned the cool-toned windowsill, while warm-toned decorations and fabrics scattered throughout the study added a touch of warmth to the otherwise desolate Eyrie. He contemplated the dragon egg acquired in the scorching caves, resting within the majestic moon mountains. On the desk lay an array of books such as Blood and Fire, The History of Dragons, and The Sheep Thief and the Dragon's Pawn. Addis leafed through the pages, their edges tinged with a yellow hue, in search of any traces of the colossal dragon of the valley. My lord. The voice of Scholar Common, Ongai, abruptly halted as the door was flung open. Common stood behind Addis, his expression betraying unease. A letter from the Lord of the Branded City, pinned by Robb Stark, had arrived. The scholar extended the letter, which, despite the expectation of being smooth and pristine, appeared crumpled as if it had endured rough handling. Addis accepted the letter, the words manifesting before his eyes. The study fell into an oppressive silence, no one daring to utter a sound. Even Common refrained from shifting his long sleeves, despite an itch on his arm. Addis closed the letter and placed it upon the desk, and after a prolonged silence, Common received no response. My lord, if Lord Royce were to learn of this, I fear the situation could spiral out of control, Common said, shaking his head in a flurry of anxiety. Yet Addis remained composed, far more so than the scholar had anticipated. He rose calmly, exhaling deeply, for the winds of change had once again swept through Eagle's Nest. He gestured toward the window, where a storm reminiscent of the day of Addis's birth brewed within the clouds, faint rumbles of thunder lurking, poised to erupt at any moment. My lord. Common's tone bore a hint of confusion, even casting doubt on his own interpretation of the letter. The envoy from Tyrion surveyed his surroundings. The chill of Eagle's Nest was palpable, not only due to its lofty height, but also in the architecture's cold color palette. Pale marble tiles wound beneath his feet, and the clouds seemed to rest against the castle's side, as if pausing for breath. The envoy's legs trembled slightly, despite having previously visited this fortress. Every castle traversed was marked by towering battlements and steep cliffs. Arriving at Eagle's Nest, fatigue and trepidation assailed him simultaneously, and he leaned against his thighs, drawing shallow breaths. Even Arryn caressed the dagger at his waist, casting a sidelong glance at the gasping envoy. The Duke of Arryn was engaged in discussions of grave import within the hall, and even relaxed his shoulders slightly, his tone becoming more soothing. It may take some time before you can see him. I am fine, the envoy declared, lifting his chin to meet Even's gaze, managing a strained smile. Lord Arryn may see me at his convenience. Even offered a faint smile, noting the envoy's pallor, and felt compelled to offer words of comfort. In his estimation, the envoy of the dwarf prime minister would benefit from a night's rest before facing the Duke of Eagle's Nest with clarity. He straightened, looking toward the half-open main doors of the hall, awaiting news. Scholar Ongai emerged, discreetly sizing up the weary envoy leaning against the pillar, and addressed Even. Ensure the envoy is accommodated for a proper night's rest. My lord will see him tomorrow. Even nodded slightly, gesturing for the guards of Eagle's Nest to escort Tyrion's envoy away. My lord, Ongai called out, halting Even. My lord wishes to see you. Even followed Ongai into the main hall of Eagle's Nest. Sunlight streamed through the gaps of the arched windows, dispelling some of the gloom within the great hall. Duke Aelin, Sir Vadis, and Chief Steward Nestor, along with Bachelor Keeman, were all illuminated by the golden rays, allowing Evan Aelin to discern the expressions on each of their faces: rage, concern, as well as calmness and composure. The noble Aelin family would not choose to trouble the frail and vulnerable. Bachelor Keeman offered a wry smile. Yet the actions of the young wolf lord were indeed unforgivable. What would Count Royce's reaction be upon learning this news? Heldenberg boasted at least 4,000 cavalry. Sir Vadis furrowed his brow and glanced at Chief Steward Nestor. Nestor, noticing Evan Aelin's arrival, remained silent, directing his gaze towards Athas Aelin seated at the head As Evan Allen approached with measured steps, Athas spoke. Keep a close watch on Caitlyn and Elia, as well as that Bravosi. Robb has broken the oath first, strictly speaking. These individuals do not qualify as guests of the Eyrie, yet we are not without honor. He paused slightly, shaking his head. Conduct strict surveillance. Let it be done. Noting that Athas had no intention of continuing the conversation, Bachelor Keeman remained silent. A row of banners was raised by the hands of the banner-wielding knights, revealing intricate and chaotic runes upon an orange background, with a neatly arranged pile of pebbles at the center. Count Joran Royce donned bronze armor, wielding a longsword fashioned in lamentation to resemble the Valyrian steel blade once possessed by the Royce family. With the sword raised high above his head, Joran gazed at the fluttering orange banner of Royce, his gaunt, aged visage betraying no emotion. Andar, Robb, and Waymar gripped the reins tightly, watching with concern as Joran Royce stood before the army. From the Bronze Kings of the Age of Heroes to the High Kings of the Moon Mountains, and now the most loyal supporter of the Valley Guardians, Joran slightly lifted the reins, guiding his steed in sync with the assembled cavalry. His fingers traced the contours of his bronze armor, a testament to the valor, wisdom, and steadfast honor of the Royces. Regardless of the transformations Westeros has undergone, the stone of symbols remains steadfast, and the noble ancestors of Royce have always upheld their honor. Why is this so? Why indeed? Joran's voice had grown hoarse, yet remained resolute. We remember. Andar shouted passionately. We remember. Waymar and the Royce cavalry echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the air, causing the waters of God's eye to tremble as if in response. Indeed, we remember. Joran Royce swung his long sword fiercely through the air, proclaiming the family's motto. Passed down through millennia, we remember. He turned his horse to face all the cavalry, honoring the traditions of his ancestors, remembering the blood and tears of enmity, and the teachings of both old and new gods. We remember. Joran called out, his steed rearing up, letting forth a resounding neigh. Robb Stark had betrayed Duke Aelin's trust, declaring himself king without consent, flaunting his power. Fury surged upon the cheeks of Count Yorn. His lips trembled and his throat quivered. His father, a duke revered throughout Westeros, upheld honor with unwavering discipline. Yet he not only betrayed the Vale and the Duke of Atis, but also his father, seeking a Westerland's harlot to humiliate my daughter. Breaking off the betrothal, he betrayed House Royce, mobilized the entire army, and let the head of the oathbreaker Robb Stark hang from the walls of Stonehenge. Kill them all. Yorn's voice cracked in its final shout, yet it still echoed with anguished fervor. Kill, kill, kill. The Vale cavalry brandished their weapons, the roar rising like a tempest, causing the surrounding flora to bow down in submission. Harold Hightower furrowed his brow tightly as he watched the Vale cavalry march westward beneath the walls. Tyrion, having shaved, caressed his chin while gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Podrick fumbled with his ceremonial robe, a garment meant for Tyrion's banquet, which was evidently several sizes too small. The squire licked his lips, bewildered by the robe's intricate pockets and buttons. Tyrion raised his arms and patted Podrick on the back. No need for such fuss, Pod. Hand it over. Frowning, he examined the garment. Such fripperies, utterly impractical. Podrick, slightly confused, replied, Isn't this formal attire, my lord? It looks splendid. Just look at that color and the embroidered golden lion. Tyrion adeptly donned the attire, muttering, You misunderstand, Pod. Open your arms wide. He gestured to the sleeve ties. Tighten it, Pod. As Podrick squatted down to tie the strings, Tyrion jested, You must remember, Pod, when facing the charming society of King's Landing, do not wear this attire. What if you cannot untie it in time, and your interest wanes? With a playful smirk, Tyrion glanced at Podrick, who looked both astonished and confused. All right. I was merely jesting, Pod, he said, tapping the squire with his finger. You are my squire, the squire who saves the kingdom from peril. So do not appear like an unworldly beggar each day. Tyrion strolled to the balcony, flinging open the window, the radiant sunlight casting warmth upon his face. Embracing his diminutive form with a sense of comfort and fulfillment surging within. I have accomplished this, the Lannisters need me. Even as a dwarf, I am still a Lannister lion. He closed his eyes, reveling in the sun's embrace. Meanwhile, Lord Rosbudin led his forces back to the town of the Lady Spring, even leaving captured noblemen from the Riverlands in their respective castles. Although soldiers were stationed to guard them, the intent was unmistakable. The 4,000 northern soldiers from House Tully and House Glover remained at Moat Cailin, but they were merely on defense, not venturing forth. Compared to the threats previously faced, the pressure on King's Landing had significantly diminished. Tyrion appointed Boron as the commander of the city's garrison, rigorously reforming the Golden Cloaks. The grain from the riverlands alleviated the burdens on the golden cloaks, thus maintaining their ranks at over 3,000. Coupled with the 200 Lannister guards bequeathed to him by his father, the situation in King's Landing appeared thoroughly stabilized. After the recent tumult, it seemed he finally had a moment to breathe. Tyrion murmured to himself, letting out a long sigh as he closed the window. I am your king, yet I am treated like a stray dog, at the whims of others. Joffrey hurled his sword to the floor, the blade crashing against the ground of Casterly Rock with a resounding clatter. In the chapter titled Roses in the Midst of War, Mother, Oberyn is the Red Viper. Baring his fangs with his forked tongue, Duke Mace Tyrell exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Look at how you crumble, my dear Olenna, she replied, her gaze fixed intently on the chessboard. Dropping a piece while muttering, the dragon consumes the elephant, and once again, I mourn for my foolish son. Mace looked at his mother with confusion, arms spread wide. Highgarden is under siege, mother. Those sand-eating Dornishmen are plundering the fertile lands of the Reach. By the gods, you must not have witnessed the devastation. The farmlands near Highgarden are ablaze, reduced to scorched earth, once lush with greenery, now a barren wasteland. It is indeed a hell on earth. Enough, enough, enough. Olenna turned to her anxious son, her curly brown hair partially obscuring Mace's forehead. She shook her head in disappointment. Look at your hair, resembling withered tree bark. It lacks even the semblance of a duke. What? Mace, flustered, beckoned a nearby maid and held up a mirror for comparison. Surely not, mother. Olenna inhaled deeply, her expression turning resigned. What of my grandchildren? Do we have any news? Upon hearing this, Mace's countenance darkened, sorrow creeping into his eyes. By the gods, I am uncertain. There has been no word from Storm's end. Even sending a messenger is impossible. He paid little heed to his reflection, shoulders slumped in despair, his right hand tracing the rose insignia on the glass goblet. I often regret not using a wooden spoon to properly wrap your head when you were a child, Olenna observed, her gaze filled with a mixture of exasperation and pity for the melancholy Mace Tyrell. The mind of a duke must not be as rigid as that of a king with a singular mindset. Good heavens! With so many kings suddenly emerging in the Seven Kingdoms, it is a veritable circus. Fortunately, I have several fine sons, Mace replied with a wry smile, seemingly somewhat proud. Valaris has taken troops to maintain our territories, yet there is still no news from Dorne. Garland has withdrawn the vanguard from Alcanflorent, engaging in skirmishes with Tywin Lannister. Though they faced a few early defeats, the situation seems favorable. That old lion, Tywin, has been bested by Garland on several occasions. Ha ha ha. Mess chuckled to himself, gradually realizing that his mother was casting a gaze of pity and helplessness upon him, which caused him to stifle his laughter. Tentatively, he remarked, he should be in the hands of a Lister Florent. At the mention of Florent, the Thorn Queen's lips curled ever so slightly, as the recent defeats in the north seemed to have been orchestrated by a cunning little fox. Mess looked at his mother, somewhat bewildered, and asked, Ilconn Florent? He fought valiantly, and Gallen's letter specifically cautioned me against blaming him for the setbacks. In chapter 148, titled The Contest of Eagles and Wolves, Eustace Hunter caressed the battlements of Golden Tooth, gazing towards the west where the sun was setting, its rays enveloping the distant mountains. Scouts had long since reported Robb Stark's advance towards Golden Tooth, and Eustace frowned, turning to his companion, Creighton Redwine, to express his concern. Why have we not seen any sign of him? At the speed of Stark's cavalry, he should have arrived by now. Creighton blinked, appearing apprehensive and at a loss for words. Send out more scouts, Eustace commanded his attendant. A duck simmering in hot water cannot simply fly away. We must investigate further. The attendant hastened to obey, darting down to the gates. Perhaps Robb Stark is merely feigning? Creighton ventured cautiously. Impossible, Eustace replied decisively. The scouts in the Vale are not inept. Such movements cannot remain concealed. Moreover, the news of Bronze Yorn's vow to kill Robb Stark has likely spread throughout Westeros. If he is attempting to deceive us, to where could he possibly retreat? Over the mountains in the north? By the time he leaves the Westerlands, he might discover that we have already captured Riverrun. Creighton fell silent, standing beside him, uncertain of the next course of action. More scouts! More scouts! Eustace clenched his fists, pounding against the battlements. The direwolves are not eagles, they lack wings. From the gates of Golden Tooth surged wave after wave of Vale cavalry, racing towards the distant mountains in search of the direwolf's trail. Logistics for Riverrun are bound to be cut off, Rickard Stark lamented, tightly clenching his fists and shaking his head. Robb Stark stared quietly at the map before him. The victories that once seemed invincible appeared trivial in the instant the Vale turned against them. Riverrun was once again besieged, the northern route home completely sealed by Alys Karstark. The troops of Riverrun were deprived of logistical support, reduced to pillaging the lands of the crown. Meanwhile, the thousands of cavalry under his command found themselves ensnared in a dire encirclement. Golden Tooth was held by the Vale men, blocking his retreat to River Run, while Casterly Rock, although lacking in numbers, remained poised to strike at his moment of weakness. Demon Mormont shook his head, effectively severing ties between Stark and Royce, Stark and Arryn. Clutching his sword, he gazed solemnly at the crumpled map on the table, wondering how many times it had been perused by their king. Regardless, we must swiftly retreat to the Riverlands, where we still possess a considerable army and formidable fortresses to defend. With winter approaching, our soldiers grow increasingly nostalgic for home. Rickard Stark clasped his hands together, letting out a soft sigh. Months ago, Caitlyn had harbored the hope of Robb's victory and the glory of the Stark alliance. Seated among the guests in the Eyrie, now, reflecting upon it feels as though it transpired centuries ago. The Knights of the Vale no longer held her and Arya in esteem. They were regarded as the mother and sister of a traitor. The people of the Vale are notoriously conservative and would not treat her as they once did their honored guests. Caitlyn could only pray, beseeching the Vale folk and the Arryn family to spare the women and children, hoping that the bonds of their elders would prevent them from turning against Robb. Yet, such hopes were mere fantasies. Once her tears had dried, Caitlyn would ponder her past follies. Perhaps, had she initially placed her trust in Petyr Baelish, refrained from seizing Tyrion, and not misjudged Lysa or misunderstood Petyr, things might have been different. However, the gods merely observe one's errors, offering no guidance. She alone must bear the consequences of her missteps. The crackling of the firewood was faint, yet in the stillness of her chamber, it resonated profoundly. Caitlyn gazed at the wall, devoid of any inclination to pray. She and Arya were confined, while Nymeria was locked away in the stables. Nightly, she was often jolted awake from her dreams, the mournful howls of wolves echoing in her mind, leading her thoughts to Arya, Robb, Bran, Rickon, and most pitifully, Sansa, who continued to suffer in King's Landing. Were it not for the pillowcase, which the maidservants of the Eyrie had changed, the evidence of her nightly tears would be starkly visible. The guards and servants of the castle did not trouble her. They even consented to allow her to gaze out at the Vale's scenery during her melancholic moments. Yet, they dutifully adhered to the commands of Maester Coleman and Ser Vardis, forbidding any contact with Arya. She was utterly unaware if Arya even knew of her brother's broken engagement. Caitlyn had repeatedly sought an audience with Petyr Baelish, but the shake of the Maester's head and Ser Vardis's indifference gradually extinguished that hope. She fidgeted with her gown, releasing a soft sigh, casting her gaze through the thin window towards the distant sunlight. If only Ned were still with her. Varys observed the gathering at the feast, where the noble women and lords revealed their familiar yet disingenuous smiles. In this moment, however, Varys believed their smiles to be genuine. Hunger and vice permeated King's Landing, much like the foul stench that hung in the air. Yet from the Riverlands, the Vale-esque rain was like an oasis in the desert, delivering a lifeline to these oblivious lords who had never known the pangs of hunger or the chill of the elements. The ladies' skirts danced gracefully once more, and the lords' goblets clinked together again, resuming their betting and sordid dealings now that the threat of the commoners had been quelled. The hall's light appeared dim, as if shadows lurked in the corners, continuously growing. The grand doors stood wide open as the maidservant of the Red Keep approached the main hall of the banquet, her candle illuminating the space with a sudden brilliance. The rhythmic sound of oars echoed as Robb stood at the bow of the ship, stroking the fur atop Grey Wind's head. The water wheel tower allowed the torrent of the Tiong River to churn relentlessly, the sound of rushing water filling the air. As the gates of River Run slowly creaked open, the king in the north lifted his gaze, spotting the figure of Blackfish Brynden Tully standing atop the battlements. Robb exhaled in relief as the vessel passed through the iron gates, the reddish rust at the gate's base floating upon the surface, a testament to the prolonged soaking in the waters. As they traversed the archway and city walls, Lord Tydo's Blackwood stood at a distance, flanked by the guards of River Run. Standing tall and resolute, the sentinels descended the steps, wading into the knee-deep water, casting out their grappling hooks to secure the small craft. Robb leapt ashore, water splashing against his boots as he approached Lord Tydos. The first time he had encountered Lord Tydos, the man had sported a short, gray beard, but now it had grown long and unkempt. A cloak woven from crow feathers draped around him. With eyes filled with concern, he regarded Robb, who perceived the disappointment that lay within. "My king in the north," Tydos Blackwood remarked. "You and your mother are both individuals who invite trouble." Robb, disinclined to engage with his tone of reproach, inquired, "Where is my great-uncle Brynden?" "Perhaps atop the battlements. You should have seen him." Tydos instructed the guards to secure the small boat that followed closely behind, calmly observing as Eddard Stark disembarked. The group proceeded to the main hall of Riverrun, where a modest dinner was laid out upon the table. Blackfish occupied a chair, nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Robb. "Uncle, I apologize for the intrusion," Robb spoke, his tone lacking conviction. Brynden Tully regarded the young man before him, realizing that a brash, young, and victorious lord could easily commit most unwise acts. "What are your intentions?" Brynden inquired, lowering his gaze to the plates before them, the sound of cutlery clinking softly against the dishware. Robb turned to Brynden, inhaling deeply. "I do not intend to wage war against the Vale. We should not even be considering such matters," Lord Tydos Blackwood interjected. "The lands of the Riverlands are akin to trout awaiting slaughter. Both Riverrun and the Green Fork are firmly in the Vale's grasp." Everyone was well aware of this. Lord Blackwood, Eddard Stark, as though imbibing bitter wine, set down his cup, shaking his head. "Given the current circumstances, Duke Edmure Tully is engaged in a confrontation with the Lannister forces at the Red Fork, and I fear the Vale cavalry may be intercepting at Herrenhol." Tydos turned his gaze toward Brynden. "The Vale may have already discovered the whereabouts of the king in the north and could be heading directly for Riverrun." "The men of the Vale seek me," declared Robb Stark. "I shall personally visit Lord Royce." In Chapter 151 of A Clash of Kings, Daenerys recalled her childhood in the House of the Red Door in Braavos. The vivid memory of bright yellow lemons nestled among lush green leaves outside her dormitory window began to blur as time passed. She touched her eyes, realizing it was her own tears. Each recollection brought forth a cascade of sorrow. The pain in her lower body would linger for a considerable time. As she lay ensconced in the embrace of Khal Drogo, her body marred with bruises. While Drogo slumbered heavily within the tent, she swallowed her tears, enduring her suffering in solitude. She reminisced about the Dothraki wedding, a ceaseless banquet accompanied by relentless slaughter and combat. Women danced at the feast, adorned in deep red, yellow, and orange veils, their exposed forms and seductive movements evoking a flush of embarrassment even in recollection. At the wedding, the entire Khalasar reveled in freedom. Warriors engaged in duels to vie for maidens and treasures. Daenerys witnessed the deaths of more than 10 warriors, and she shuddered to contemplate the countless Dothraki lives lost in vain throughout the celebration. Drogo turned slightly in his sleep, his long braid brushing against Daenerys' neck. His hair had never been cut, signifying his undefeated status in Dothraki custom. As her brother Viserys had once remarked, many of Khal Drogo's braids were infested with parasites. Fortunately, her husband took great care of his, tending to them with almost unparalleled diligence. By daybreak, Daenerys awoke to find Drogo absent, likely riding forth to lead the Dothraki cavalry eastward. The small silver mare Drogo had gifted her was splendid, its coat glistening like the winter sea, its mane flowing like silver smoke. Whenever Daenerys mounted, a gentle touch of her knees would set the mare into a light trot. A slight pressure of her feet and a delicate tug on the reins would urge the mare to gallop forward obediently. In those moments, Daenerys felt a semblance of Khal's authority. "You are Khaleesi. Everyone will heed you," even Khal Drogo, Sir Jorah Mormont had assured her since the commencement of the Dothraki wedding. As she lightly pulled the reins, the silver mare halted, and Jorah approached, grasping the reins of her steed. He was one of the 4 Dothraki warriors assigned to her by Drogo. The unfamiliar common tongue escaped Jorah's lips. "The Beggar King is within." Daenerys paused, momentarily taken aback, immediately reminded of her brother. She cautioned Jorah against speaking of such matters in Viserys' presence. Yet the look of surprise on his face indicated her warning had come too late. "You're Dothraki whore, and those savages show no respect for the king." Chapter 152, The Contest of the Eagle and the Wolf. 5. Melisandre's form radiated warmth, enveloping her bare body like a flame that would not scorch the skin. Merely approaching her proved irresistibly alluring, rendering the campfire within the tent superfluous. Desire surged like the tide, crashing against the exposed rocks, gradually subsiding until it reached tranquility. "The red comet you spoke of," Attis murmured, his lips brushing against Melisandre's ear as the red-robed woman leaned against his chest. "When will it arrive?" "There's no need to rush," Melisandre replied softly, tilting her head forward to capture Attis's lips in a kiss, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. The predetermined course of fate would not be altered by human will. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Attis smiled gently. "Your red god wields immense power. It seems that human destinies are neatly arranged by them." He shifted his position, rising from the bed. "Every individual is tethered to the strings of fate. What is meant to transpire shall indeed occur." Melisandre propped herself up, pressing against the duke's back. as if to suggest that the long night would inevitably yield to the emergence of the harbinger of light, bringing an end to the protracted darkness. "It's too far off," Attis remarked, sensing the warmth at his back. The long summer appeared far from over. "An illusion, my king. Do not let a mere delusion cloud your judgment." Melisandre's voice possessed an enchanting quality that compelled one to instinctively acquiesce to her logic. Attis rose, casting a glance at Melisandre behind him. Her red robe draped over her like a blanket, the contours of her form tantalizingly visible. "Should I place my trust in you, the Red Woman of Ashera?" Attis inquired, gripping his goblet, the crimson liquid within swirling. "I am a knight anointed with the sacred oil of the Seven, nurtured in the teachings of the Seven since childhood. I am a devotee of the Lightbringer and shall be your servant. You are the prince foretold in prophecy, and I am destined to follow you." Melisandre's hand brushed through her wine-red hair as she spoke to Attis. He offered no reply, taking a sip of his wine. The unknown rendered him speechless. Approaching the table, he unfolded the previously recorded map for further contemplation. Melisandre quietly donned her red robe, adjusting her hair with grace before discreetly exiting the tent. Attis paused his writing, gazing at the map of the Riverlands, calculating the advance speed of the Royce cavalry, his fingers rubbing together in contemplation as he murmured to himself, "This situation." His brow furrowed deeply. From the banks of the Green Fork River to the shores of the Lake of the Gods, over half of the Riverlands lay under the actual control of the Vale. The lords of the Riverlands have always been disunited. It was challenging to unite against external threats. Previously, they had submitted entirely under the banner of Robb Stark due to the alliance with the Wolf and the Eagle, but now, the rear of the Riverlands lay completely exposed before the spears of the Vale cavalry. Was there not a single response? The clarion call of the military trumpet resonated through the camp, and Attis understood that the heart of Count Cabri's residence was stirring.